Hey, we're now back on the record. I'm sorry we got a little late start this morning, but we had a couple of matters here we had to resolve at 9 o'clock. So if everyone is now ready, Mr. Riggs, would you please call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Our first witness this morning will be Mr. Myman. I was prepared to take up where we left off yesterday with the response to the data request, but I'm certainly willing to call Mr. Myman if that's the commission.
Why don't we discuss the issue that we left yesterday about the data request first?
Fine, Your Honor. And so, following our discussion yesterday, I had an opportunity to review the positions we've taken in the previous IRP and cases. I think those were referenced in the Vice Chairman's remarks. And I find that our position today is very consistent with the position that we have taken for many years. And that is that these proposals we've received are in a very, as I mentioned yesterday, a raw state. They have not been negotiated. Third parties simply do not submit their best, last, and final offers when responding to requests for proposals. And it is difficult to say when we will have those finalized. But our position today is very consistent with the position referenced by the Vice Chairman's remarks yesterday. And for long-standing positions, we've always taken these positions with cold bids. Now, I do want to address the Vice Chairman's comment about the production of this information. And I acknowledge and I take responsibility for that oversight, Your Honor. That was an oversight that we did not timely supplement that data request, but that data request was supplemented and provided. And for that, I apologize. But our broad general position is that as the party with the burden of proof, we do not have anything to hide. There is nothing here. But this information in its present state is not reliable information for the reasons I've mentioned. And that our view is that the way to provide this information in a useful form would be to submit this information in connection with either the IRP filing that we make later this year or in connection with some type of proposal we may make later this year as an outcome of this request for proposals. At that point, the data will be finalized, it will be fully evaluated, and it will have been negotiated. And so the parties can trust that information as being the best available indication of a market at that time. It will be very valuable information. We are deeply concerned that producing this information today could deeply prejudice our ability to reach the best, lowest cost option for our customers. Now, that option is going to be subject to your review, your approval, and your full discovery. And so as you consider our response, respectfully, this is not a case of refusing to provide the information. It is a matter of timing. And it is a matter of the quality of the information that we're providing and our ability to obtain the best proposal we think we can obtain for our ratepayers that will be fully examined by the commission and the parties at that point. But providing that information today, we are deeply concerned about our ability to use that information and to be prejudiced by that in our negotiations with these counterparties. So
you think I'm going to ask Vice Chairman Chandler to respond in a moment, but if you furnish the information to the commission in camera with the idea it would be reviewed and returned to you and not seen by anybody else, would that still be a problem for you?
That would be acceptable, Your Honor. And that data transfer could happen very, very quickly. that could happen, by tomorrow morning, if that's,
Right.
we could upload that and make that happen.
Let me, Vice Chairman Chandler, would you care to respond?
So, I think that Mr. Crosby did request yesterday that
We can't, Mr. Chandler, we can't hear you. So there's
Can
an
you hear me
audio
now?
problem somewhere.
how about now?
Yes, it's still low, but we can hear. I can. I don't know if Mr. Riggs can.
Okay.
It's better, but you're low.
I've never been accused of people not being able to hear my voice before. We're the ones that ask for the information, so certainly, what gets us the information is fine. If the company has a concern of other parties having the information, then I think that we ought to take that under consideration. But that was never what was proposed. That was never what was in the response. Is that the concern was other parties seeing the information. It was that the data was raw, and that the commission would be provided it at a later time in an IRP. So what Mr. Riggs has proposed is certainly different than the response, and as long as I think the commission gets to see it, I have no concern. The only question would be the ability of the commission to use that evidence in this proceeding, and I think that's a determination we can make after it.
Well, I think we could, yeah, if we could, Mr. Riggs, if you submit that, we'll enter an order, at least by tomorrow, that the submission will be in camera, and that when it is, we're concluded, that we will either certify to you that we have destroyed the information or return it to you, or however you would choose. And before we would use that in an order, basically, we would be in touch with you to discuss that, so that basically everybody's position can be taken into consideration. Is that fair enough?
That's fair enough, Your Honor. And we can produce that information in its raw state to you tomorrow morning, or by tomorrow. I'll say that tomorrow, electronically.
Okay.
We use our HiQ site that we've used to produce the electronic information. We'll set up a secured file to do that.
All right, thank you. That ought to solve the problem, at least initially, and then we'll, but we will see that the information isn't disclosed outside the confines of the three commissioners, and Mr. Nguyen will be able to look at it, but it won't otherwise be disclosed. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
If
Call
there's
Mr. Myman now.
If there's
Unless
nothing
there's
else,
something further on this. Okay.
please call
Company.
Mr. Meeman?
Mr. Myman, yes, sir. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Ingram.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you.
Okay. Mr. Meeman, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. You may proceed.
Mr. Myman, would you state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Gregory J. Myman.
And what is your job, title, and business address?
My job title is Vice President of Human Resources for the company LG&E KU Energy, LLC.
And Mr. Myman, did you cause to be filed in these two rate cases for the companies, both direct testimony and rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
And were you also the sponsor or the co-sponsor on quite a few data responses that the companies filed in this case?
Yes, I was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to any of your testimony, your data responses as we sit here today?
No, I do not.
Your Honor, Mr. Myman is available for questioning.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen, questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Vice Chairman Chandler, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Myman.
Good morning.
My first question is, can you explain to me what measures are included in individual and team effectiveness scores for incentive compensation?
Sure. Those individual measures are determined by the manager of the individual that is participating in the team incentive award. And so, it could be specific projects that are being worked on in a given year. It could be a recurring responsibility that the individual has. And then measurement of that performance is undertaken on an annual basis.
Right, but like what, I guess, are there, does your division, department, whatever it may be, do you all set or approve the metrics that they use or the standards that they use, or is that solely up to the manager?
That is manager's discretion. Certainly, we provide guidance from an overall perspective on establishing measures on an annual basis. We have a performance process where managers do enter those measures into our system, but it is at an individual manager's discretion to determine what those measures should be.
Okay, and I only ask because of the different measures for incentive compensation, it seems to be the most subjective. It seems there's a significant amount of discretion, right? Is that the most of all the incentive compensation methods or formula you all use? Is that the most discretionary in terms of the manager setting or determining the effectiveness?
Yes, I mean, the managers do have discretion in establishing those goals and measuring performance against those. We do count on our managers to certainly choose the appropriate measures and to evaluate the performance of our employees. And we believe that has worked quite well for a number of years. And we are able to get the type of performance that we need across the organization with managers doing what we ask them to do, which is to manage our employees.
Of the different measures for incentive compensation, do you all look at let's just I think there were 5 or 6 measures, right?
There are 4 standard measures that are used, and then there's the component that you were alluding to with regard to individual or team effectiveness. And, some of those measures certainly can, in the team effectiveness, be objective in terms of meeting certain criteria. Once again, though, that's determined by the manager. But we're looking at cost control, safety, and what else should it? So cost control, individual effect, cost control.
Okay.
Safety.
Well, and what I guess what I'm getting to, Mr. Myman, my primary question is, do you all look, given that this is a fairly subjective measurement, do you all look at how often managers identify that their employees have gotten the entirety of that amount, right? Or what proportion of that weighting? Let me ask it this way: if individual and team effectiveness is worth 15%, right, of your overall, and it may be, but if it's not in that neighborhood, do you all look at whether or not employees are always 15% in a particular category, or getting the entire amount? Does that make sense?
Let me try to to answer what I believe you are asking. So our PIA is, once again, it's 15% for cost control, 15% for customer satisfaction, 15% for reliability, and then 15% for customer safety. And so those 4 standard measures are there, and then there's a component that is individual effectiveness and team effectiveness, depending on whether or not the individual is in the union or not. But the performance is, we do look at the overall performance across the organization on an annual basis, if that's what you're asking, especially with regard to the individual and team effectiveness. Yes, we are watching that every year, monitoring that, and seeing what the performance ultimately is on that component. The other components, as we've indicated in the testimony, are set measures at the beginning of the year, and performance is measured on those as well.
Okay. And is it required that employees know what they're going to be, the other measures like we discussed are objective measures that are set out, and so they know what rules they're playing the game by. Is that the same for team and individual effectiveness, that they understand what the metrics are at the beginning of each year?
Absolutely, yes. Those measures are established at the beginning of the year, once again, through the performance process. The objectives for the year are established at the beginning, and employees do understand what they will be measured on, yes. Okay.
And then the only other thing that I'd like to talk about this morning, did you hear my questions yesterday, Mr. Beller, talking about office space and working from home and what the companies were going to be looking at over the next few years on that front?
I did have an opportunity to hear what those questions were, yes.
Okay, so can you discuss from your perspective and sort of your job purview what you all will be looking at in terms of maximizing effectiveness while also minimizing costs and trying to I guess work in the new reality, the paradigm that we have.
Sure. As I think Mr. Beller indicated yesterday, it is pretty early on right now to be able to assess where things might head over the course of time in a post-pandemic environment. I would say that as a general rule, prior to the pandemic, we probably were behind a lot of companies in terms of folks working from home. I do believe that part of that is just the nature of our business and a lot of the way that we have typically managed our business in terms of, folks actually being at physical work locations. I think we all would acknowledge that the world has changed pretty dramatically over the past year. Certainly, the move to those that could work from home occurred dramatically and quickly. I'm proud of the way that we handled that as a company and the way we've continued to be able to perform to get to kind of that post-COVID environment. I think there are a lot of factors. First of all, there are a lot of internal factors in terms of, how our management team sees the best way to meet the obligations to serve, to provide the best opportunity for us to provide great performance for our customers. And then the other factor, so the primary focus there will be meeting the business needs. From there, I think there are a number of external factors that we just don't know right now in terms of our ability to recruit certain people to work for our company, depending on what competitors around us are doing, and allowing folks to work remotely or work from home. We certainly believe that working from home in the jurisdiction or adjacent to the jurisdiction is the way we are going. If there is any ability to do that, but certainly there are a number of factors that we will see play out over the course of some period of time. And just like moving people to a work from home environment, it will be interesting to see how quickly that occurs.
And so even before the pandemic, were your all's offices in Lexington and Louisville, and I get the ones in Lexington before the pandemic were being renovated. So besides the renovation, were they relatively full?
Yes, the occupancy in both locations was full, and once again, prior to the pandemic, we didn't have people working outside of the office on any widespread, regular basis. And so, once again, the pandemic has been a pretty dramatic shift for us. So we don't know how it's going to go post-pandemic.
And on the sort of hardware software front, I assume you all have made the necessary investments to allow people to work remotely while being able to do so safely.
Absolutely. Our IT department, as I indicated, I was proud how we handled that move. We do have the technology to allow people to safely and effectively work from home, and it's been pretty impressive, really, in terms of our ability to kind of keep things going from every aspect of our business during the pandemic.
All right, I appreciate it, Mr. Myman. Thank you, Chairman.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
Mr. Chairman, you're on mute.
Well, I can't, that's beyond my control to change it, so would someone unmute me, please? What?
Your Honor, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
I think I need to start giving
Well, let me advise, if I'm muted, someone in the back room here mutes and unmutes, and don't have the ability to unmute myself. So you'll just have to bear with me while we get through this. Dr. Matthews, do you have questions?
I don't, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ingram, any redirect?
Just one very small question, Your Honor. Mr. Myman, did you attach to your direct testimony as Exhibit GJM1 the Team Incentive Award Plan brochure that is provided to employees?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and on page 4 of that brochure, does it provide a sample calculation for how an individual's award is calculated?
Yes, if you could pull that up, it does in fact provide that calculation methodology there.
Mr. Lokamp, it's page 404 of Exhibit 1. Okay. That's all. I just wanted to make sure that the commission was aware that brochure is in the record and it contains the calculation. I know it's a voluminous record, so I just wanted to point that out. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Is there any reason why Mr. Myman may not be excused?
No reason, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Myman. You may step down and you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Duncan Crosby for the companies. You'll give me a moment. I have items. Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
All right,
The
Mr.
company-
Crosby. When you're ready, you may call your next witness.
Now I think I'm ready. If we can, the companies would call Steve Seeley to the stand, please.
Mr. Seeley, okay, there you are. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Crosby, you may ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Seeley.
Good morning.
Will you please state your full name for the record?
William Stephen Seeley.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity, please?
I'm employed by the Prime Group. I'm a managing partner for the Prime Group.
And what is your business address, please?
Business address at the Prime Group is 2604 Sunningdale Place East, LaGrange, Kentucky, 40031.
Thank you. Mr. Seeley, did you cause to be filed in these proceedings direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to various data requests?
I did.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that were asked of you in your testimony and data requests, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Seeley is available for questioning.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Seeley.
Good morning.
Were you present yesterday when I was asking Ms. Saunders a couple of questions about certain calculations that were made in response to the joint intervener's second request for information?
Yes, I was listening.
Okay. So if you can refer to the company's response to the joint intervener's second request for information, item 2C.
Right, I'm there.
And it's actually it's on page 5 of 6. If you can refer to that table.
Okay, 5 of 6, yes.
Yes, regarding the impact on cash working capital if customers delay making payment. Do you see that table?
I do.
Okay. Do the amounts in this table represent a worst case scenario? Or, in other words, is this assuming that all customers delay making payments?
Yes.
Okay.
I wouldn't, we gave a range, so I wouldn't call it a worst case scenario. And, we did see a reduction in the days of payment during COVID. And this just gives a range. We wouldn't, the question that was posed is what would be the impact if the late payment charge was eliminated or something to that effect. And this is a calculation of the revenue impact on the lag day.
Okay. But the amounts itself, I guess, for instance, KU, LG&E Electric, LG&E Gas, individually and then in total. So for instance, just take the longest delay, 14 days. Does that $113 million total represent sort of assuming that all customers delay making payments?
Or the way I would put it is if the average customer, some would be longer, some would be shorter, it would be the average impact of the number of days that would be delayed.
Okay.
So some could be more, some could be less, but this would work out because the lag day calculation is an average calculation. So this would represent an average as well.
Okay. And can you scroll down to page 6 of 6?
Right.
And you see where that table that has the average cost per late payer?
Yes.
And there's a row that has customer contact.
Right.
Can you explain in detail what that customer contact row would entail?
I can explain in general. The numbers were generated internally to the company. I did work with the people to generate it. But whenever a customer is late in paying their bill, it starts a process, a communication process, where employees are deployed to make customer contact. Postage is sent out, they print out flyers, and calls are made. So in the absence of those late payment, these costs would not be incurred by the company. Those resources could be deployed elsewhere to do other things.
Okay. I guess.
Mr. Nguyen, can I just ask a follow-up to that?
Sure.
So, good morning, Mr. Seeley.
Good morning, Mr.
So
Chairman.
it's more of a, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I just want to understand. From the company's perspective, it's sort of an allocation of embedded cost based off of an opportunity cost situation. But for this instance, those same resources those costs would still be incurred, but at least they would be working on something else. Is that fair?
Not necessarily, but most likely in the short term. And taking a short-term perspective, obviously, they won't immediately go out and hire a new employee in order to do this, But over a longer period of time, if you do or do not have this, then they will have fewer or more employees. In the short term, I think it's a deployment issue. Therefore, it depends on the time frame you're looking at. And I think that was a lot of the discussion I heard yesterday about, what was the impact during COVID. That was a very short-term impact. You have to look at these costs over a longer period of time, and customers in the short run will certainly be deployed. This is a fairly large department of the company, and but in the longer term, they evaluate the resources they do have. Therefore, that's why I would consider, you use the word opportunity cost. I think that's an adequate description of it. It's a marginal cost in the long run. It's certainly in the short run, it's the costs that are inside the company. But if the company sees a surge of these, they're going to have to add employees or redeploy employees in the short term and add employees in the long term to deal with this. Therefore, I think it is a longer term, not a extremely long term marginal cost, but it is a marginal cost that the company would realize.
Okay, thank you. I'll save a conversation for long run marginal cost later. I appreciate that.
Okay, look forward to it.
Mr. Seeley, can you perhaps, as a posting and data request, provide the calculation showing how that amount was calculated for both companies?
Yeah, we can provide, I think, more information. Again, I work with the company to develop these, but yeah, I think we can do that.
Okay, thank you. And then can you refer to the company's responses to Commission staff's third request for information, item 9? And you can just go to KU's if that's.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. This is regarding connects and disconnects. And the response states that to determine the disconnect reconnect charge, all costs for service orders, including overtime, are averaged to calculate the average cost per service order.
Yes.
Would it be possible to provide separate cost justifications for regular hours, disconnect and reconnect, and an
Yes.
after hours?
Yes, we can do that. I will remind you that at one point there was in the tariff after hour disconnect charge. So several years ago, the company had an after hours disconnect charge, which was higher than the regular hour disconnect charge, and we transitioned to a single charge. So I'll just remind you of that. But yes, I think we can calculate the two different items.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Just switching gears a bit, in your rebuttal, you mentioned the company's tariff SQF,
Yes.
and the justification for not including a capacity payment in the development of that SQF rate. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And is it accurate to say that what you stated was that because the SQF were were characterized as available or non-firm product, that a capacity payment would not be justified for that calculation, correct?
Well, go ahead.
Mr. Webb, may I ask you for a citation to that? I don't disagree with you. I was just wondering if you could point us to the spot in
Sure,
Mr. Seeley's testimony for that appears.
Rebuttal page 23, I believe.
Thank you.
And you make the distinction, Mr. Seeley, with respect to a legally enforceable obligation as being firm, a firm product. Can you provide an example of an SQF that would be available or that would be able to provide firm power or elect to request payment on a legally enforceable terms?
Yeah, I can give you several examples of that right now. One would be a traditional cogeneration arrangement. And I hate to say it, I've been around since this was first developed in the late 70s and been working on it that long. But one of the primary technologies at the time that this was developed around was cogeneration, either top cycle or bottom cycle cogeneration. And the situation there would be that the customer would have a steam plant that they have need for steam, but they could use the steam as also a source to run a turbine with. Therefore, if they use the steam and then later use the turbine to generate the power, that's called a top cycle cogeneration plant. Plants like that have a big steam operation, a lot of times these are like city boilers and that sort of thing that they use, that they have steam for. The generation can be called upon at any time, 8760 essentially, other than outside of a small forced outage for them. That would be one example of it. Another example that fit the PURPA requirement at the time, which was for renewables, was biomass. An example of that would be wood chips from a sawmill operation or sawdust that could be used to fire a boiler to generate power. It was renewable because they had the wood chips or the wood or the biomass that they could use for a fuel. Another example of that would be a garbage plant that has to burn garbage at the time. So and those technologies can be called upon 8760 because they're burning, that one runs like a steam generator. The cogeneration could be called upon for peaking or for 8760 power. So those are two examples. There would be many more that would fit that situation. There could be like tidal generation. There could be hydro is another excellent example where pump storage, a hydro, could be called upon at any time to deliver power at the peak. There are probably endless examples of that. A combination, another one would be a combination of solar and battery. In other words, a qualifying facility could combine the two to provide reliable power on whenever called upon, and it would be legally enforceable. Now, the legally enforceable language was from the original PURPA requirement and was adopted by the commission in the early 1980s.
Okay, I appreciate your answer. Can you now refer to rebuttal testimony pages 45 through 47?
Not quite there.
Just let me know when you are.
Okay, I'm there, 45 through 47.
Yes, sir. It's where you discuss why the SQF rate should not include a loss factor?
Right.
Okay. And you said you're familiar with the commission's regulation on cogeneration?
Yeah, I was involved in it from the very beginning.
Okay. And are you familiar with the provision within the cogeneration regulation that provides for certain items that utilities should take into account in determining a small qualifying facility or for a QF rate?
Yeah, I remember those.
Okay.
And they were adopted from the purpose standards years ago, but yes, I do recall.
Okay. And specifically, 807 KR 5054 section 7(5)(c) provides that a utility should take into account savings or costs resulting from line losses that would not have existed in the absence of purchases from a QF.
Yeah, I recall that.
Okay. Given that, can you explain why the companies do not include a loss factor in their SQF rates?
Well, it depends on losses, right? Distribution avoided costs are very location specific. And it depends on a number of factors as to whether there are loss savings. And it also depends on the penetration in a particular region with cogeneration. Now, obviously, we're limited by statute for the cogeneration, but it depends on numerous factors, and certain losses cannot be avoided and will not be avoided by a QF or by specifically net metering customer that would be served under a QF if it's on the distribution system, because an example of a cost that cannot be avoided would be transformer core losses. Those losses are there. They do not depend on the current. Now, in the case of a QF that is on the distribution system or a net metering customer on the distribution system, obviously that power has to be transmitted across the service through a transformer onto the secondary, maybe even onto the primary, and therefore it will incur losses for transformers, I2R losses, which are current losses, through those facilities. Therefore, it's hard to conceive of a situation where all losses would be avoided. And to put this in perspective, the total losses for the transmission and distribution all the way down to secondary system is on average about 6%. And, it is conceivable that a qualifying facility or a net metering customer could avoid some of those losses, but it's very complex and locationally dependent.
So is it your testimony that given the regulation doesn't provide any sort of exceptions or any limitations on, when a utility should take into account savings or costs resulting from line losses? It just says that the utility should take that into account in developing the QF rate, right? So are you saying that the companies did in fact take into account costs or savings resulting from line losses as a result of a QF customer in developing its QF rate? And going through the evaluation that you've just mentioned in terms of certain avoided distribution costs that cannot be avoided, such as transformer core costs or the current losses, are you saying that the companies took that all into consideration to make a determination that there are no costs or savings resulting from line losses in developing its QF rate?
Losses were certainly considered, they were discussed. They would be de minimis, we believe, and that's why they are not included. Obviously, there could be some losses. Again, it's locationally dependent and very difficult to determine. And it would be inconceivable. The average line loss on the system is 6%, all the way down to secondary. And any losses would be a small fraction of that amount that could be avoided.
So did the companies make that, or are there any formal or evaluation that was conducted to arrive at that?
No, I would call it a qualitative analysis of it, and we concluded that it would be small.
Okay. Just sticking with the SQF rate, and also the LQF. The Kentucky Solar Industry Association made some recommendations regarding the company's SQF and LQF tariffs that didn't appear to be addressed in the company's rebuttal testimony. I'm just going to ask you if you could provide an explanation on behalf of the company's position on those recommendations. The first is the minimum contract term for tariff SQF for 5 years. Do the companies have a position on that particular recommendation?
It's not something I focused on because my testimony dealt with the SQF. Would you repeat the question? I might be able to comment on it, but I can't speak for the company on it.
Sure. So the Kentucky Solar Energy Association made recommendations on the tariff SQF that it should have a minimum contract term of 5 years.
I will give you my view. This is not something I've discussed with the company. A problem with a 5-year contract on LQF could be placed in the context of what was discussed yesterday in terms of the retirements of the units. The Mill Creek 1, Mill Creek 2, and Brown. The company does not have a capacity need until 2028. A 5-year contract would provide no capacity value prior to the need. Therefore, between now and 2028, the avoided capacity costs are essentially zero. If you have sufficient capacity, you don't have any avoided costs. Therefore, my view on it is a 5-year contract term is woefully inadequate to address a need that we don't have until 8 years.
Okay. So would Mr. Conroy be the more appropriate witness to ask about the company's position regarding some of these recommendations that have been made by the Kentucky Solar Energy Association?
I mean, you can go ahead and ask me the questions and I can give you my view on them. But that would be my recommendation to the company, would be to require something like a 20-year contract. And I'm probably the best person to address avoided cost considerations in which that point gets into. So
Okay.
To repeat that, we don't have a capacity need for 2028. Therefore, the 5-year contract will not address any long-term avoided costs because there's no long-term avoided costs right now. There won't be until 8 years.
Okay. The other recommendation that was provided was modifying the avoided energy rate in tariff LQF to match tariff SQF.
Mm-hmm. I think that one would be a better question for Mr. Conroy.
Okay. Modifying tariff LQF to provide that the current capacity calculation methodology only applies during periods of resource sufficiency as indicated in the company's most recent IRP.
I mean, I think that's probably, if I understood it, if you could say that again, did you say deficiency? Is that the word you used?
No, modifying tariff LQF to provide that the current capacity calculation methodology only applies during periods of resource sufficiency.
Only applies during, I think that's gets at what I was just talking about, is that during resource sufficiency, there is no avoided cost. And that's the situation we're in right now. That's the situation we'll be in for 8 years. And even then, it could be longer. It depends on the utility's attainment status with respect to environmental regulations. So right now, we're looking at a deficiency or a sufficiency going through 2028. Therefore, the avoided cost, there shouldn't be an avoided capacity cost during that period.
Okay, so
I mean, otherwise, you're providing something for which you're getting zero value.
So, well, this leads into the other recommendation, is basing the avoided capacity cost during periods of resource insufficiency on the cost of a proxy unit defined by the company's most recent IRP as the next unit addition.
Now, even that's a complex question because it depends on the type of capacity that you're looking at as far as putting on the system and the cost that would be avoided. Therefore, not all capacity that's put on the system is equal. For example, solar capacity could result in avoided solar capacity down the road. That's different than capacity that could be called upon 8,760 hours a year. So I think you've got to consider in the avoided cost calculation, like technologies to like. And therefore, what is the avoided cost of solar? The avoided cost of solar would be solar, because solar will be undoubtedly integrated into utilities planning processes in the future.
Just switching gears a little bit now regarding the Kentucky Solar Energy Association, also making some recommendations regarding the net metering tariffs that don't appear to be addressed by the company's rebuttal testimony. Just going to ask you to provide your explanation on these particular recommendations. Or your position on these recommendations. The first is allowing net metering customers to expand the size of their facility up to the customer's forecasted annual electricity usage or 45 kW, whichever is less, without forfeiting legacy rights.
I think that would be better left to another witness.
Okay. Would that be Mr. Conroy?
Yes, Mr. Conroy.
Okay. Can you refer to LG&E's response to Commission staff's third request for information, item 45?
This is the Commission's third, KU or LG&E?
It will be LG&E.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm there.
Okay. In this response, she provided a revised calculation for the gas meter test fee that totals $112.86. Is that correct?
Is this 45?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was the total, did you say?
$112.86.
Okay, I don't see it on the response, but I'll set that subject to check.
Let me take a quick look.
Mr. Nguyen, I believe the number you're referring to is on the second page of that response.
That's
Is that
right, yeah.
helpful?
Yeah, it's page 2 of 2, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm there.
Yeah, you see where it says total meter cost, meter test costs at the bottom?
I see that.
Okay, and it shows $112.86, correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you refer now to stipulation exhibit 7, page 53 of 144?
I do not have that. I can get it though if you give me a minute.
Sure.
It's stipulation exhibit, which one?
7.
Stipulation exhibit, is that the tariff?
It is. It's
Okay.
the LG&E gas tariff.
Okay,
And which page of that tariff, Mr. Nguyen?
53 of 144.
it will take me
Thank you.
a second to get there, but,
Here, we can share it on the screen if that's quick.
okay, that would be helpful.
Okay. So do you see where it says meter test charge?
Yes,
Okay, there's next to the last line, it says the customer will be, and then the last line charge $101 to cover the test and transportation costs.
yes.
Is that something that is, well, how do you reconcile the $112.86?
It looks to me like it may have not been picked up in the tariff. And give me 1 second
Okay.
here. I want to check my testimony, and it's very possible that that it was not picked up, but meter test charge, either that or this exhibit. No, I mean, they picked it up correctly. There may be I would have to look into it because what we did file, and it was picked up correctly, was $101. And if you go back to that exhibit, I will have to look into that because you bring up a very good point. The test labor. Here's probably what it is. It's probably a weighted cost that goes in. These are the two different components that went into the 101, but I'd have to look into it how the two come together. But or there may be an error.
Okay, but
I will look into that.
But you're saying that the $101 is the correct charge,
Yeah,
and
it
that's
should be
reflected
the
in.
correct number, and there may be a factor that's off in here. But yeah, the 101 is the correct number that I double checked when it was filed.
Okay.
And there's probably a factor that's off in this calculation, this reconciliation. But we can provide a correct reconciliation if we find an error in it.
Okay. So we can ask that as a post-hearing data request as well, just to
The
reconcile.
101 should be correct.
Okay. Now, regarding the LG&E gas revenue allocation, in LG&E's application, LG&E proposed to eliminate 25% of the subsidies for rate FT, firm transportation, rate AAGS, as available gas service, and rate RGS, residential gas service. Is that correct?
Would you state the rates again? I believe.
Rate FT, AAGS, and RGS.
Yes.
Okay. And that once a subsidy was reduced, how did LG&E propose the balance of the increase to be allocated?
To the residual amounts, IGS didn't get an increase, and therefore the residual amount went to CGS.
Okay.
And that was in the filing. That's not in the settlement. But in the filing.
Correct. The as-filed position.
Right, as filed position.
So, in the stipulation, as part of the stipulation, Exhibit 4 shows how the LG&E gas revenues would be allocated pursuant to the terms of the stipulation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In general, can you describe how the proposed revenue allocation in the stipulation compared to the proposed revenue allocation in the application?
Yes. With respect to FT and AAGS, there's no change. In other words, we applied the 25% subsidy just like we did in the filing. Now, with respect to IG, there's no change because we're not proposing an increase in this stipulation. The change between the filed position and the settlement position or stipulation position is with respect to RGS and CGS. And what we did, we accepted the AG's recommendation to apply the same increase to those three rate schedules. And therefore, what that had the effect of doing is lowering the increase to the RGS, the residential customers.
Okay.
And the IGS's position was a little different because they proposed an equal increase to IGS as well. And because of the rate of return, we ended up with just CGS and RGS getting an equal increase.
Okay. Is it your position or opinion that the proposed revenue allocation in the stipulation is results in fair and just reasonable rate out?
I'm sorry, I had a hard time hearing you, Mr.
Sure.
Mr.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you better, yes.
Okay. So is it your opinion that the proposed revenue allocation in the stipulation is fair, just, and reasonable?
Yeah, I think, with respect to revenue allocation, there's a what I would call a zone of reasonableness on this. And, there's not one single way to come to a conclusion. I think this is reasonable. I would have probably resisted it more otherwise. So I believe that it is a reasonable approach. It's a balanced approach. It represents the positions of the parties.
Okay. With respect to LG&E electric revenue allocation, the company's as-filed position, if you can confirm, except for the three lighting classes, LG&E proposed not to reduce to interclass subsidies and allocate the revenue increase across its rate classes by the system average increase. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Under the stipulation, Exhibit 3 shows the LG&E proposed electric revenue allocation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In general, can you explain how the proposed revenue allocation in the stipulation compared to the proposed revenue allocation in the company's as-filed or in its application?
Yes. In general, one adjustment we made to this was with respect to the lighting rates. We lowered the increase of the lighting rates as well as RTS and TODP. Those three rate schedules received roughly the same increase. The residential class received 25 basis points above the overall increase. And that was just a settlement position. And then the TODS, and I don't have it in front of me, but from memory, I think it's 8% for TODS rate schedule, which is a slight departure of below the overall increase.
Okay.
And that was LG&E. I don't know, I assume that that's the one you were asking about. which
That's
is a little
correct, yeah.
different than what
Just-
we did with KU.
Yeah, just LG&E Electric.
Right.
Do you recall what the total system rate of return on rate base was for LG&E?
Not off the top of my head.
Would you agree, subject to check, and I can refer you to an exhibit, 4.34%?
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
Okay.
Sounds right.
Okay. So can you refer to your exhibit in your direct testimony, exhibit WSS-22,
Right.
page 2 of 2?
Right. I'm there.
Okay.
Okay, 2 of 2 for LGD. Right. I'm there.
Correct. Would you agree that based upon the 12 CP cost of service study as illustrated on this exhibit, the return on rate base for time of day primary or TODP is 5.04%?
For the 12 CP, it's 5.04. For the LOLP, it's 6.45. And for the 6 CP, it's 6.02.
Okay. Just want you to focus on the 12 CP
Oh, okay.
column. It's 5.04%, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's above the system average of 4.34%.
Yes.
Okay, and retail transmission service rate RTS is below the system average, right?
Under that methodology, yes.
Yes, under the 12 CP, it's 3.75%.
Right.
Okay, can I ask, what does this imply?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
What does it imply when it's either above or below the system average?
If it's below the system average, the customer isn't paying its full cost of service. For example, the residential rate is 1.75%. That's one of the lower ones on the list. And what that means is that they're not paying the full cost of service. And one that's above the system average is paying more. Therefore, the customers above, from a cost of service perspective, the customers above are subsidizing the customers below.
Okay,
And now, if I could comment, you're focusing on 12 CP. It is my position in my rebuttal testimony as well as my direct testimony, the 2 cost of service study results that I would recommend are the LOLP or the 6 CP. I'll just make that comment. The
Sure.
12 CP, I think, is far less aligned with cost. There wasn't a single witness in the case that recommended the 12 CP.
sure.
Although several recommended the 6 CP or LOLP method.
Sure, I understood your position. So, can you turn to Exhibit 3 of the stipulation?
I do not have that up.
Okay. Let's see if we can bring that up. Let me see if we can share that.
If you can, I can try to locate it.
I think we can bring it up. Just give me 1 second. Can you see this, Mr. Seeley?
Just 1 second. Yes.
Okay. Do you see so this is the proposed revenue allocation that's had been agreed to by the parties and reflected in the stipulation. Is that correct for LG&E electric customers?
That's correct.
Okay. And what percentage increase is the residential class receiving?
The 7.21.
Okay. And I guess the ultimate percent rate increase it's reflected down at the bottom.
It's for sales to ultimate consumers, which base rates is 6.96%.
Okay. Okay. Can you explain why the TODP class and RTS class received 2.46% and 3.64% respectively, less of an increase than the system average, thus
It was
reducing
a product of the settlement. And again, it's not what we recommend, it's what all the parties agreed to in the settlement. So, from my perspective, it's a balanced, reasonable approach, but it's a product of the settlement.
Okay, so is it your opinion that that this proposed revenue allocation in the stipulation is fair, just, and reasonable?
I think it's in the zone of reasonableness. I think it is fair, just, and reasonable, yes.
Okay.
From a pure cost of service perspective, the residential rate would have probably been, to eliminate the subsidies, would have probably been 18 to 20%. And, the settlement obviously deviates from cost of service, and all the parties were there. All the parties take service under each of these rates. There's not a single rate that the parties do not take service under. And, the parties were well represented in the room. It was, intensely settled and discussed, analyzed. As far as a group, I think it's a balanced approach that represents the views of the parties. I think it's ultimately, from my point of view, it's a reasonable allocation.
Okay. I want to switch now to the KU revenue allocation.
Okay.
KU's asphalt position is that, except for the lighting rates, the company proposed not to reduce the interclass subsidies and allocate the revenue increase across most of its rate classes by the system average. Is that correct?
That was the filed position, correct?
Okay. And the agreed to position is reflected in stipulation exhibit 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Again, for KUs, in general, how does the proposed revenue allocation in the stipulation compare to the proposed revenue allocation based on its asphalt position?
Yeah, the difference there, again, is the residential class received the overall plus 25 basis points increase. Therefore, it followed, if I remember correctly. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
So that I can, yeah, the residential class is equal, or excuse me, this is a slightly different situation. On the residential class, the overall increase was not adjusted by the 25 basis points. I misspoke. It's equal to the overall increase. Therefore, that's one departure, an important departure from the filed position. The other change from the filed position is fluctuating load service was set at 5.01%. The other classes were set at a residual level that would produce the overall as 7.17%.
Okay,
So the two main changes, residential was set at the overall rather than the same for all the other classes, and the FLS has a lower increase.
okay. And you mentioned that the FLS was that the only class that received a below system average increase?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you know what customers are served on rate at FLS?
Yeah, there's only one customer. It's LG&E's largest customer, which is NAS.
Okay.
Mr. Seeley, I think you misspoke for a second there. Was it LG&E's largest customer or KU's?
I thought we were talking about KU.
I believe you said LG&E's largest customer was NAS.
The company's largest customer, let me restate that. Thank you, Duncan. The company's largest customer on either system is NAS. They're several times larger than any other customer.
Okay. But that's the only customer that's served under KU's FLS
Yeah,
schedule.
that is a very specialized type of service. And the load is completely different than any other load on the company system. Therefore, it is truly unique relative to LG&E system.
Okay.
It's probably not unique in Kentucky, but for LG&E and KU system, it's certainly unique.
So I want to stick with KU, but just go towards the rate design aspect of the case and the stipulation. So Exhibit 5 sets forth KU's tariff sheets. Is that correct in the stipulation?
Yes.
Okay. If you can, we can, I can bring up
Yeah, I've got it now. So KU's tariff, is that what we're speaking of?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So for the time of day secondary service,
Yes.
okay. Can you explain the change in the rate design between the energy and demand charges?
Again, this is a compromise that was reached in the settlement, but yes, the energy charge for TODS was lowered somewhat, and that is an acknowledgement of some of the positions that were raised by the parties in the case.
And the demand charge?
The demand charges on KU is proportionally reduced or proportionally increased to reflect the lowering of the energy charge. Therefore, in the settled rate, the energy charge was lower and effectively subject to the allocation, revenue allocation to TODS. The demand charges were proportionally increased to reflect the revenue that was allocated to the class.
Okay. And can you explain why the peak and intermediate demand charges decreased, but the base demand charge increased?
Okay, the base demand charge, okay, are we looking at TODS? Because the TODS is 325, make sure we're looking at the same thing.
Yes.
Okay, the base demand charge was as filed in the case. Okay.
Okay.
The other two charges were adjusted to reflect the proportionate movement of energy-related costs to the demand charge. Therefore, the energy charge was set at 2932, and the other two charges were proportionally adjusted to produce the overall revenue allocated to the class.
Okay.
But the 325, the base was as filed.
At 376.
325 is what I show.
I'm sorry. You showed 3.5 for the base demand period?
What I'm looking at is the stipulation says 5, TODS, base demand period, 325. I hope that's what everybody else is saying.
Yeah, Mr. Nguyen, for what it's worth, I believe that Mr. Seeley's correct on that. Were you looking at TOD secondary or another rate schedule?
TOD is secondary, it's PSC Electric number 13, original sheet number 20.
I'm looking, yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
That's correct.
That's, I'm sorry, I'm on LG&E's. You're right.
Okay, thank you.
My apologies for that. Can you provide the typical type of commercial customers that are on this rate class, Mr. Seeley?
Yes, a typical customer, this is a very large group of customers and it's very diverse. Therefore, there's several different types, but a typical customer would be a large office building would be on this rate. Another type of customers, many of the Walmarts served by KU are on this rate schedule, as well as large box stores like Office Depot would take service under this. It would be those types of customers, and they have a varying degree of load profiles. In other words, it's not a very homogeneous class compared to, say, TODP, which is much more industrial in nature than PODS.
Okay.
And they're typically, not exclusively, but typically these will be commercial customers as opposed to industrial customers. TODP will be predominantly production, but there will be very large office buildings under TODP, as well as some larger super Krogers, super Walmarts, that sort of thing.
Okay. So with respect to TODP, under the stipulation, can you explain why the entire increase was placed on the peak, intermediate, and base demand charges and none on the energy charge?
Yeah, that was a part of the settlement, and that's what the parties agreed to. And again, I think it represents a balance. It represents a view which there's some legitimacy to the view that the energy charge should represent more of a marginal cost perspective on the energy cost, and that view was advanced by a number of parties in the case. But ultimately, it's a balance for a balanced set of rates that reflect the views of the parties.
Okay. And with respect to the allocation of the revenue increase between the three demand charges, can you explain the rationale behind that allocation?
For KU, again, very similar to the TODS, we'll start with the base demand charge was as filed. Therefore, it reflected the cost directly derived from the company's cost of service study. Okay, the energy charge, as we just discussed, represents more of a marginal or variable cost perspective for the energy charge. The basic service charge was adjusted slightly, largely to produce the revenue requirement in the case at a fairly fine level. The primary, what I would call slack variable for calculating the revenue requirement was the peak and intermediate. For KU, they were proportional as filed. Therefore, the demand charges, the energy charge and the base demand charges were stipulated and set by those discussions. The peak and intermediate were adjusted to reflect the revenue requirement allocated to the class based upon the current relationship of those charges. This is for KU.
Okay.
And that's a convoluted explanation, but that's exactly how it was developed.
For rate RTS, retail transmission service, under the stipulation, can you explain why the entire increase was placed on the peak, intermediate, and base demand charges, and again, none to the energy charge?
I will refer to the previous answer to the question, but I will repeat it. The energy charge was established by negotiations and representing the views of the parties with respect to the variable costs that should be included in the level of the charge, proposing that the level of energy charge should not be increased. Therefore, it reflects the company's current energy charge for that, which is more representative of a variable cost approach. Again, the peak and the intermediate was adjusted to produce the overall increase for the class that was agreed to by the parties.
Okay.
So it was the same process that was used for TODP.
Okay. And can you provide the typical type of commercial customers that are served under this rate class?
Okay, there are no commercial customers served under this rate class. These are very large industrial customers served at transmission voltage.
Okay.
And they are more homogeneous in terms of their load. They tend to have higher load factors than a commercial customer class would have. But these would be very large customers. Not some of the largest on KU's system would be under this or TODP. Not the largest, but setting NAS aside, NAS is by far the largest.
And then for the rate FLS, for the primary FLS customers, can you explain how the revenue increase was allocated to the energy charge and peak, intermediate, and base demand charge?
The exception here is we left the energy charge as proposed rather than decreasing it. And that again reflected the views of the parties. And the the demand charges were essentially adjusted to reflect the overall increase for this class. And it maintained the current relationship between the charges. A slight adjustment was made to the basic service charge just to bring it in line with the overall increase.
Is it the same, I guess, type of philosophy that were applied to LG&E's, these similar rate classes that are on the LG&E system as well?
Generally, yes.
Okay. As a post-hearing data request, could you provide the billing analysis exhibits to the stipulation? I believe it's exhibits 2, 3, and 4 in Excel format.
Yes, I think we can provide that.
Okay. Okay, switching topics now.
Mr. Nguyen?
Yes.
How much, this might be a good time to take a break.
Sure.
Before we switch topics.
Sure.
Let's, we've been going for about an hour and 35 minutes. We'll be in recess until 11 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, we are, I think, back on the record. Mr. Crosby, can you hear me?
I can, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
In the, during the break, adjustments may have been made, which would allow me to unmute, and Mr. Nguyen as well. So I don't know if it'll work, but so bear with us. And if you see me waving my arms or something, and Mr. Nguyen, you know, we're just praying for help here. So with that understanding, is Mr. Seeley, are you ready to?
I am, I'm ready
ready to
to
go?
continue.
Right, Mr. Nguyen, you may conclude or continue your cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Seeley, just want to ask you now about the company's net metering proposal, the NMS2 tariff. Just going to ask you a few questions on some basics on the NMS2 tariff proposal. First is, are customers that have PV and behind-the-meter storage permitted to take service under NMS2?
Could you, I missed the very first part. I'm having a little trouble hearing you, Mr. Nguyen.
Let me bring my microphone a little bit closer. Can you hear me okay now?
I can hear you better, yes.
Okay, great. So the question is, are customers that have PV and behind-the-meter storage permitted to take service under the company's proposed NMS2 tariff?
I think we looked at that, and Mr. Conroy would be better, but it's my understanding that they can.
Did you say that they can?
Can, yes.
Okay.
Positive. But I would suggest you pose that question to Mr. Conroy, but I believe that's what we concluded is that there's no prohibition against storage, for example. And I think the same is true with EV. I think a customer could have EV and still be on that rate.
Okay.
I don't think it specifically addresses it one way or the other.
Okay.
But again, I would pose that again to Mr. Conroy.
Okay, that was my next question, whether customers with PV and EVs are permitted to take service under NMS2. And I will confirm that with Mr. Conroy that they would be.
I think they are, or they can.
Okay. Are customers that take service under NMS2 also permitted to make energy efficiency investments?
Of course.
Okay. No need to confirm that with Mr. Conroy?
I don't believe so, but why don't we go ahead just for completeness, because he's the witness for the tariff language. I'm more the numbers guy.
Okay.
So, but for the tariff language, I think he's a better person, but it's my understanding that that's probably accurate. He can confirm.
Okay, I'll do that. Can you refer now to your direct testimony, beginning at the bottom of page 104 and into the top of page 105?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, at the bottom of the page 104, the question is posed, how were production fixed costs allocated in the company's cost of service studies?
Yes.
Okay, and then your answer was at the beginning of the next page, 105, and I'll quote, KU LG&E's production fixed costs were allocated using the loss of load probability methodology?
Yes.
Okay. And let me find where the and you state that the loss of load probability represents the probability that a utility system's total demand will exceed its generation capacity during a given hour. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it true that resources that generate during hours with higher LOLP help meet the system total demand during those hours?
From a LOLP perspective, yes.
Okay. Is it true, therefore, that resources that generate during hours with higher LOLP help reduce the probability of system demand exceeding capacity?
They can,
Okay.
or they cannot, but yes.
You're saying that they can, correct?
They can, it depends on the type of resource. If, for example, solar may or may not be on depending on the availability of sunlight. That's an example of a resource that, or even a load, if you want to look at loads, that may or may not be on.
Sure, but my question is it true that resources that generate during hours with higher LOLP help reduce the probability of system demand exceeding capacity?
It depends. It depends on the level of the load. And the LOLP tends to be, it tends to be centered around the highest load, but a resource could be on some days and not on other days if it's an intermittent resource.
Right, but if that intermittent resource is generating during that hour with a higher LOLP, would that then reduce the probability of system demand exceeding capacity?
If it's generating at that time, it would.
Correct, okay. Does lowering the LOLP for a given hour or set of hours reduce the fixed production costs allocated to that hour?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to switch now to talk about energy efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
I take it that you're familiar with the concept of energy efficiency?
Efficiency with an E, yes.
Correct. Is it fair to say that energy efficiency measures are purchased or implemented to meet a customer's own energy needs?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Would you consider energy efficiency measures to be a dispatchable resource?
Energy efficiency depends on, energy efficiency is a broad range of categories. If you include direct load control in with energy efficiency, it would be dispatchable. If other examples that's been pursued in other jurisdictions is control of specific devices behind the customer's meter. That would fall under the broad rubric of energy efficiency. It could be called direct control, demand control, but often they're categorized in that broad grouping.
But outside of load control programs, would you say that a typical energy efficiency measure would not be a dispatchable resource?
It has traditionally not been, but I think in the future you'll see more of that.
Okay.
But traditionally, I agree with it.
Okay. Can the energy reductions from energy efficiency vary through the day? Let me state it this way. Do different EE measures provide different time varying values?
It can, yes.
Okay.
And it depends on the situation. For example, most of them probably will, but example would be a refrigerator that will cycle throughout. It'll cycle more through the day, but there will be some cycling during the night. If you improve the energy efficiency of refrigeration, then there will still be a time element to it, as well as heating and cooling. But like heating occurs early morning, late at night, and therefore heating improvements will occur late at night more so and early in the morning. Air conditioning typically occurs for a residential customer. They will peak between 5 and 8 o'clock at night, and you will see residential improvements in that efficiency occur between 5 and 8, 9 o'clock at night.
Okay.
For residential customers. So it depends on the type of customer. It depends on the type of facility.
Okay.
And those are simple examples. There's far more complex examples that I've worked with over the years.
Okay. Would you consider EE to be a conventional capacity resource?
A conventional capacity resource? No. Other than direct load control is a conventional capacity resource, but energy efficiency, not typically.
Okay. Can you refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 43?
I'm there.
Okay, there's a graph that you provide that depicts an equivalent relationship for renewable energy and traditional generation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be accurate to say that this equivalency relationship would theoretically allow for a 100% renewable resource portfolio?
Yes, I believe it could.
Okay.
Let me back up. I think it depends. It could theoretically provide for that.
Right.
I think practically, I don't want to overstate it, but practically it depends on the region of the country. It depends on the type of loads that are served. And if you have a residential commercial base, I think it is theoretically much more likely. An example of that would be California has a lot of commercial load, not a lot of large industrial load. So large industrial load would put a strain on the right-hand side using solar and wind and long-term and short-term energy storage. And it could perhaps theoretically provide that, but most experts in this area will view that as probably not practicable.
Okay.
For it to be fully, I think you can make large strides in that direction with these free technologies, but going all the way, part of the problem is the long-term storage that is needed. Currently, there's not a lot of availability of technologies to provide like many days of like cold weather and snow, for example, to keep the system going. At this stage, the short-term energy storage like battery, there's no way it can do it because it's like a duration of 4 hours. Long-term storage, there's technologies available, some like redux flow batteries that extend it to maybe 8 hours, and there's some that could extend it for days. But what if you require weeks? And then you probably, it depends on the region again. If you have more commercial load, you may be able to do it. But, I think it would even strain, reality to believe that it can fully do it. But I think large strides can be made in that direction.
Okay. So I guess in terms of if there were no constraints on long-term energy storage technology development, that the theoretically under your graphic here, that there could be that it would allow for a 100% renewable resource portfolio.
Yeah, the only caveat I give to that is serving large industrial loads. Synchronous condensers could help with the stability of the energy or the voltage that's supplied to the market, but a lot of experts in the field believe that you need a large inertial force in order to supply industrial loads. So that's my only caveat, is whether synchronous condensers will be adequate to provide the voltage support and short circuit strength to the grid. But, if you have commercial load, residential load, I think it's much more likely that this model will work than in an area such as Kentucky that has large industrial loads.
Okay. Can you refer to your rebuttal testimony, going back to page 28 now?
I'm on 28.
Okay. Let me get there myself. And it's your testimony here that assigning a financial capacity value for rooftop solar based on capacity costs would be inappropriate. Is that correct?
Yes. And I think there's other reasons that are described in this paragraph. One of them I alluded to earlier was currently there's not even a need for capacity. Therefore, even theoretically from a marginal cost perspective, currently only energy should be provided because there's a sufficiency of capacity. But even setting that issue aside, the intermittency and the non-firmness of the capacity, and looking at the Commission's prior pronouncements of that, they do not provide firm capacity in any reasonable manner. Therefore, that would be my position.
Okay. Well, I want to discuss where you state solar plus storage.
Right.
And whether you're aware of any residential solar plus storage facilities that have cleared an ISO 4 capacity market.
Residential capacity market, I'm not aware of any rooftop solars that participate. There's movement, none in this region. I'm very familiar with PJM and MISO. And PSM is exploring the possibility of maybe allowing that, but currently they only do that with solar farms. And MISO doesn't even allow solar farms at this point. Now, in Texas, they do allow energy participants in that, but that's a purely energy market. So it's, and obviously they ran into some problems with their model in Texas, and they have in California as well. But the ones I'm familiar with, PJM and MISO, MISO doesn't allow any solar at this point, and PJM does, but only for large scale units or large scale facilities. It's something they could be exploring in the future. I believe they will be, but currently they're not.
Are you familiar with the New England ISO?
No, we do not work in that area.
Okay.
We actively participate in MISO, and I'm most familiar with MISO.
Okay, so you're not familiar with a facility called Sunrun, and it's aggregated 20 megawatts of residential solar plus storage that has cleared the ISO New England forward capacity market.
Yeah, I knew that aggregation, and that's what I was alluding to earlier, is available in some of these independent system operators, but it's not at this point in either PJM or MISO.
Okay. But it could be, I guess, possible if that ISO RTO allows it. So to the extent that a facility or project has cleared a capacity market in one of the ISO, such as Sunrun's aggregated 20 megawatts plus storage, would this be an example of a legally enforceable capacity that will be supplied in a wholesale market by residential solar plus storage facilities?
In my view, it's not, because there's no guarantee that the capacity will be supplied. It's intermittent. And to put a little finer point to that, take the winter. They do not provide any capacity during the winter peaks of, cannot in KU service territory, which is often a winter peaking utility. The sun isn't shining unless there is augmented by storage. There's no capacity that they can provide. So in my view, it's not legally enforceable. It's not firm because it's intermittent.
Even coupled with storage?
Coupled with storage is a different proposition.
Well, that's what
You know,
I'm sorry,
you know-
but I don't mean to talk over you, but the Sunrun facility or project that cleared ISO in England is 20 megawatts of residential solar plus storage.
Altogether different proposition. Managed solar changes the economics, it changes the availability of firm. Now, it's limited. You got to keep in mind that battery storage, the life or the number of hours you can typically get out of is only 4 hours. Therefore, you could run into problems in the winter with that. So it may not be firm and legally enforceable during the winter because you have a double hump on the peak, or you can. You have an evening peak and you have a morning peak. So may be possible, may not be.
Does it make a difference if the ISO has provisions for penalties for not coming online or performing after you've been awarded a capacity obligation?
I mean, I don't think it adds to the capacity, it adds to the financial analysis of it. But, you know, if the capacity is not there, it's not there. You can't serve your load with it if it doesn't show up.
Okay.
But again, I think solar adds a different element to it altogether than just solar plus PV plus storage is a altogether different proposition than just solar by itself.
So I guess going back to my question, would you consider a solar facility, an aggregated solar facility, plus storage that has cleared an ISO forward capacity market, would that be an example of a legally enforceable capacity?
Within constraints, yes. The constraints of, you know, it depends on the weather, but, you know, the legally enforceable, you would have the capacity when the capacity's there, and I guess that would be legally enforceable, but it would still be limited compared to, say, a large frame unit that could operate 8760.
Okay. If you know, and maybe Mr. Conroy would, does LG&E and KU offer tariff that were specifically designed to incent beneficial behavior from residential customer, that solar plus storage?
Yes, I believe they do. And they offer for residential customers, they offer 2 tariffs. A time of day tariff that is energy based and a time of day demand tariff. Both of those would incent a customer to get off of the distribution and peak. Those tariffs are designed so that they're time differentiated to provide a signal for customers to get off the peak. The company also is introducing, in this case, has introduced a general service time of day rate that does the same thing for them. It's not as necessary for the large industrial classes because they have time differentiated demand charges already. So, that doesn't pose a problem at all with the large industrial customers. But we do have those optional rates that would incent off-peak usage and beneficial use of storage to avoid their maximum demands during the peak periods.
Okay. Can you refer to your rebuttal at page 40? And
Almost there? Okay.
it will be, I believe, at lines 13 through 15. And you state, I'll quote, addressing, the sentence beginning with addressing
Yes.
problems with integrating large amounts of distributed generation on the distribution system would require the implementation of distributed energy resource management systems. Could you identify the utilities in the U.S. with operational distributed energy resource management systems, if you know?
I have not performed that survey. I know it's being actively explored by many, many utilities, and there may be some utilities implementing it in California, but I have not compiled a list like that.
Okay, so you don't know if KU LG&E's parent company, PPL, would have?
I think they're further along in this regard, but I can't answer the question.
Okay. Can you turn to page 67 of your rebuttal?
You did say 67
Yes, sir.
on there.
Are you there?
I am.
Okay. So you developed a class cost of service study that includes the separate classes for net metering customers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just want to understand what you mean by class cost of service study. In this class cost of service study, you created a separate class for net metering, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did the company separately conduct load research on this net metering class that yields an 8,760-hour load profile representative of its current net metering customers?
They have load data for those. Now, the class itself is frankly too small to actually prepare a valid sample. But the company has AMR data, AMI data for customers on this. Now, for KU, we performed a statistical analysis to determine that it meets the purpose standard, which is the standard that all the other class load research models or load research activities achieve. That was required many years ago, and the company has maintained that for regular classes. But in any event, for KU, we found that it was statistically valid.
Okay.
Based on two measures. The LG&E, it was not for a couple of months. And one thing about LG&E, the types of net metering customers on LG&E are somewhat different than they are on KU. They tend to be larger on KU. They're, we know of many of them that, like large residential horse farms, very wealthy people having large arrays that are on LG&E.
Can I ask you to reference KU's response to the Kentucky Solar Industry Association's initial request for information?
Yes, I will.
Item
It'll
10.
take me a second to get there, but
Sure.
I will.
And we can bring that up too if that would be quicker.
I should be able to find it. I have all of these. They
Okay.
put together a nice little binder. Okay, number 1 or number 2? Data request
The
number
first
1?
one, the first set,
Oh, okay, right. Okay, question?
10.
Okay, I am there.
Okay, so the question asks, does KU have an 8,760 hour load profile representative of its current net metering customers?
Mm-hmm.
If yes, provide the profile. If no, explain why not. And can you state the company's response to this question?
The companies have interval data for only approximately 100 net metering customers and have assumed that more data would be needed, more data would be needed to provide a representative sample given the diversity in consumption and distributed generation facilities for net metering customers overall.
Okay, so the answer was no, correct?
The answer at that time was no, because we hadn't performed a statistical analysis to see if it was valid. We, subsequent to this, and also subsequent to the criticism that made by the interveners that we hadn't done a cost of service study. And in response to that, we performed the statistical analysis and found that for KU, it was statistically valid based upon the net metering customers we had. And for LG&E, it was not statistically valid for a couple months of the year.
Okay.
And the statistical analysis has to do with the variability of the load. That's a standard. You do a t-test or a Wilcoxon test in order to determine the sample validity.
Okay, those are all the questions I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Chandler, questions?
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Seeley.
Good morning.
So the first question I have, and I think it's an assertion that you make in the, you've made it before in a couple of, in previous cases, and you make it in this one in your direct testimony, that LOLP, or the loss of low probability, is, and I'm paraphrasing here, but it's how you plan the system?
Yeah, it's one of the measures that the planning department uses. They look at loss of load probability. They also look at reserve margins during the winter and the peak. And that's why the 6CP in my rebuttal testimony, I think the 6CP is an acceptable approach because it looks at a planning metric that is utilized by the companies in their planning process. So the companies actually look at both.
So I guess my question is, if you look at just a 6CP or just an LOLP in isolation, then why is the default resource not always going to be a CT?
For a number of reasons in today's environment, because in today's environment, I see the CTs less likely resource to be deployed. I think the industry in general is moving toward more of a renewable outlook, and a CT doesn't address the renewable outlook. So a CT, I think, in the future will not be necessary. It has been in the past. It's been the default marginal unit, but I don't think it will be in the future. I think the planning is going to become more complex as we integrate more renewables in the future.
No, I certainly agree. I guess what I'm curious is how would a unit like Trimble County 2, which is about 10 years old, ever get built if you only looked at the cheapest install capacity to meet load?
It was at the time, you see, you've got to go back a number of years because during the planning horizon when, like, did you say Mill Creek 2?
Trimble 2.
Oh, Trimble 2. Trimble 2 is a little different, but most of the baseload units were planned to meet peak demand. And they also were planned to replace some aging units at the time. I'm more familiar during that era with LG&E, but during that era with low cost coal, high generation costs of CTs, because gas prices were like $9, $10. In the last 10 years, gas prices have been low. They haven't always been that low in comparison to coal. So going back a number of years, including the era when Trimble County 2 was built, gas prices were high. So it pushed, because I worked with a number of utilities in the planning process, in the 2001 timeframe, gas prices were like $10 an MCF. Okay. At that point, even to meet peak load, coal looked a lot better than it does today. So if you go back the last 10 years, it's a little different perspective than it was when Trimble County 2 was planned. So completely different environment.
I'm just curious about one of your statements. Aren't all generating units, are all dispatchable units built to meet peak load?
Yeah, including coal-fired units back when they were planned.
Okay.
They were built and installed to meet peak demand during that era.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is base, intermediate, peak units, the purpose of them is to have your entire system available to meet those peak loads, right?
Okay, the base, intermediate, and peak is, in terms of the planning of LG&E, is sort of an idealized case that never took place. Okay, at the time, until the 1990s, 90% of the company's facilities were coal. And base, intermediate, peak didn't mean a lot back in those days. And a lot of times, even a base load unit was installed to meet additions to the peak demand. And how that process worked is you had a newer, more efficient unit, and the older units were relegated to a peaking unit. So what has changed over the years is the cost of gas is much, much, much lower than it was back when baseload units were installed to meet peak demand.
So can I ask, is it fair to say that system utilization is not necessarily perfectly aligned with system planning?
System planning is largely driven by the need for peak generation, because that's where you have the deficiency. So the utilization is not necessarily aligned with how you plan the system.
Okay. Can we talk about the tariff or rate OSL for a second? You know which rate that is?
Did you say? I couldn't hear you, Mr. Chan.
OSL.
Outdoor sports lighting. Okay.
That's right. It's not. So it's limited to 20 meters or 20. I think it's 20 meters, whatever the term is, but it's 20 participants per company. Is that right?
That's, I believe, correct. Yes. Okay.
And it has a fairly good return per the company's cost of service studies, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it actually has one of the highest returns.
It has the highest return. Yes.
Highest return. Thank you. So why I can appreciate the limit or the need for a limit when it was just created out of thin air a few years ago. Is there a cost justification or operational justification for continuing the 20 participant limit? Besides the fact that just it hasn't had very many participants to date?
I think it's the second comment that you made. There was no large motivation to expand it with the limited interest in it. And a question came up yesterday. I think this was asked Ms. Saunders. I have talked to some of the account executives. They do indeed bring this to the attention of municipal customers with sports lighting fields. They, for whatever reason, there hasn't been a big interest in it, but I think that was, there was no motivation to increase the limit because there hasn't been a lot of interest in it. And, I'm a little puzzled why there isn't more interest under this rate, other than they may operate their fields in a way that they are on the peak. That, the different fields are operated different ways, and they may not want to modify their operation of their fields and their lights to conform with the company's peak period. So I'm a little perplexed that there hasn't been more interest.
Yeah, and I guess that's my other question. I will ask the chairman to bring back, I think, Mr. Beller towards the end of this, or at the end of the company's case, because I sort of like to get some sort of commitment around. It seems apparent to me from the cost of service studies that all customers could get a significant benefit if that tariff increases the tariffs are utilized more, right? Given the significant return, even if that return was halved, but the number of participants increased, that's still a significant benefit to other customers, right?
Yeah, the only caveat I would give to that, there's probably not that many standalone ball fields that would, I think it is a benefit. I think it's a good rate. I think it's, I favor this type of rate design in general. But, realistically, how many customers are out there? I think it's somewhat limited.
But it's almost a chicken and egg situation. I hate to use that because I'm going to use it in a second in the question, but it's a chicken and egg situation because if folks don't know it exists and then they set up their fields and they add a concession stand, they concurrently meter, they use a single meter for a concession stand or restroom along with the field, then it takes away the availability of the rate, right?
Right.
Yeah.
The concession stand is probably a problem for some of them.
Yeah.
Probably the larger fields are on a separately metered, higher voltage lights. So a concession stand, I could see people there working during the peak hours,
Yeah.
not want to modify their behavior in order to take advantage of the rate. That could be an issue, is concession stands.
So I'd also like to ask, have you had any conversations with the companies about seasonal rates? And I ask that in the context of I think there's quite a bit of testimony in this case about how EV charging can provide a significant benefit, particularly if the charging is done outside of peaks and increases and this is oversimplification, but increases the utilization factor of the whole system, right? That if you can get people to charge in off-peak times, then you can spread out the fixed cost of operating the system over additional usage. Have you had any conversations with the company about looking at seasonal rates for certain activities that may not take place during peak periods, but which can provide a system benefit if loads can be moved to those off-peak times?
Over the years, yes, I have. One of the issues is KU has a different load profile than LG&E, and I will mention years ago, before the two utilities were merged, LG&E did have seasonal rates, and the merger changed it and made the load much more balanced. And now there's a winter peak and a summer peak that the companies must diligently plan for. So I think the situation changed because from a generation perspective, the situation changed during the merger. And over the years, because of the two seasonal peaks that the company must plan for, a determination was made to just have non-seasonal rates because of that.
So I can appreciate that the shoulder months, and you know what I mean by shoulder months, right, Mr. Seeley?
I do.
Okay. I always hate to use something to determine somebody, we have a difference of understanding. So the shoulder months, if you have two peaks, a winter and a summer peak, the shoulder months are generally when utilities take certain generators offline in order to perform maintenance, right?
Mhm.
That's your experience?
Yes.
And does that create a problem where if you're
It
trying
can.
to move load into the shoulder, you can actually cause peaks in the shoulder if you're going to have generation offline?
Yes, that has been an issue as well that we've discussed. That is particularly, it's probably maybe less problematic the more CTs you have, but certainly with large, and I've had this discussion with many other companies as well, that even companies with nuclear facilities that they take offline during the shoulder months can create problems as well, and that's why they don't introduce seasonal rates, particularly for the shoulder. Another consideration that comes up is the volatility of the bills. While I think it sends a good signal to customers, but it also impacts customers, because what happens is that they see, especially those that aren't on equalized billing, and particularly like commercial, industrial, small general service customers, they will see these very high, large bills if you recover more of the cost during the winter and during the summer. They'll and a third issue that's discussed, I discussed with a lot of utilities, is another consideration that has to be taken into or another item that needs to be considered in that regard is the volatility on their financial operation and its impact on cash working capital. Because what happens with seasonal rates in utilities that have it, they have to engage in a lot more short-term borrowing in the shoulder months in order to which adds to the cost. Therefore, that's just another element that has to be considered in that.
Do mechanisms like the company's fuel adjustment clause at least attempt to address some of those concerns?
Not entirely, because the fuel is a smaller component of the overall rate than the production and distribution piece. And if you put the production fixed cost component in the rate during the winter, it creates a lot more seasonality in the revenue. So
yeah. And I guess I'm asking specifically about targeted seasonal rates, right? For specific processes.
Oh, okay, right.
Rather than the system as a whole.
Yeah, I've seen, and I have utility clients all over the country, and the example that comes to mind with that are grain dryers. It can be right. Seasonal in nature, and a lot of them will operate during the summer peak when they could potentially operate a little later. There's a few other examples of that, like asphalt plants that I've seen over the years, but grain dryers probably come to mind as a potential, but it's somewhat limited. The applications that I've the customer-driven applications where customers are seeking this. Grain dryer. Another one could be irrigation, in which LG&E or KU and LG&E, compared to other customers like in Indiana and other states, they don't have nearly the concentration of grain dryers and irrigation that they do in other states. So it's a bigger issue probably in the more Midwestern states than it is in Kentucky.
Yeah, no. I'm specifically thinking about grain dryers and irrigation. So, because anecdotally, you can read that if you bring in grain earlier, it may be wet, but if you can dry it, you can actually get higher yields than to wait for it to dry in the field. And so that they're sort of it's a catch-22, right? Because you're going to drive a lot more costs. And I'm just curious if everybody can benefit by people waiting longer, moving that load to the seasonal rate, and it'd be a win-win, right, for the companies, for the customers, the non-participating customers, and those individuals. I was just curious if you've had conversations with the companies about things like that, the targeted
Yeah,
seasonal.
I mean, I don't think LG&E and KU have a relative large amount of this compared to a lot of the other utilities I worked with. The rural electric cooperatives in the country will see a lot more of that than, say, an investor-owned utility that more concentrated in urban areas. KU has some of that, but nothing like East Kentucky Power Cooperative would have, which serves in more of the rural areas.
Or Big Rivers. Thank you.
And that's where I've seen it come up, is working with rural electric cooperatives around the country.
Okay. So what is the concern then, going back to OSL for a minute, is it worth having a cap on participation since it can only benefit the companies?
Other than the administration of it, I can't think of a lot.
Okay.
You know, it adds to the administration cost because you have a different rate. But I don't think that's what drove it. I think more what drove it is that there's not a groundswell of interest in the rate. And
Well, then I assume the companies didn't know what the rate impact necessarily would be when it was created. Is that fair?
that is absolutely fair. And it was also, I developed the rate in a rate case in a settlement stipulation. So that's when it came, I can't remember who the party was, but there was a party requesting that we develop it as a part of a stipulation. We didn't have good cost data. We didn't have good load data on it. So it was based upon other rates. And that's a part of the problem why it has such a high rate of return and needed to be adjusted, is it was developed based upon some assumptions we made at the time.
Yeah, I think it was a public comment. Yeah.
I can't remember maybe the AG's office, I can't remember who proposed it. May have been you. So
it may have been. So the FLS, I don't want to make Mr. Crosby laugh. Under FLS there, you were talking about that earlier with Mr. Nguyen, right?
yes.
So what's the cost justification, looking at particularly the company's loss of load probability? What's the cost justification for the below system average increase for FLS?
That was a part of a stipulation that was discussed by all the parties. This happens to be the largest customer on the system. It's among the highest energy intensive customers on the system as well. I can't say it's the highest, but it's close to it. Energy is extremely important for attracting large manufacturing customers. I was involved in a lot of the negotiation when these customers, years ago, when I was an employee of LG&E, when the steel mills were coming to Kentucky, and energy was a very critical element to bringing those utility or those manufacturers in those jobs to Kentucky. So it was a critical element. But again, the settlement represents a balanced approach in my view, and I think it's a reasonable resolution by the parties in this case. So I feel that it falls within that zone of reasonableness, if you will.
No, I appreciate that the reason is that it was settled upon. I get the reason why it is below. I'm asking from a cost of service perspective, what's the cost justification? And I specifically ask because there is a significant difference between the returns of an LOLP. Certainly what you pointed out in your rebuttal testimony, a difference in the probability of dispatch return as compared to the 6 CP returns, right? And the 6 CP returns, I think, return either at or above system average returns. The loss of load probability and the probability of dispatch are significantly lower. And Mr. Barron, on behalf of KIUC and the AG's office, discusses what he believes to be maybe a shortcoming or that the LOLP doesn't necessarily appropriately factor in that load reduction, that unique load reduction portion of the FLF tariff. Is that fair?
Yeah, that is fair because the loss of load probability looks at a lot more hours. The 6CP looks at the peak. And both of them are important planning criteria. I think both of them are informative, but, and you correctly stated that this FLS is much higher under the 6CP approach than it is the LOLP approach.
And what I wanted to ask about was that distinction. Is it because the 6CP approach looks exclusively at the load demand and the LOLP looks at the interaction between load and the probability of demand not meeting load? Is it that inclusion of the company's capacity that makes the difference? I'm going to state it a little differently. The load drives the LOLP relative to the resources. Therefore, both of them are driven by the load. But the resources in the loss of load probability based upon those resources and based upon the modeling is driven by the load. And what the loss of load probability approach spreads more hours. There's more hours of which the peak is taken into consideration. But the primary variable that goes into the loss of load probability is still the load. But it's based upon the set of resources. The only caveat to what I said are the loss of load probability can be affected by season as well. And because planned outages would come into play. So to that extent, it will. But, you know, like the loss of load probability will look different relative to the generation mix in the winter than it does in the summer. But for the most part, the summer looks the same. And the shoulders will look different because you may have scheduled outages in the spring, in the fall. So, but the primary driver is still load, and I think the primary effect is that there are more hours in the winter and the summer peaks. Okay. Yeah. So you model CSR and the LOLP, right?
Yes. Well,
okay.
We modeled it in the cost of service study, and in the cost of service study we did, but I think it's treated as a resource in the loss of load probability. Yes.
That was going to be my question is so you have supply side resources and loss of load probability, right?
Right.
You don't include any economic purchases, right? You don't look at transmission constraint for economic purchases during the loss of load probability. Do you look at the sharing? I'm going to forget the exact reference here, but that sharing agreement with TVA that was referenced in discussion on FLS yesterday?
I don't think it would. I'm going to have to say that I'll have to verify the answers I give because I got assistance from the company on this. But but to answer the question, I don't think that would affect it. I don't think the intertie capacity would affect it. It's basically a resource model of the generation. Okay. So I don't think it's not that fine of a tool that looks at transmission constraints, and it's a generation resource model.
But CSR is looked at as a generation.
I'm going to answer yes, subject to check, and we can verify that.
Let me write it down for myself here. And the reason I ask is, I don't know if you heard yesterday, I asked Mr. Sinclair, he confirmed one of the data request responses that CSR hasn't been called on in 5 years. Is that your memory of that question?
I think that's what I heard.
So is it fair to say that at this point, given the way the
well,
system...
Let me back up. It hasn't been called on as their buy-through provisions. It's been called on, but to clarify what I heard yesterday, it was called upon and there was adequacy in the market to supply. And I don't think the situation has occurred where there hasn't been adequacy in the market to supply the load. So I don't think a real interruption. And that FLS, I can't, that was unclear to me what I heard over the last 5 years on FLS, the interruptible provision service for them. It may have been because I think it operates a little differently, but I think that it has been called, but on a buy-through basis, not a real basis.
I'll restate my question. That was my fault. I think FLS has, and that's what we talked about with Mr. Blair. My question was, it's your understanding that FLS has not been, or that CSR has not, those customers have not been physically curtailed pursuant to that tariff for the last 5
I think that's what I heard. FLS may be an exception to that. And again, Mr. Sinclair knows much more about that than I do.
So given the way the system is set up, how everything is going with the system, your understanding of the forced outages that the system has, historically or the last few years, the current amount of reserves, capacity, and the current load shape of customers over the past few years, particularly as it relates to weather, having not called on to physically curtail any of the CSRs, right, and having the reserve margin that does, how would you describe the actual probability of a loss of load for LG&E and KU system?
I would describe it as relatively low. And as I discussed earlier with Mr. Nguyen, the adequacy of capacity, there's a capacity need because of the retirements of the 3 units that will take place in 2008. But right now, there's a sufficiency of capacity, whereas if you go back 10 years, there wasn't. So this is things change over time because of various factors and changes in load, customers leaving the system. All of that affects the availability of capacity. And right now there's sufficient capacity to meet the needs, and there will be as planned until 2028.
Right. What happens in a loss of load? Well, let me ask you this way. Is a loss of load, and this is my last question on this line, and Chairman, it may be good after these questions to take a lunch break, but what happens in a loss of load when you're using, let me take a step back. I want to be as accurate as possible. When you're using the loss of load probability as you do in allocating or allocating, I may be the right word, allocating production costs and an embedded cost of service study, is there a chance that 0 hours will have a probability of a loss of load?
I don't think I understand the question.
0 hours will show any probability of a loss of load. Out of 8,760 come out as 0.
No, I don't. I mean, it could be, but you'd have to have a lot more generation than the company has. But most hours, however small, there was loss of load probability. There was still a small loss of load probability. And during like off peaks in the middle of the night, there's a very small probability. So for all hours to come out to 0, I don't think that would be possible with any realistic generation mix.
That's not been your example in completing them or your example in reviewing someone else's cost of service study. That you've had an outcome with 8,760 hours coming out to a 0 probability.
I haven't seen that.
Okay. All right. I think I've got a couple more questions for Mr. Seeley, but I think it may be best to wait after lunch, Chairman.
All right, we'll be in lunch recess until 1 o'clock. Record, Mr. Crosby, Mr. Seeley, are you ready to continue?
We are, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chandler, you're ready to resume your cross-examination, Mr. Seeley?
Yeah, just a couple more questions for Mr. Seeley. I said good morning and so good afternoon, Mr. Seeley.
Good afternoon.
Can I ask you to look at, and I'm happy to bring it up if it's helpful, and it may just be helpful, so I'll just go ahead and do it because I need to look at something else too. I'm going to bring up the LG&E response. You're the witness. LG&E response to staff 2-116. Let me share my screen here. Do you see the response on the screen?
Yes.
All right, I'll zoom in for you as well. You see that it asks for, I think, a similar table that you provided in your direct testimony, but for the 5 most recent base rate cases.
Right.
Okay, and so I just want to. So this is this case, right? The LG&E case, for instance. It has the percentage of total costs that in the cost of service study that are considered customer related, demand related, and energy related. Is that for functionalization purposes?
Technically, it's called classification purposes, but yes.
Classification. Thank you. Sorry, it's classification, functionalization, allocation, right?
Right. And this is
So-
classification, right?
So classified as customer demand and energy related. Okay.
That's correct.
And the energy related, in this case, you've classified in the cost of service study for LG&E that 27.08% of costs are energy related. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And we'll go on. So it walks through the 2018 rate case that 32.2% of those costs are energy related, correct?
Correct.
And the 2016 case, 36.5.
Correct.
2014 case, 43.37.
Correct.
And the 2012 case, 45.9%.
Correct.
So my question is, how have costs that are classified as energy halved almost in a 8-year period?
A part of that would be the operation of the combined cycle generating units. And keep in mind that fuel costs are in here. So I know over this period, there's been a lowering of the utilization of coal units and a raising of the utilization of the combined cycle generation units because of the low fuel cost of gas. So you got to keep in mind that fuel costs are included in this as well as operation and maintenance expenses. And I can't remember the installation of all the generating units. I think for the most part, the large frame and combined cycle units probably predated that. Therefore, that's not an impact, but that's an impact. It can have an effect in the cost of service study of your generation mix because of the various degrees of energy related versus demand related cost of the generating units. CTs have relatively less. Combined cycle has relatively less than coal-fired units. So that could be a factor, but I think it's probably more likely related to the gas cost, price of gas in the marketplace is impacting this and the greater utilization of combined cycle generation.
So if you were asked in a post-hearing data request to sort of explain, to look at, for instance, in isolation, the 2012 study and the 2020 study, just to compare them, and how costs were classified for energy as energy related, would you be able to do that? And explain?
Yeah, we can do that, and I can say now that the methodology would have been consistent over this period. So yes, we can do that and pull the cost down, obviously, because that's what the percentages were based upon, so we can get to the cost. Because that's how these percentages were generated. So, yeah, we can do that.
Okay. So earlier, I think Mr. Nguyen was asking you about the SQF tariff and avoided capacity costs. Do you remember those questions or that line
I
of
do.
So I'm going from memory here, so correct me if you think I'm wrong. SQF applies to QFs or qualifying facilities 100 kW and below. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then LQFs, large qualifying facilities are 100 K or above 100 kW
That's correct.
or KVA, whichever one the tariffs use. You were asked earlier about, avoided capacity costs or capacity benefits, or the contribution to capacity, I think is probably where the questions were going. The contribution to capacity that SQFs can provide. Do you remember that?
I remember.
And you were talking about different facilities that can provide a capacity benefit, right? You were talking about cogen. You were talking about biomass, right? In your experience, how many cogen or biomass facilities are 100 kW and smaller?
There's some biomass, not typically, and cogen, not typically. There are some, because there's small scale cogeneration sets that are out there. So they do exist. I don't think they exist on LG&E and KU's service territory, but they do exist. Obviously, there are smaller hydro facilities that would fall into that category too. And there could be different types of hydro facilities around the different technologies or different setups that are employed throughout the country for hydro. So those can be, they are often less than 100 kW. They could be a small river with hydro facilities. I know they've been developed in Kentucky.
Okay, that's very helpful. I want to talk about avoided costs for a minute. And I'll bring this up on my screen. I think, can you still see my screen?
I can see it. It's small.
Okay. How about now? Is it any bigger?
Not much, but I can read small things.
Let me. Well, I think I can. Let's see if I'm do something cute or not. Oh, I can make it bigger. Is that a little helpful?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a June 28, 1984 order in commission case number 8566. Do you see that?
Yeah, I remember this case well. I was involved in it. Anyway, go on.
Well, that was going to be my first question. Is you were involved in this case, correct?
Yeah, I worked for the company at the time. I don't think on this particular one, I was fairly young, but I testified in an earlier case, but I didn't testify in this one, but I attended the hearings on this.
Okay. And this is, basically the investigation of SPP or cogen, small power producers and cogen tariffs at sort of implementing PURPA, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And LG&E and KU, this is pre-merger, but both were a party to this case.
Correct.
Okay. So I'd like to, in the order, the June 28 order, just go down and talk about for a minute what this order says, sort of in the context of Mr. Nguyen's questions.
Okay.
And specifically the avoided capacity section.
Right.
And so you see the first sentence basically says that the commission in its order establishing this proceeding required each utility to submit proposed purchase rates, which would include a capacity and an energy component. And then it goes on to say projections for the capacity component were to be provided in 5-year increments for up to 30 years. And the utilities were to base their proposed payments on the potential savings, and in parentheses, avoided capacity costs, which would result from deferral, downsizing, or cancellation of power plants, or capacity purchases within the utility's planning horizon. Maximum flexibility was provided to the utilities to choose a method to reflect these savings. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then this next paragraph discusses the calculation of the capacity purchase rates, which the third thing that's going to talk about is going from avoided capacity cost to a purchase rate. So we'll get to it in a second. But that it consists of 3 steps. The first step is the one I want to talk about. It says that the first step is the determination of the conditions under which the electric utilities would be required to make a capacity payment to QS.
Right.
The commission is of the opinion that capacity payments are appropriate. This is just when they can be appropriate, are appropriate in most circumstances if the QF meets the reliability and dispatchability criteria which a utility would use for its own generation plant. Now that's sort of the dispatchability you were talking to Mr. Nguyen about earlier, right?
Yes.
It says it talks about it if it has a dispatchability, but then it goes on to say, and this is the part I want to talk to you about. There are unique conditions on a utility system which may obviate the necessity for capacity payments. If a utility demonstrates to the commission's satisfaction that it simultaneously faces insignificant load growth, excess capacity, minimum off-system sales, and is neither planning nor constructing capacity within its 10-year planning horizon, then the utility cannot avoid capacity-related costs at that time, so a capacity payment would not be justified.
Correct.
So, taking a step back, with the company's position, you would agree that there's an opportunity for significant off-system sales, particularly with this new scene paradigm, correct?
I'm not sure that there is. I don't know what available because there's a lot of as available power in the market. So I don't know what opportunity exists. I can't necessarily agree to that.
Is that your assumption that that's the benefit to the companies of SEAM, that they can buy and sell?
There's probably a benefit to it. I don't know what opportunity there is
All right, I'll ask that question then to Mr. Conroy. You would agree that well, let me ask this. Is the company's load growth insignificant?
The company's load growth, from what I've seen, is generally flat or declining.
Okay. How about does the company? Well, let me ask this: the company's reserve margin is within its target, right?
Yeah, it's above its target.
Okay. Well, the target range I think we heard yesterday was 17 to 25%.
Yeah, it's below the minimum of the target is what I meant.
Right. Sorry. Yeah. And then it says, and is neither planning nor constructing capacity within its 10-year planning horizon. So we heard from Mr. Beller, from Mr. God, we talked to a lot of people yesterday.
Sinclair, maybe.
Mr. Sinclair, thank you. That at this point, the expectation is with the planned retirements in 2024 and the 2 in 2028, that there will be a capacity need following those 2028 retirements. Was that your understanding?
Yeah, that's what I spoke to earlier. 7 years from now, yes.
Okay. So at least 1 or 2 of these is not present. Is that fair?
We have declining load growth or flat to declining load growth. The reserve margin is currently adequate. It's close to the 10-year range. It could be longer depending on the ultimate retirements of those units and non-attainment of environmental regulation. I would view from what I've heard that that's still perhaps fluid, but the current plan is 7 years from now. Now, the other critical point here is the dispatchability point. It presumed dispatchability. So, and I just wanted to bring that back up as well.
And I don't want to mince words, but it didn't say if it's not dispatchable, it can't get a capacity payment. It just says that the commission is of the opinion that capacity payments are appropriate in most circumstances when it is dispatchable.
Right. And let me reiterate a point that I made earlier, though, is, I think things have changed since this order, but the general principles haven't changed, but the availability of technologies have changed. And I alluded to this or mentioned this earlier, that the portfolio of most utilities, given the environmental regulations that they're likely to have during the next 10, 20 years, 7 years, is a greater reliance on renewables. And the point I want to make is that an increase of a renewable capacity or energy source like solar, what does that result in? If renewables are in the portfolio, then the avoided cost of solar would be a comparable apples and apples comparison solar. And what is the avoided cost of solar? Right now, you can get it every day of the week for 2.8 cents a kilowatt hour. And that's for 20 years. And that's 7 years down the road. Presumably that price would apply. So discounting it for 7 years would probably bring that value in range with the SQF that we have now. So there's not a need for capacity today, but there presumably is in 7 years. And a change in renewable capacity, say net metering or SQF today, wouldn't result in a change for 7 more years. And a change of solar now should be comparable to solar, not a CT, not a coal-fired unit, not a nuclear unit, but solar. Therefore, the avoided cost of solar, in my view, is solar. And what is the market price for that? 2.8 cents. You can see it any day of the week for 2.6 to 2.9 cents per kilowatt hour. And we don't even need it now. So if you discount that, we're back to an area about like SQF, if I'm making any sense.
This is where I was expecting to say it's a chicken and egg situation, because if you just wait till you have to, if you wait until you actually need the capacity, it's too late to get it from somewhere else to avoid the capacity need, right? If for energy efficiency purposes, right? If you wait the day or the year before you're going to need to build something to start going out and doing energy efficiency, you're not going to necessarily be in a position to where you're then avoiding that investment. Is that fair?
Well, let me make a comment. That's why the company is looking at preliminary RFP processes for that capacity. Therefore, they're planning for it now. And therefore, the change that you see today could result in a change in the need 5 years from now on avoided cost basis. But still, if you're comparing apples and apples, solar to solar, you're talking about probably in the range of 2.8 cents, not 9 cents.
But let's take a step back from just talking about solar, right? Because that's not the only, that the SQF applies to other resources, right?
Oh, it could, but solar is the predominant one right now.
And I'm not asking about solar. I'm asking about avoided capacity costs. I just want to make sure you're not saying it's too early for the company to have an avoided capacity cost.
I'm saying that it's not too early, but if you're looking at a contract term of 5 years, and that's all it is, there's no value to it.
That's fine. But again, I'm not going back to that very.
No, I'm not saying a change today, as long as it is long enough to impact your planning horizon. Let's say that you have a change that could be 20 years. Obviously, it could affect a change in cost 8 years down or 7 years down the road when you need that capacity. Okay, so the closer you are to the capacity need, the higher the value. The longer out, let's say that you have a need that's 20 years down the road. Okay, a change today is the marginal cost of, if you have a need 20 years down the road, is de minimis, okay, because it's so far down the road. The closer you get to the need to capacity, the higher the capacity value. Therefore, if it's like 2 years down the road, that's a higher capacity value. But what I'm saying is the change today won't impact anything until 7 years out. And the second point I'm making is a change in one technology should be viewed on an apples to apples basis to the price of the same technology. So the avoided cost of solar, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be solar in future portfolios. The avoided cost of solar is solar. And the current market price for that is 2.8 cents per kilowatt hour or so. Could be a little lower, but that's the current. You go out 7 years, discount that. Where are you? You're at SQF, roughly.
Right. So I appreciate it, but I think your responses are getting like, I don't know how to say this, very, very finite, like very particular. And I'm trying to have a high level discussion and question about avoided generation capacity generally, right? And start at a 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 foot view, right? And going back to, I was trying to go back to basics here and not, because we start this from the company's application where you all have very specific proposals, right? And I don't want to get stuck in the sort of the proverbial weeds and miss the bigger picture, right? And on this discussion. So that I just want to make sure I understand. So 10 years, right? The commission has said previously, defer, replace, or defer, downsize, or cancel is what you're looking at with avoided generation capacity costs. Is that fair?
That's still fair.
Okay. And it says that the commission here in this order says that you have to prove all of these things at the same time to prove that you don't have that you don't have to make a capacity payment. That's what it says, right? All those things simultaneously. Is that fair?
That's fair, but I think the issue is that you're looking at different technologies that have different availabilities and different uses. So if that qualification, I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, we'll stay technology neutral for a second. So, and then the last sentence.
Well, that's the point. I don't think you can be technology neutral because they have different delivery capabilities. Solar has a different delivery capability than a combined cycle unit, for example. The word I was looking for is cogeneration unit, which could operate at the same time. Therefore, the technology and the delivery of energy and capacity is extremely important for the consumer.
I'm just asking specifically about the definition, right, before it's applied to a technology or before it's calculated, that we can all be on the same page about what avoided generation capacity cost is. That's like I'm trying to when I say high level, I mean high level.
Yeah, I mean it's ultimately a change in cost. Or change in power that's delivered to the system? What change does it have in the cost? And I think on that we absolutely agree with. And that's embedded in your calculation. You defer that capacity, you avoid that capacity, you cancel that capacity.
That's right. And so would you agree then with this commission finding in the second to last sentence that the commission emphasizes that it would be contradictory for utilities to argue for zero avoided capacity costs while proceeding to plan for or construct generating facilities?
Well, I think elsewhere in this order, they talk about, the firmness of the power. All of this is premised upon dispatchability of the power, though.
So that's in, and that I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because that is when you look at the capacity purchase rate, right? The actual rate you're paying somebody, and I think that's what the regulations say. It can take into account the characteristics of the generation when determining the capacity payment. But again, this first step of the 3 steps is looking at the avoided capacity cost, only looking at the utility and its avoided capacity costs. Is that fair?
That's fair, but it depends on what the company's avoiding, So
sure. So if if the company then it has a 10-year horizon when they're planning to construct capacity, there is, and we can get into the details of it later, but there is, in your opinion, an avoided capacity cost. There's a benefit for avoiding, deferring, downsizing, or canceling some sort of future investment.
A discounted cost, yes.
Yeah, and discounted to the
Let
present.
me qualify that with one thing, and I think we're in sync there, but it can't be a 5-year contract that goes away before a 7-year need. So as long as the capacity is available to defer, to avoid, or cancel a generation in the horizon of the availability of the generation that's put onto the grid, then there's a capacity cost. If it's shorter than that, it's not. So that's the only caveat I have to it.
So, and we'll just quickly, before I get on to this, well, I guess it's actually avoided capacity cost. Are you aware of, in the company's last DSM or energy efficiency filing, in their last DSM energy efficiency plan, do you know what the company's avoided capacity cost was?
I can't remember, no.
Okay, would you be surprised if it was $0?
Not at all.
Okay, and that's because of, at that time, and I think this is in the testimony, there was no planned, there was only one planned retirement. That was, right. I think, the Zorn simple cycle, right? And no capacity additions over a long-term horizon. Is that fair?
Yeah. I think it was like 30 years. So there was.
Yeah, it was a long time before there was a capacity.
And things have changed because of Mill Creek 1, 2, and the Brown unit. There were potential retirements there.
And so, taking a step back again, just looking at avoided capacity costs and its calculation of DSM and energy efficiency, would you acknowledge there's likely, given the commission's standing and what you know about the company's current 10-year planning horizon, that the company's avoided capacity cost is now no longer zero?
After 7 years, I would say it's no longer zero. 7 years is, I think, the current plan is 7 years from now. So within the 10-year, within a 10-year window, obviously there would be some capacity additions.
Okay, and you've done in other proceedings, and I'm even thinking, even on the gas side, you've participated in DSM and energy efficiency proceedings in front of this commission and other commissions, right?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, and in calculating DSM and energy efficiency and the cost effectiveness of those programs, avoided generation capacity, at least on the electric side, is a input into that calculation, right?
That's correct.
And holding all things else equal or the same, increasing the avoided capacity cost in those cost benefit analysis, we'll call them that, right? Or cost effectiveness tests for energy efficiency and DSM, holding all things equal, increasing the avoided generation capacity costs makes those programs more cost effective. Is that right?
Yeah, depending on the technology, yeah.
And just on DSM and energy efficiency, right? If we're talking
energy efficiency is a little different than, say, direct load control, because energy efficiency tends to reduce the energy in a very small impact on the demand. So there's a big difference between, say, direct load control and energy efficiency. In this context, solar looks a lot more like energy efficiency, whereas some kind of like cogeneration set that could be called on at any time would look more like direct load control. So
yeah, and I should probably just say DSM, because DSM in Kentucky, I think the definition is really broad. Even FERC has said that our DSM definition incorporates energy efficiency, right? So the company had a capacity cost of zero, avoided generation capacity cost of zero, and just at a high level, looking at definitions and the change in the plans, they now have an avoided capacity cost that's at least higher than that zero. Is that fair?
that is fair, but I'm going to reiterate, you got to look at technologies.
No, quite a bit. I appreciate the caveats. So the last thing that I want to talk about on this is that it talks about the second step in the calculation of the. So going back, we were talking about the avoided capacity cost, looking only at the utility, right? And these are the three steps in determining the capacity purchase rate, turning an avoided capacity cost into a purchase rate that you would pay a QF. Okay. So the second step here says the second step is the selection of the proper methodology to reflect the utility's avoided capacity costs. The commission has given the utilities great leeway in their choices of methodologies to evaluate avoided capacity costs. The commission is aware that there is no universally accepted methodology because each utility has a different system generation mix and load configuration. The commission is of the opinion that if a method properly reflects the savings from changes in system planning conditions and is reproducible by other interested parties, then it is acceptable for current use. So it is the company's calculation, and again, I'm not talking about the SQF tariff or the LQF tariff or for a DSM and energy efficiency filing. But I just want to understand, is it your recollection and understanding that what LG&E and KU do in terms of calculating the methodology to reflect the utility's avoided capacity costs is properly, one, reflects the savings from changes in system planning conditions, and two, is reproducible by other interested parties?
Yeah, they would have been.
Okay. How about today?
Today, things are more complex. Okay. Back 20 years ago, 30 years ago, what you would look at is the change on the planning horizon of installing a coal-fired unit. That was when this order was written in the 80s. There was no CTs on the planning horizon. There were only coal-fired units. And the way we looked at it was the impact on the timing of those generation units. Okay.
Okay.
Next phase is the industry went to large frame combustion turbines, and that became the avoided cost. I would say today, large frames may be there. I think it's much more likely to involve renewables in the portfolio, and maybe renewables in combination with storage. Or it could involve maybe combustion turbine capacity. Or it could just involve a purchase power agreement that you don't know what the source comes from. But I think the situation today is a lot different in the 1980s when this was written, but the principles I think are correct. I don't think there's any difference in the principles that were established in this order. It's just that the technologies, we've gone through three different eras of technologies where like combined cycle units, large frame combustion turbines predominated in the second phase. It was coal-fired units. And now I'm suggesting to you that probably in any utilities portfolio would be a large amount of maybe solar capacity. And that is very low cost energy. And therefore it has to be considered as far as the avoided cost. And back to my point, most QFs for solar should be compared to the avoided cost of solar. It shouldn't be compared to a combustion turbine that may have been applicable 20 years ago. So I think we're in a different era nowadays. I think we're in a more renewable era than we used to.
PURPA was implemented in something like 1978. Right, past 1978, and the commission.
Jimmy Carter was president. Yes,
Jimmy Carter. He put the. It wasn't a lot, but he put the solar panels on the roof of the White House. Right. We have here a methodology that the commission was talking about in 1984. Right. This was implemented in 50 states, and those QF rates have been applicable to solar and renewable generation for more than 30 years. And those QF rates,
40 years. Yeah.
40 years.
Yeah.
So I guess I don't necessarily understand the congruency, if that's a word, of what you're saying ought to be done now if the QF is a solar or renewable facility, when PURPA was passed, the presumption was that in addition to cogen, a lot of the programs and facilities that would use these QF rates are renewable or intermittent or solar facilities.
Well, during when PURPA was introduced, solar was not economical. It was too high cost. And while there were more experimental solar panels out there, I mean, solar panels were introduced in the 1950s. So it's a technology that's been around a long time. But the manufacturing cost of solar has come down dramatically over the years. So therefore, most of what they were looking at when PURPA was introduced is biomass, hydro, and cogeneration facilities. So those were the technologies that were prevailing at that time. So solar was not a predominant technology like it is today. So I don't think the avoided cost principles have changed. I think the cost structures of the utilities have changed and will change dramatically in the future. So I think that's what you got to consider. So what is the avoided cost of solar? In my view, it's solar. So and what is the price of solar? It's not the cost of a combustion turbine. The price in the marketplace or the price of installing solar, it's like 2.8 cents a kilowatt hour. It's not 9 cents a kilowatt hour. And that's sort of the message I'm trying to get across to you.
Okay. So the third item I also wanted to ask you about, it's the third step requires the conversion of the utilities avoided capacity cost into a capacity purchase rate. Mm-hmm. So at a high level, and again, can I stop sharing this? You know what I'm asking here.
I'm familiar with it anyway. So
at a high level, how do you recommend turning a avoided capacity cost into a capacity payment rate for let's say it's even for the LQF tariff?
Right. And again, I think it's highly dependent on the type of technologies that are in the utilities planning horizon. And if you take a planning horizon that has renewables in it, okay, for example, they're going to install or buy power from a solar farm, for example. The change in cost to a change in resources that are supplied to the grid today, assuming that it's long-term, will result in a change of those costs. In other words, if you have more solar behind the meter that is supplied to the grid, it could result in future capacity savings of solar that is installed by the utility, if you follow what I'm saying. In other words, by paying customer generators to supply solar power to the grid, that could avoid in the future solar power that the company purchases, which again, I think will almost certainly be in the portfolio that they have. Therefore, you're comparing apples to apples. You're comparing solar that is supplied by customers to the grid to solar that the company will supply. So, I mean, we have a benchmark today from both LG&E and Big Rivers and lots of other utilities is what they can buy solar power for. It's on the order of 2.6 to 2.9 cents a kilowatt hour. If that's embedded in that is capacity cost. So a deferral today due to taking net metering over a long period of time that is renewable, like solar, what impact will it have in 7 years? You'll be able to avoid purchasing solar. And you'll be able to avoid 2.8 cents a kilowatt hour. So on that's a future value of 2.8 cents because we don't need it until 7 years because there's sufficient capacity for 7 years. So what is the discounted rate of 2.8 cents 7 years from now for the solar that's being put on the grid. Now, that's from a generation capacity perspective. So solar or power purchases from customer generators, net metering customers, will allow you to avoid 7 years from now some probably solar capacity. It won't be able, if there's a combustion turbine, it won't allow deferring that because they're not comparable technologies. An apples and apples comparison. So distributed resources behind the meter could defer solar in the future.
You said you were familiar to a degree with PJM.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of how behind the meter generation is treated in PJM for PJM capacity purposes?
It's not. It's treated basically, if it's there, it's built into the utilities or the distributors' resource mix. There's no explicit ELCC attributed to behind the meter. There's only solar farms. They will allow a capacity attribution based on an ELCC calculation, which is essentially, by the way, an LOLP calculation.
So, and you can use LLP, but you can use other loss of load expectation, right?
Yeah, that's related to LOLP. It just takes it a step further. But yes,
So,
they use the same type of modeling.
Yeah. So, and I want to make sure that we're on the same page about what you're saying. Your impression of PJM is that insofar as behind the meter generation reduces a utility's nodal demand, right? That let's just make up a hypothetical that a net metering customer is exporting a certain amount to a PJM capacity participant, right? Mm-hmm. During the CP events in which PJM uses to plan its system, right? It's just going to look like a nodal load reduction because it's ultimately going to make that aggregate nodes demand from PJM less. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I mean, that's how it works in PJM. That's not how it works in MISO, but that's how it works in PJM.
Right. And insofar as those load reductions occur, coincident with the peaks that PJM uses to plan, then effectively the utility gets the entire benefit of whatever that export is during that hour. Is that fair?
Yeah. Okay. A solar farm would. A solar farm would. Net metering does not, but a solar farm would.
Well, I don't understand the distinction. So PJM
The
looks at
distinction is that an entity, a solar farm that bids into their PJM market will receive this attributed cost, okay, of ELCC. Net metering customers, which is it might apply to like an LQF solar farm that comes on the system, but it would not apply to a net metering customers. And I've had discussion with people, PJM employees about that, and they do not attribute capacity to net meter customers. Behind the meter, like rooftop solar, residential solar, there's no attribution at all in the ELCC. Only large solar farms that bid into the market. And in addition to that, there are certain non-performance clauses that are in those agreements. And these are, again, solar farms. They're not behind the meter generation.
Right. I'm not asking about a capacity performance resource participating in the base residual auctions. Mm-hmm. I'm just asking about, say you have utility A, right? Mm-hmm. And utility A, as it relates to PJM's needs, has a single node that measures that LDA's demand. Okay, so all things being equal, they plan on, I think it's a 5 CP planning process in PJM, right? And they look at the historical demand of those LDAs when determining what that demand is going to be in the future, with a number of factors added to it, right? Weather, a reserve. Right. But insofar as behind the meter, and I mean behind the meter to the utility even, that there are resources that export during those peaks to the utility. It appears to PJM for planning purposes as if it's a holistic load reduction.
But they don't, they have no idea what that is.
That's exactly right. They have no idea. It just shows up as having less load than otherwise would be as a node than had that DR or that DER.
Or it may not be there at all. You know, if the sun, like take a winter capacity. Okay, solar would not be on in a winter capacity. And winter in PJM is a big consideration, and solar will not be on the peak. So it may not be there at all.
PJM does not plan on its winter peaks, right?
I think in their ELCC they do. I think it's factored into their ELCC calculations for this demand, but I'd have to verify that.
Well, is it your understanding that the ELCC is implemented in PJM?
I think they're currently, I think as of this year, I think is implemented. So I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was to be implemented in 2021.
Okay. Because
I think, I'll have to verify that, but
I think
it's,
a couple compliance filings to make. So
right.
we'll
Now there was a compliance filing this year that was made. It's in
I'll ask the
transit.
question. That's okay.
It's
I'll
in
ask the questions so that we can clear it up at post hearing. How about that? So my last question, I think, is about distribution. And this is the last time today, I promise everyone that I'm going to use the words chicken and egg situation. With distribution system, avoided distribution costs, right? Avoided distribution costs are a real thing. Is that fair? That they exist?
I mean, they could be avoided distribution could be either positive or negative, but
Right.
yes, they're a real thing. They're localized. They could be positive or negative.
Okay. And the question is, it kind of goes back to the defer. I'm trying to get the right quote. The defer, downsize, or cancel, right?
Right.
It's similar to that avoided generation capacity idea that's what you're avoiding, right? You're avoiding either an upgrade to the distribution system, a replacement on the distribution system, some other additional hardware that may be necessary. That's what you're talking about avoiding. Is that fair?
That is correct, but I'd like to elaborate on it a little bit. There's a lot finer level of granularity on the distribution system. It's much more complex than the generation system. It is highly localized. In other words, you can't make across the board assessment of what that might be, because distributed generation in particular is often confined to wealthier neighborhoods, for example. Therefore, you'll see more of it there than you will in other neighborhoods. So it's a lot more complex than the generation even.
Yeah, and I tend to agree. You know, you look at what other states have done in trying to study it. Either they spend a whole bunch of time trying to be incredibly granular, or they just throw their hands up.
Yeah.
Sometimes. So I just want to make sure I understand, if we all can agree that there's an existence of avoided distribution costs.
I can't agree with that, because there could be additional, it may not be avoided cost, it may be negative avoided cost. If it adds congestion to the area, if it adds mass load that you have to deal with, you have to put in facilities to deal with it, it may create cost and not avoided cost. It could create a cost rather than a benefit. So
what
negative or positive.
What could create a cost?
Additional resources on the system.
So again, I want to take a step back. I've not prefaced my question with anything. I'm not asking about adding SQFs or net metering customers to the system. Again, I'm just asking about, does the idea and the theory exist of avoided distribution costs?
Yes.
Okay,
But
that's all I'm trying to say. So they exist. And I agree that the difference between that and maybe avoided transmission or avoided generation costs is that with generation capacity and transmission capacity, although transmission capacity is a little more granular, you're looking at things in more the aggregate rather than on a system or a circuit or a portion of a circuit basis. Is that fair?
Right. If I could reiterate, because I wasn't very articulate in what I just said, there could be incremental or decremental cost. You say avoided cost is a decremental cost, but there could be incremental cost or decremental cost of any change on the system. So the concept exists, but it could be positive or negative is my point.
And with avoided cost, all you're saying is that there is a cost that exists or that will exist, and that by avoiding it up to the amount of that cost is a benefit to the system. Is that fair?
That would be fair.
If
there's an avoided cost, it would be a benefit to the system.
It's like environmental economics, right? The inverse of a cost is avoiding, or the inverse of a cost is the benefit, right?
Right. Okay. It's either a cost or a benefit. It's either an incremental cost or a decremental cost.
So if we know that there are avoided distribution costs on the system, unless those avoided cost circumstances are identified by a utility, right? Explicitly identified by a utility on its localized level. Okay. Mm-hmm. Then, okay, so like I said, the utility may be able to identify those on a localized level, right?
It would be possible theoretically, yes.
Absent doing that, right? If you don't provide anybody an incentive, right, whether it's the utility or a customer, to take any action to avoid that, you're basically treating it as if it's a sunk cost, right?
Well, embedded rates are based upon historical cost. Now, and again, I think we have to put an example in the context. I think what you're talking about is supplying energy on the grid. I mean, unless I'm mistaken, is that what you're talking about, is putting energy on?
No, any change, right? Let's say it's not even supplying energy on the grid. Let's say it's asking a manufacturer who is on a circuit, who runs a single, who runs from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., asking them to move their operations for an 8-hour or 9-hour workday, whatever it may be, starting at 5 p.m. Right. So that you don't have to make that incremental investment on that circuit, right? There are lots of changes that can be made on a circuit. I'm not trying to be specific or lead you down any direction. I have genuine questions. I want to talk about avoided distribution costs. That just a change to that localized system can avoid an additional cost for the system.
Right. I mean, a change in cost will result, or a change in load, say, whatever it is, can result in a change in cost. That's marginal cost. It could be incremental, it could be decremental. Anyway.
Okay. And if unless that is specifically identified on a localized level, right? Unless you are, as a utility, and I mean this generically, not specific to the companies, but unless you as a utility are sending or providing some sort of incentive, let's say it's a cost-based incentive, right? Whatever it may, unless you send some incentive to the system, the demand, the load on the system, there is no economic benefit there is no economic benefit to load to change anything. Is that fair? They're unaware. Let me rephrase that question. I'm sorry.
I mean,
they're unaware of an economic benefit of changing anything.
Okay. I think there's obviously some impetus to change the load by any rate structure. But for example, the distribution cost built in for the capacity cost, demand related costs you're talking about in the residential rates, like 1 cent a kilowatt hour. Okay, to the extent it's, unfortunately, for residential rates, it's a two-part rate. It's based upon an energy charge of 1 cent a kilowatt hour. So that's what the cost we're talking about. A way to incent changes in that is to introduce demand charges. And for example, the large industrial customers have an incentive to lower the demand that they place on the system through their demand charges. A residential rate has a blunter instrument, if you will, through the energy charge. So, and what we're talking about in the residential rate for distribution demand related cost is 1 cent a kilowatt hour. So, there could be ways to structure rate designs to provide an incentive. Most of the cost of distributing power to the customer, the demand related cost is related to the customer's maximum demand. For example, the transformer is sized, a customer's line transformer is sized to meet that customer's maximum demand. The service is sized to meet the customer's maximum demand. And any peak period cost would have to get back almost to the substation. The secondary costs are driven by the customer's maximum demand. When you get back to the substation, it's more of an aggregated basis and it's less dilute than the maximum demand that a customer puts on the system. But I think the industrial commercial rates, in particular, the four-part rates that the company has, they do provide an incentive to do that. Therefore, I think there is a benefit. The residential rate, it's a blunter benefit because it's on a kilowatt hour basis.
I think we're talking about two different things though, right? Because you're talking about a backwards looking rate design based on an embedded cost of service study. And
Yeah.
I'm looking at a forward looking, avoiding additional investment or additional incremental investment. Those are inherently two different things, right?
Yeah, I mean, but our rates traditionally have been based on embedded cost. You know, if you're talking about changing the paradigm to a marginal cost approach, that would involve a different look.
I'm not advocating for anything. I'm asking specifically that if you identify avoided costs and you don't explicitly incentivize behavior to help avoid those costs, it's likely that those costs are going to be incurred. Is that fair? All else being equal?
Yeah, I mean,
And then when you're going
fair
to
enough, but some costs like replacement of poles, how are you going to avoid that? I mean,
you might not. I'm not asking specifically about polls. I'm asking specifically about this thing that you agreed exists in avoided distribution costs. Right?
Yeah, I would agree it exists, but I'll just cut to the chase here and say that it's very small, whatever that is. You're talking about the total component of distribution cost in the rates is only 1 cent. And what you're talking about is a small fraction that you could possibly save, because you still have to have poles out there. You have to have, no matter what the situation, you're going to have a service out there, a transformer out there. So you're never going to avoid those costs. You may avoid some cost upstream, but we're talking about a very small cost that you would be avoiding upstream.
So a couple questions on that. You say 1 cent. You mean of the residential customers' bill, 1 cent of each kWh is related to the distribution system.
The distribution demand cost, yes.
Distribution demand costs.
Yeah, it's less than 1 cent. It's like 0.9 cents.
And so I do not want to get started on the customer charge. So I just ask, there's at least a portion of the distribution system that's recovered through the customer classified costs that would also fall into that category of possibly avoided. Is that fair?
Probably not avoided. It almost have to be the demand related costs that are avoided, because the fixed costs, there's no way you can avoid those. It would only be demand related costs that you could ever expect to avoid. And it's a small percentage.
And I was joking earlier when I said I wanted to have a conversation about long run marginal costs. But you're saying it's your testimony that the the fixed, short run, fixed distribution related customer classified costs, that there exists no avoidable costs in that entire category that's used in embedded cost of service rate making?
I would say there's probably even more than the fixed customer related cost. I mean, the example I wanted to get into earlier, a pole, you're not going to avoid that by changing demand. A pole is going to have to be there and it's going to have to be replaced. And if you recall the exhibit that you took Mr. Wolf through yesterday, the biggest chunk of cost are poles in that exhibit that you walked through for the capital expenditure of the next several years. A change in demand is not going to change the cost of a pole. It won't change it's unlikely to change the cost of a transformer down the road, a line transformer.
If it does change a transformer, right?
Yeah.
A secondary transformer. Then,
It's unlikely, but
it's possible, right? It's what your testimony is.
it's unlikely.
Okay, let's say it's a secondary transformer, right? But what if it changes the size of the conductor necessary, right? The weight. There are multiple changes that can be made on the distribution system that affect the loading on a pole. Is that fair?
The conductor on the pole, if you could possibly change it, but my point is, I don't think you can. You know,
Okay.
For example, let me give you an example. A net metering. I know you don't want to talk about net metering exactly, but the company must install a transformer to serve the customer's maximum demand. Okay, the customer's maximum demand is likely to occur during the summer on LG&E system between 5 and 8 o'clock at night. Okay, that's when solar is down. So the company's going to have to install a transformer to serve an air conditioner that runs whenever it runs. And it will run at 9 o'clock at night. It'll run throughout the night. And you have to have transformer capacity to serve that air conditioner. That's in the summer. The situation is much worse in the winter because for space heating, KU is dominated by space heating usage. Okay, how is a solar customer going to avoid any distribution costs related to space heating because the customer's maximum usage is like 5 and 6 in the morning? Therefore, again, the two situations, the KU and the LG&E, they have different systems, they have different cost structures. And
so you don't have to tell me about how terrible electric heating costs are in the winter. I hate to say that I'm a KU customer with electric heating. How
will solar, if you put on solar panels, it will be operating at 6 in the morning. And how's it going to affect your transformer?
So let me ask this. If the customers or customers in the aggregate, after the transformer is installed, reduce their demand, right? Let's just say they reduce their demand 20% over a number of years. That transformer needs to be replaced. If that transformer is able to be replaced with a smaller transformer due to the reduced demand on the circuit, is the difference in cost between the replaced transformer and the transformer that replaced it an avoided distribution cost?
Yeah, I would agree, assuming that whatever the technology that you're using will reduce that. And my point is, solar will not reduce it for a KU customer with space heating because it's not operating at 6 in the morning when your peak occurs. Okay, you get up in the morning, you turn your furnace on, 6 o'clock in the morning, solar will not avoid a transformer there. So if it avoids it, if you could put in battery storage, for example, to smooth it out, then it would do it, but not solar by itself. And that's the point.
So taking a step back, and I hope this doesn't necessitate, a conversation about rates again and embedded cost of service studies, but holding all else equal, is a generic utility or a generic firm that earns a return on investment financially incentivized to financially rewarded for attempting to incentivize that load reduction to avoid capacity investments, distribution capacity investments?
I think they are, because they get a reasonable return on the investment they've made. And having worked with many utilities, they're very much interested in keeping their revenue requirement down. And I know for a fact that LG&E and KU are intently interested in that with respect to their internal operations. So, I think they're incentivized to introduce things to save customer money. So I haven't worked with a utility yet that isn't to a greater or lesser extent. They all are.
Okay. And then just last, distribution line losses. That we had a very long conversation, or a good conversation yesterday on BVO with Mr. Wolf.
Mhm.
Is it the company's position that exports onto the system, whether it's LQF, SQF, net metering customers under net metering 1, 2, whatever, that they inherently only cause issues as it relates to voltage, or can they fix issues as it relates to voltage, or is it just dependent on the situation and localized?
It's dependent on the situation. They can enhance, improve voltage, particularly if it's controlled, and I'll get back to that in a second. They can also add voltage problems. They can add a number of other problems. I alluded to one, masking, you don't know what's out there. They can add to ampacity, too much current issues, but they can also create savings. An example of that is controlling the inverter on a solar panel. And by automatic controls on an inverter can result in using it essentially as a capacitor to produce VARs into the system. So it's almost like an analog, a controllable capacitor that sits on the side of it. But you need something like DERMS. You need to be able to communicate to the inverter in order to do that. So it can create benefits, but it requires probably the implementation of management control systems in order to take advantage of it.
And just two things. One, those are sort of the management control systems that we were talking about yesterday with Mr. Wolf, that the company either has invested in or plans to a degree.
There's two things. One of them is just basic control systems of the equipment on the utility side of the meter, switchgear. He mentioned reclosures, smart switchgear as an example of that. That's in place. I think it's embedded into his planning. What's not embedded is the utilization of behind the meter resources. And obviously you'd have to get the customer's permission to even do that. In other words, you could curtail energy supplied. You could control their inverter to provide VARs. So to provide reactive power to help voltage problems on the system. But you have to have a DERMS in place with that. So I think Mr. Wolf talked about two different things. One of them is on the company side, which is already ongoing. DERMS is being evaluated, which is for the energy resources, but not that they can't be interconnected.
And then on that, and the thing you were saying earlier, the problems, would you agree that the interconnection process can at least address or understand a lot of these items up front prior to these systems going into service?
Right, and I think a lot of what I'm talking about is down the road. But yes.
Okay. All right, I appreciate it, Mr. Seeley. That's all the questions I have, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, you mind if I take a break?
No, that would be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go 10 minutes, okay? Come back at, 25 after 2? Is that sufficient? We'll be in recess until 2:25. a leave for about an hour, so she had to leave at 2 o'clock, and I think she'll be back around 3 or shortly thereafter, so I was advised to tell everybody that she'll watch the segment that she missed before sometime this week. All right, so since Commissioner Matthews will have no questions of Mr. Seeley, I want to ask the Attorney General's office, Mr. Horn or Mr. West, do you have questions for Mr. Seeley?
Your Honor, we have no questions.
Okay. Mr. Kurtz for KIUC, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Medlin for Defense Department and all other federal executive agencies, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Moore for Kroger, questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Grunman for Walmart. Ms. Grunman, are you with us? We'll come back to Ms. Grunman later. Mr. Gardner, Mr. Osterloh for Lexington and Louisville, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much. Mr. Seeley, I just have a couple questions related to one topic. Are you aware that in testimony that was submitted that the company listed that they had about 500 customers, net metering customers in KU's territory and about 600 customers in LG&E's territory?
I can't remember the exact number, but that is in the ballpark anyway.
And that the total number of electricity customers for the joint applicants is around slightly less than 1 million. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Tell me what the costs were that were shifted from the 1,100 net metering customers to non-participating customers.
The costs that were shifted between participating customer and non-participating customers, we looked at that we performed two different analyses for that. And one analysis looked at the comparison of the avoided cost based upon what the customers supplied to the grid. And the other preliminary estimate that we calculated originally was based upon what the customers, the subsidies they were receiving as customers of the utility, as opposed to provider of energy to utilities. And we estimated that in a data request. It's actually included as part of my rebuttal testimony. I believe it's maybe rebuttal exhibit WSS1. And we estimated both subsidies, and for make sure both of them are in there. Yeah. For KU, we estimated the first part, which is the overcompensation or the subsidies for the amount that the customer supplied to the grid. For KU, we estimated $139,000. For LG&E, we estimated that component at $149,000. Now, the other component, which is basically an effect or artifact of the power that they take from the company having a lower load factor, we estimated that as customers, not as suppliers, but net metering customers as customers, have a load factor of approximately 10% lower than a regular customer. So based upon that calculation, for KU, we estimated it to be $46,000, for LG&E, $95,000. And obviously, these amounts would grow as more customers hook to the grid. And Mr. Wolf addressed the fact that he's beginning to see exponential growth of net metering customers on the system.
So with respect to that, if you pick the higher two numbers or the approach which yields the higher numbers, that would be in the range of $285,000.
At this point, correct.
And if you divided that by a million customers, say,
Mm-hmm.
and you would get, I'm going to mess up on my decimals trying to do it in my head,
It's
but
small.
maybe
We could-
25 cents a year per customer subsidy.
Yeah, that's probably about right.
So 2 cents a month at most, and the other looks like it would be about half that. So that would be about 1 cent a month subsidy.
Yeah, at the current levels, yeah. It's
The
a small
current levels. And has the company done any studies to figure out how many of these customers are becoming net metering customers because of the fear that it won't be available in the future?
Not that I know of. I mean, I haven't seen any studies by this company or these companies as to the motivation. We do know that they're not LIHEAP customers, they're not low-income customers, and anecdotally for LG&E, we know that they tend to be very large customers that have it. We know that. We know where they're located, that they probably are not they're probably wealthier customers. We know all of that anecdotally. In other jurisdictions, they found that the customers with solar panels in particular, or with distributed resources, tend to be much wealthier customers than the average. So we do know that there are no LIHEAP customers that have net metering. We do know that.
And the statute limits the total number of customers to 1% of the load.
Or the total amount of the load, is it 1% or 1.5? I can't remember what the exact percentage of that is.
It's my understanding it's 1%.
1%, okay.
So there is a ceiling on the amount that could happen. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Keeler.
Served under net metering, yes.
Right.
1% under net metering, either net metering tariffs.
Okay, is that all, Mr. Gardner?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Grunman, are you with us? Do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor, no questions.
Hey, Ms. Grunman, before our hearing's over, I thought maybe you'd give us the opportunity to introduce us to your young partner who we saw during the Kentucky Power case.
Yes, actually, I do expect that later this afternoon, my co-counsel will be in great spirits. I would guess approximately 3 p.m. when he joins us. I'd be happy to. If I come back on the camera, it will be because my co-counsel has joined us, Your Honor.
Thank you. We look forward to that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Fitzgerald, I'm going to give you a chance you have as much time as you want or need.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, it's going to take a little while. Mr. Seeley, can you hear me?
I can, barely. If you could speak up, it would be helpful.
I will try my best. Is that better?
That is better.
All right. And if you can't hear me, just tell me I didn't hear what you said. I'm representing the joint interveners in this case, and I've got some questions. If we could start with your last little bit of interchange with Mr. Gardner. You indicated that your information regarding the income levels of solar net metering customers is anecdotal. Is that correct?
It's not entirely anecdotal. We do know that not a single LIHEAP customer that is identified as a LIHEAP customer on the system is a net metering customer. We know that.
Do you know how many? Do you know? I'm sorry. If there are any net metering customers that, but for the ability to net meter, would become LIHEAP customers?
We do not have that information.
I didn't think so. Okay.
I mean,
Do you have,
the other information we have is studies done in other jurisdictions that's looked at the income level. And what they found is that on average, a net metering customer has income of $100,000 to $150,000 more than the average.
right, but you have done no such study for either the KU or LG&E service area, is that correct?
The only study that we've done is to look at LIHEAP customers and to see that they do not have net metering.
Okay, so the answer then is no?
Well, we looked at LIHEAP customers and we determined none of them have.
I understand
So the
that.
answer is yes.
I'm sorry. My question was, other than these LIHEAP customers, have you done any study of the economic circumstances of net metering customers in the service areas for LG&E and KU?
The companies do not have income data, therefore they can't do a study. So the answer is, other than LIHEAP, which we've looked at, the answer is no.
Thanks. Okay. And it would be, the commission, as you know, is looking at setting rates for the LG&E and KU service areas. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you have your direct testimony available?
Yes.
Would you turn to page 43 of that testimony?
It will take me a second, but I will get there.
You take what time you need.
Okay, I'm on 43.
Okay, would you read lines 6 through 12 to yourself?
Yeah, it says, how are the companies proposing to compensate new customer generators for, is that the line?
Yeah, that'd be great.
They supply to the grid. Under the company's proposed NMS2 schedule, new customers will be compensated for any net generation they supply to the grid, i.e. generation that exceeds their energy requirements during the month at the avoided cost rate set forth in rate B, non-time differentiated rate set for KU and LG&E small capacity cogeneration and small production qualifying facilities, rider SQF.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to spend a little time deconstructing this if I could. First, do you know how many interconnections there are within the LG&E and the KU service areas for folks that are taking service under the rider SQF?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I looked at them during the proceeding, but I can't remember.
Roughly?
Can't remember.
Okay, could you provide that in a post hearing data request?
Yes.
Okay. Would you, if a customer were interested in having their electricity needs met by solar energy and could no longer afford installation of rooftop panels because of the devaluation of fed-in solar that's being proposed by the companies here, is there an alternative that is offered by LG&E and KU?
Is there an alternative?
That would provide solar.
Okay, certainly under the current framework, to the extent that the customer puts on solar, they can save the energy requirements that are their own energy requirements that are met by the solar facilities. The companies aren't changing that. In other words, they can put in solar, they can realize approximately a 9 to 10 cent savings per kilowatt hour for every kilowatt hour that is reduced of their own needs. What we're changing here is the power that they over-generate for their own needs and supply to the grid. So that's the only thing that's changing. Therefore, for the solar that for their own usage, the companies are not proposing any change. In other words, they can still realize that 9 to 10 cent savings.
Right, but that wasn't my question. I'm sorry. I'll try to be a little more specific in my question. If a customer were interested in having their needs met by solar energy, but couldn't afford rooftop panels
You're getting at the affordability issue.
Are there other options within the KU and LG&E service area where they could get their needs met by solar energy?
I mean, there are a couple, I guess. Number one, Okay, we're speaking of low-income customers, is that correct?
No, I'm talking about any customer who can't afford,
Okay.
let's assume they
Can't
can't afford.
Okay.
Okay,
They-
and are there other options offered by the companies?
Yes, there's a solar share program that the company offers, number one. Number two, there's also the green power option that the company offers. There is also embedded in the company's own energy supply, the brown solar that is supplied into the system. So that's a small piece. It's not, doesn't meet all their load, but it meets a portion of it. But also, I suppose that a customer who can't afford it can get some sort of public assistance for that and install solar. I'm sure that there are agencies that perhaps could help a customer with that.
Okay, do you know what are the customers who take service under the solar share program or the green energy program, do they have the same meter charge as non-participating customers?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and
subject to check, yes.
okay, and do you know what their energy charge is relative to non-participating customers? Are they paying less, the same, or more for
The same. The same.
They're paying the same.
Right.
Okay, so they are paying a retail rate?
Yes.
Okay. When you say apples to apples comparison, solar to solar, are you comparing small non-utility generation by net metering customers against the system energy and capacity costs? Or are you comparing it against solar, utility solar plants that get full base rate treatment?
I don't understand the question. What comparison are you referring to that I've made?
Well, you said when comparing the avoided costs of solar, you need to look at solar. And it seems
Okay. You're referring to my interchange with Vice Chairman Chandler.
Yes.
What I was referring to there is that if you have solar resources that are supplying power to the grid, the comparable comparison for purposes of calculating any avoided cost, any avoided capacity costs in particular, would be avoided solar facilities, because solar facilities will be undoubtedly integrated into the supply planning of almost all utilities in the future. So to the extent that a solar customer is supplying energy to the grid, a customer generator or net metering customer is supplying customers to the grid, the avoided cost of that energy or power that they're supplying to the grid can only be compared to the avoided costs that the utility would undoubtedly realize for solar. We have a benchmark price for that type of solar from solar PPAs that is roughly 2.6 to 2.9 cents per kilowatt hour. But the situation there is that that need will not arise for the company until Mill Creek 1, 2, and Brown unit are retired, which is now scheduled for 2028. So you've got to look from avoided cost perspective, which is a marginal cost calculation. It's calculating the decremental cost of this power that's supplying to the grid. You've got to compare that on an apples and apples basis to the avoided cost that is likely to be realized for the utility for renewables. They're comparable technologies, they're comparable supply from a capacity perspective.
Okay, let me see if I can, I appreciate that answer. It wasn't quite what I was asking. In terms of an apples to apples comparison, you suggested, if I understand, that we're looking at a behind the meter net metering customer who has the ability to install up to 45 kW under the new law against a company-owned solar resource. Is that correct?
not necessarily a company-owned, but a company's secured resource. It could be through a solar PPA. But,
Okay.
yes,
All right.
but, and also what I'm talking about is the power that the net metering customer is supplying to the grid, and which is arguably less valuable than a solar farm, which would operate for a longer period throughout the day.
Okay. And going back to your testimony, if we could, at page 43, when you say net generation is, quote, generation that exceeds their energy requirements during the month, end quote, did you mean that all electricity that is generated by a customer generator and fed into the grid during the month is netted against all electricity consumed that
Yeah.
month?
Yes,
So that it's only the excess over that netting that is going to be devalued?
yes,
Okay, so let's take look at a given day, a summer day. I'm feeding in more than I need at noon, right? I'm feeding,
yes, okay.
yeah, let's assume I'm feeding in more than I need, right? Sun's up, panels are cooking, I'm taking care of my needs, I am feeding in more than I need. That evening, I'm pulling out what I need, okay?
Right.
Because the sun's gone down. Now, you mentioned that the sun's gone down after 8 o'clock. In Kentucky, it actually doesn't go down in the summer until somewhere around 9, but that's irrelevant. But you're saying that what I feed in that day and what I pull out that evening are going to be netted at the same value. And it's only if I generate an excess over the month that
Yes.
that excess gets devalued?
Yes,
Okay, so then it's not an instantaneous lowering of the value of anything fed in the grid.
I think the statute speaks to monthly netting.
Okay.
Okay, it's subject to Mr. Conroy correcting that, but I think that's the case. We're still talking about, we're not talking about instantaneous netting.
Mr.
Okay.
Fitzgerald, I think Mr. Conroy would be able to address your questions in this vein about what the companies have proposed in NMS 2.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Both of these witnesses had testimony in this regard, and I'm actually asking about what he testified to, Duncan, so I appreciate that, and he can tell me if he thinks that Mr. Conroy would be a better witness, okay?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm correct in my answer, but he subject to his verification.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. We'll make that a standing thing. It's subject to verification, okay? So you don't even have to say that. It's always subject to verification. Okay, so you are proposing, under the current net metering scheme, is there any value to a customer oversizing their system so that it produces more credits over a year than what their consumption would be?
At current environment, I would say no.
Okay, and because the credits just keep building up, right?
I mean, they can be transferred into the other month, but, presumably they would be used throughout the year. But from a company's perspective, the value, or from the value of the purchases on the system at this juncture is like 2.1 cents per kilowatt hour.
Okay. If we, and this, I'm going to take what you said regarding the netting being a 1-to-1 dollar for dollar denominated credit for what is fed in and what is used in a month. We'll leave that for now, and I'll ask Mr. Conroy if that's in fact his understanding of what's been proposed. But let me ask this: what if this excess generation is valued at its the avoided cost for the wholesale market, PERPA? Are you then selling that fed-in electricity to the neighbor at the avoided cost, or are you getting retail for it?
We're not getting, if there's an excess above the company's generation, all the company would get would be, they would be able to avoid some fuel currently, because they could avoid essentially fuel, maybe a little bit of variable O&M expenses, but that's all that would be avoided by the company. Now, if were excess and they could supply it in the market, it would probably be at a very low price. It would be close to that value anyway, most of the time.
Okay, my mother was a science teacher, Mrs. Seeley, and I studiously avoided taking her class in 7th and 8th grade. So you're going to have to help me on this one. I volunteered for all sorts of things, so I wouldn't have to be in her class. What physically, okay, what happens to the electricity that is fed into the grid by a net metering customer?
What the effect it has is to reduce the generation. Therefore, that energy goes to provide energy to other customers.
Okay.
And the effect is that the company would either A, which is the most likely scenario, just reduce its energy that it generates. Because the company has sufficient capacity to generate its energy needs. It's the only reason it would be out in the market buying power is because of economic reasons, essentially. And what the effect it has when they supply it to the grid is that the company can generate less energy. And the average avoided cost of that energy is like 2.15 cents a kilowatt hour.
Okay, and just so I understand, that electron is gonna follow wherever the load is, right? So it'll probably end up in some neighbor.
It depends on the situation, but it could end up with a neighbor. It could end up blocks away. It depends on the load situation and what the load is, but it could end up with a neighbor. Yeah.
Okay, and if I understood you right, that would mean that that neighbor is getting some of their load served without you having to generate that electricity.
That's correct.
And without you having to transmit that electricity through a transmission grid.
Well, the chances are, and that's the situation, especially with a small amount that we're talking about, because there's the cap on the amount that we have, and truly the company doesn't have a lot of it. But to the extent, most likely now, there could be some exceptions in areas that have, multiple solar panels. All of the neighbors have them, therefore they transmit it. But typically, you would take the power through the service. It would go from the customer through the service, and then it would go into the transformer, and then it would go down the street, most likely, to through another transformer through the customer's service line to the customer. That's in a non-congested way. That's heavily dependent on the loading of the system, and it could go further. It could go to the primary. It could go across town. It just depends on how much of it you have in the loading situation at any particular time.
Okay, and so if it goes down the street or down the block or a couple of blocks away to another customer, they're getting metered for what they're using, and they're paying you for that use, right?
Yeah, they're paying you for the same use that you would have provided it anyway, but would have generated it at on average 2.15 cents a kilowatt hour.
Okay, but the energy that the neighbor's using, you're billing them at retail, right?
The company's billing it at retail to cover the cost of the facilities, yes.
Okay, now on page 45 of your testimony,
Direct testimony?
You're direct, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah. Okay, I'm there.
Okay, great. You suggested, it reads to me that you're suggesting that providing the retail rate of a compensatory credit to net metering customers is a subsidy paid by non-participating customers. Is that correct?
It is absolutely correct.
Okay, I'd like to unpack that a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Now, what in your view constitutes an intra-class subsidy?
An inter-class subsidy is where a customer isn't paying for all of the cost that is attributed to that class. To give you an example, and I've done lots of these individual customer analyses, and when you calculate the rate of return for each individual customers, you have a dispersion. And naturally, some customers, depending on their load factor, will pay more than others. But in the context of net metering customers, the avoided cost that the company sees when a customer generates power to the grid is the avoided generation cost. Okay, to the extent that the company could generate 2 cents, generated for 2.15 cents a kilowatt hour, but they're paying the customer 9 to 10 cents a kilowatt hour for that power that it's supplying to the grid, it creates a subsidy.
Okay, let me see if we can separate out two concepts here, because I think we kind of conflate them when we talk about this issue generally. The fed-in electricity that is being currently compensated at the retail rate, it's a kilowatt denominated credit. It could, for that matter, be a dollar denominated credit. It's a 1-for-1 credit, right?
Right.
Okay. You are reselling that power to somebody else for that same value, right?
Yeah, but they would be selling the power anyway, generated at 2.15 cents a kilowatt hour. But yes, I agree that we are a customer a non-participating customer, you will sell power to them at 9 cents that covers the cost. But the cost of generating that power to the customer, the fuel cost, the variable O&M expenses was 2.15 cents a kilowatt hour. So the remainder of the cost are to cover the facilities costs that the company have installed for those customers.
Okay, so the customer generator under the current net metering tariff pays the same meter charge as a non-participating customer, right?
Yes.
Okay, so am I correct that the subsidy, to the extent that there is one, is that the customer generator is using less energy and is thus paying less a share of the fixed costs that are embedded in the energy charge?
In one of the responses to the PSC's data request, which is included in WSS1 of my rebuttal testimony, I identified 2 subsidies. That's in fact the second subsidy. To the extent that a customer's load factor is reduced by their solar facilities that they use for themselves, what we found is that the load factor is reduced. Therefore, that's the smaller of the 2 subsidies. The larger subsidy is what they supply to the grid, what they overgenerate, not what they use. Their own utilization of the solar is a relatively small subsidy. The power that they're supplying to the grid, the company is buying it at 9 cents a kilowatt hour. They could generate it for 2 cents a kilowatt hour. But they're supplying the customer 9 cents a kilowatt hour, and there's no discernible avoided costs that customer's creating by supplying that power to the grid.
Okay, now if a customer generator were not a generator, okay, just a customer who instead of installing rooftop solar invests in energy efficient lighting, heating, cooling, so that they significantly reduce their energy use to the point where they look like the load factors for a net metering customer. They brought that energy use down well below the average residential customer. Do you consider that customer to be subsidized by those who are less energy efficient?
They may or may not be. there's a problem with the premise of your customer, of your analogy here, because they can't reduce it. Net metering customers that we have are supplying energy to the grid. Therefore, a customer can't reduce its energy below its energy with conservation or energy efficiency. They cannot reduce their demand to the point where they're supplying energy to the grid. Therefore, there's a fundamental difference between a net metering customer who's supplying power to the grid and an energy efficiency customer. Now, an energy efficiency customer, it depends on when they're reducing their energy. If they're reducing it during the night, for example, it results in avoided energy costs because you don't build capacity, you don't install capacity during off-peak hours. What drives the capacity cost on the system is peak hours. If they can reduce it during the peak, for example, reducing their during the summer, for example, reducing air conditioning load during the peak, they can realize more reductions and savings from an avoided cost perspective than a customer that does something at night to reduce their power. For example, shutting off your PCs at night, or your GPUs or whatever you have on your computer at night results in savings. It doesn't create the same level of savings as reducing the air conditioning on the system. Therefore, that's a long answer. The impacts are different. In other words, depending on what they are, a customer could be subsidized or may not be, depending on how they reduce their load. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does, and I appreciate it, but I'm really asking a much more simple question. In response to former Commissioner Gardner's question, you indicated that there are two subsidy components. One is you believe that the net metering customers are being overcompensated for the value of the solar that's being fed into the system. Okay, let's leave that aside. The other is you said that they have a lower load factor, some 10% lower than the quote regular customer. Okay? My question is this: if I am a customer who invests in energy efficiency so that my load factor is also 10% lower than the regular customer, is it your position that that regular customer is subsidizing me as a more efficient customer?
If they realize it in that way, yes.
Okay, and has the company proposed some sort of remedial measures to require the more efficient customer to cough up more of the fair share of the costs than what they are paying?
The company is not proposing to do that with either net metering customers or energy efficiency customers. Keep in mind, we are not changing the sales rate to customers. All we're changing is the price that the company pays for the power that they supply to the grid. For example, if you put in a solar panel and and reduce your energy requirements and do not supply any power to the grid, we're not changing that one iota. You can do that. Okay, and there's not any, even though that effect will likely reduce the load factor for you, but we're not proposing a change right now. No more than we are proposing a change that would impact energy efficiency measures. In order to effectuate that, in order to give a more adequate price signal, you would have to put in time differentiated demand rates, or three or four, I call them 4-part rates in this proceeding, which would be time differentiated to match the costs that they're putting on the system. We're not doing that we're not requiring that either for residential customers or net metering customers. In other words, you can put in solar panels and realize the 9 to 10 cent savings is up to the point where you're supplying it to the grid. When you start supplying it to the grid, we're saying you shouldn't be overcompensated for that power.
Okay, so the $46,000 and the $95,000 respectively for the KU and LG&E service areas that you and Mr. Gardner discussed as being a so-called subsidy because the net metering customer uses on average 10%, their load factor is 10% lower. Are you saying that there's nothing in your rate proposal that tries to recover the difference between the average customer's use and the net metering customer's use?
Nothing. We're not
Okay.
proposing anything to change that at this point.
Okay, now, moving on, and I apologize, this is taking a while. This is the only issue that didn't settle. As you know, it was carved out, and so I want to make sure we have a full record for the commission's consideration. If on page 46 of your testimony, if you could move there.
And this is my direct testimony again.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, it was your direct testimony.
Okay.
None of these questions,
Yeah.
none of these questions are about the rebuttal.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm there.
Okay, you cited KRS 278-466 sub 5 and provided your explanation of your understanding of that statute. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, is it your understanding of the statute that it allows a utility to propose a rate schedule for net metering customers that is different than the 1-to-1 kilowatt denominated credit on some basis other than the cost necessary to serve that customer?
The first part, you had two assumptions in your question. The first one, can they have a different rate? And I think it's clearly they can. It said
Okay.
should be entitled to implement rates to recover from its eligible customers. Now, this gets to your second point, all costs necessary to serve its eligible customers. So the answer to the question, to the extent, now this is for sales service to the customers. This is not a purchase rate. That's dealt with in section 2 or 3 of this statute. But for the sales service to the customer, which is a different concept altogether, the company could charge, according to this, a different rate for net metering customers than for its residential customers. But you put a qualification on the end of it, which I agree with. It would have to be looked at from a cost perspective.
Okay, so then in your mind, you're setting two different rates under this statute rather than one rate that represents the cost and the benefits of solar?
Yeah, the statute's very clear on that because I can't remember the other section. It's either 2 or 3. It talks about the power that's supplied to the grid. Okay, that's one consideration, one cost, one rate. The commission, which has this other provision, which is for the service that is provided to the customer. Okay, and the service that's provided is a sales service to the customer, and that's what this subsection addresses. And it would allow the utility to implement rates to reflect that cost. And to illustrate that further is that the company could put in a rate that differentiates between the cost of say a 30% load factor versus a 20% load factor customer, the 20% being higher to serve. The companies did not do that. The only thing that the company did was to change the price that they pay to the customer for the power they supply to the grid, the overgeneration. Okay, the companies are not dealing with this section. The companies could have under the statute, but the companies didn't.
Okay, so you've answered my question. I just wanted to confirm that the companies chose, in this case, not to develop cost-based rates designed to specifically address the serving of distributed generation net metering customers.
The service that's provided to the customers, that's true.
Okay, great.
I think
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think we're in agreement. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I think it's page 47 of your testimony, lines 1 to 5. I think that's what you said. I just wanted to make sure I properly understood it. have you done, or to your knowledge, has anybody in the LG&E and KU family done a or a benefit cost assessment of the cost of serving net metering customers?
The cost of serving net metering customers, the closest we've come to is in response to the positions of the interveners, the joint interveners and the KSI, I'll call them that. The company was criticized for not doing a cost of service study. And in response to that criticism, we did a cost of service study, which is presented in my rebuttal testimony.
Okay, and that was the one that you indicated that it was not, the data wasn't sufficient in your mind to be valid for the LG&E service area, but you found it to be statistically valid for the KU area. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's nearly statistically valid for LG&E, but not quite.
Okay.
And we did do a cost of service study. We did from a power that's supplied to the grid, we did and it's addressed in my rebuttal testimony, we did a cost benefit analysis of sorts, but only to the extent that we would look at the RIM test that is one of the California tests. And what the RIM test looks at is avoided cost relative to program cost, and we found that would find that it would be less than 1. The net metering NMS2 that the company's proposing would, by definition, the RIM test would be 1.0. We did not attempt to do all of the other California tests, but we did address that one.
Okay, thanks. And in doing the cost of service, did you do any benefit cost assessment to determine or any study of the quantifiable benefits of including rooftop solar into the grid?
In terms of the generation cost, we certainly did. In terms of the distribution cost, I can't say that we really have. The distribution costs are extremely complicated. I would argue that it's just as likely that they add cost to the grid as not. Lots of studies have been performed that find that. It is very locational specific. In other words, one region may realize benefits, whereas another region won't. KU could realize no benefits where LG&E could. That would be another example because their load profiles are completely different. And this is an area that I talked to Vice Chairman Chandler about earlier. KU, their system peak tends to be in the winter. Their distribution peak is clearly dominated by winter usage. There is no solar benefits that can be created to meet that maximum demand to serve space heating customers.
You're talking about the winter peak?
Yeah, the winter individual customer peaks on residential customers, for example. Therefore, the situation illustrates the difference between the locational aspect. KU is different than LG&E. And we could very well, if once that could be unraveled, which is a very complicated issue, you could perhaps find different costs on the distribution system, different benefits for LG&E than you could on KU. I would venture to say that there's very limited benefits on KU.
Okay, let me just get back to the value that you were proposing, or the company's proposing, to assign to the fed-in solar. Okay, which you believe is only the excess fed-in solar.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry, you dropped off.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I wanted to get back to the value that is being proposed to be assigned to the excess generation, which is the SQF avoided cost, right?
Right.
Okay. Does that value include any crediting for avoided energy costs due to lower consumption by net metering customers?
The consumption by the net metering customers, the way it's structured on the system is probably, it's not a benefit, it's a cost. But set that aside, as far as their utilization of solar, we measured it in the cost of service study, but we're not proposing any changes for their own utilization of the power. It's only the power that is supplied to the grid that we are changing the compensation for. We're not changing the impacts on their utilization, which would undoubtedly be higher, particularly for KU customers.
Okay. Okay, does the value that you're proposing, does that number, that avoided cost number, consider locational benefits of the generation of the net metered energy that might reduce loads in a certain constrained area?
Again, that has not been quantified. If it were, it would have to be very small. This gets into the discussion that I had with Mr. Chandler.
Right.
Vice Chairman Chandler, there's only a 1 cent cost in the rates of distribution. Therefore, it'd have to be a fraction of that if there were any savings. And it could just as easily create cost on the system as it could result in savings. But that is a very complicated analysis. Utilities all across the country are struggling with how to analyze that. And it is highly locationally dependent. And again, you'll likely get a different result on KU than you would LG&E. But it's a very complex and involved analysis that the companies at this point, given the level of net metering on the system, has not endeavored to do.
Okay, and did that number, the proposed value for the excess generation, did it consider the potential load reduction in the transmission and distribution infrastructure because the generation is being produced closer to the load, the neighbors' needs?
Again, any avoided costs are likely to be minuscule, but we did not do the locational analysis necessary to determine that. But again, the energy, the distribution transmission components on the rate, the distribution point cost is like 1 cent a kilowatt hour. Okay, that's all it is. And it's inconceivable that a very large percentage of that 1 cent could be avoided by distributed generation. The same is true with transmission, because most of the planning that is done on the transmission area has to do with locational impacts, short circuit analysis on driven by locational issues on the transmission system. Therefore, it's a complicated issue too. The easiest one to discuss and talk about, because it's the most aggregated, is the generation capacity issue that I talked to Vice Chairman Chandler about.
Okay, and does the number, the proposed valuation, include avoided generation costs or avoided transmission costs?
Just 1 second, sorry.
Sure, take your time.
I have to turn my phone off, or forgot to do that. Did it consider avoided capacity costs? Given the intermittent nature of solar facilities, which is a predominant type of behind the meter generation covered under net metering or SQF, the intermittency of that load does not suggest that there's a significant capacity value. And at this juncture, and this is the discussion that I had with Mr. Chandler earlier, at this juncture, the company has sufficient capacity. Therefore, until 2008, there is no cost that could be avoided. And even then, it's uncertain because that depends upon non-attainment in the environmental regulations. Therefore, any avoided cost would be down the road. It doesn't exist today. It would exist in the future. And even then, this is the point that I was making. It has to be compared to, the solar has to be compared to solar. And we have good benchmarks for the value that is paid for solar capacity. So, and that's down the road. And once you discount that, I would dare say that it's lower than the SQF rate that we're currently proposing.
Okay, if I could, I want to come back to the intermittency issue a little bit later, if I could. But and we are 2/3 of the way done, so I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate the commissioner's tolerance. You were asked a number of questions about the tariff SQF in conversations with commission staff as well as Vice Chair Chandler, and in your answers, you often mentioned SQFs and net metering customers in the same sentence, okay? What I'd like to do is to follow up a little bit on those issues. Am I correct that the tariff SQF is a tariff for generators who generate for sale, for resale?
They provide power to the grid.
Okay,
so
but
it is for generators, and it would typically be for something, it wouldn't have to be, but it would typically be for a larger solar array, for example, that a customer generator would supply to the grid at some point, either at the primary level, secondary level, or even at the transmission level.
Okay, but using the language of PURPA, quote, generate for sale, for resale, end quote, an SQF generator is generating for sale in the wholesale market. Is that correct?
For the wholesale market, say it again, for sale, for resale. I don't think it was limited to resale by the utility. It's resale to the utility. Therefore, that gets behind the whole avoided cost concept. Is an SQF customer would provide utility for sale to the utility that would resell to its retail customers. So there's no difference from that arrangement than the power that a net metering customer is supplying to the grid.
Okay, well, am I correct that the compensation rate for an SQF is limited by federal law?
The compensation rate is limited by, I mean, it was prescribed by PURPA.
Okay.
I don't think it had set forth a framework for that calculation, which in my view was based upon sound economics. There's, it's not, every aspect of it may not be clear, but I think it's generally based upon sound economics. And just like the order that Mr. Chandler was reading to me, which was the implementation of that, which was the original implementation of the PURPA standard, it was set forth an economic framework that was sound, and it prescribed guidance to state regulators that could take it up and either adopt it or modify it.
Okay, just again, I don't want to, these are much more simple questions. The compensatory rate for that an SQF is entitled to is limited to costs avoided when energy or capacity is purchased from those facilities. Is that correct?
Yes, I would agree.
Thanks. And you're aware under Kentucky law that fed-in net metering energy is given a compensatory credit, whether a kilowatt hour denominated or a dollar denominated, but is not given money.
Correct. It's credit.
Okay. And we talked earlier about there's really no benefit for a customer supersizing their array because they just get more credits that they wouldn't be able to use.
Well, there's an advantage to the extent that they can carry forward and utilize zero on an annual basis.
Right, but so they wouldn't.
I'll
they
say
wouldn't
on ongoing basis, could even be longer than an annual period. So
Okay, but at some point, there's no return for an array that produces more than you're going to use over a year.
some period, a year or some ongoing period. Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, okay, thanks. So it's fair to state that a net metering customer doesn't size their system for export, but that the importing and exporting of electricity that occurs through the meter is incidental to the purpose of the system, which is generation for use. Is that correct?
I think there is a difference, but I think as far as the value that's supplied to the grid, I don't think there is a difference. And I'll also I'd also like to mention before we get away from it,
Sure.
as far as a customer that that puts in enough generation to supply it on an annual basis, is a constraint for it. But to that extent, the customer is avoiding all energy costs on an annual basis. Therefore, they're only paying a customer charge. Okay. Even though during the nighttime, when their air conditioners are running, the company has to have facilities to serve that customer. So that, I think, illustrates sort of the problem that we have in terms of the compensation value for that load, is that a customer will generate during the day, and then when they come home, they'll operate their air conditioners through the evening. The facilities to serve that instantaneous use of the air conditioner is not avoided. In other words, you have to have a transformer out there to serve that maximum load. You have to have the conductor. You have to have all those facilities to use it, and all they're paying is a customer charge, which does not fully compensate the customer cost even, much less those demand costs. Therefore, that sort of illustrates the subsidies, the high subsidies that a net zero customer creates. In other words, they're getting 9 cents per kilowatt hour. They're generating their power essentially their own usage for free. They're using the utility as a battery to store their energy so they can use it when the sun doesn't shine, and they're not paying any of the infrastructure costs to supply that customer. So that's sort of illustrates the problem with the current framework.
Are you saying that the infrastructure costs to serve the customer are not in the meter charge?
No, they're not in the meter charge. There's a big chunk of it that's in the energy charge. That's what the 1 cent that I've been talking about earlier, it's included in that charge. Okay,
Right,
that's
but
the cost. It's even more than that because the customer cost isn't fully compensatory. So it's probably what's included in there that they're avoiding is 1.5, and they're avoiding costs that are not truly avoided. In other words,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
but in any event, the company has to have a transformer there to serve them. They're not paying 1 penny toward that transformer. Okay,
None of the costs of the transformer and none of the costs of the poles.
well, a small, not the full cost of it. A portion of it could be. It's truly probably not because of the level of the customer charge that is agreed to in this case. If the customer charge were cost-based at like $25, it would include a portion of it, not all of it, a portion of but it's not. We did not agree to that in the settlement agreement. We didn't increase the customer charge. Therefore, the customer charge pays for administrative costs, billing, customer, the meter, maybe a portion of the service line, not the transformer. And in other words, this customer who's only paying a customer charge is not contributing anything toward the transformer, the distribution system, transmission system, generation system that stands ready to serve that customer during the evening hours. So it's a problem, particularly for those net zero customers.
Okay, and as I understood, they are on average have a 10% lower load factor than the average customer, right?
That's for the use of their power. That's the service the company is providing, not, that doesn't consider what they're putting on the grid. That relates to the customer, that what they're consuming from the company. They have a 10% lower load factor than average residential customer.
Okay.
And what load factor represents is the relationship between the average demand and the maximum demand.
Okay. Now, let me understand. The net metering customer is being charged for their use during the nighttime, right?
A net metering customer, a net zero customer is not, in effect. A net metering customer, it depends on the size of the array. If they're banking on the utility, if they're using utility as a battery, they're not paying anything for the power, because they can bank it and use it to credit their use during the off-peak power, even though they're not generating power during that period.
Okay. Did you all, as part of your, and I know the cost, this is not a cost-based proposal in terms of the, it is a lowering of the compensation for the so-called excess generation, but in looking at the cost of service, did you look at any non-energy benefits that a net metering customer provides?
Non-energy, non-capacity, we only looked at utility costs, if that's what you're driving at. We only looked at what I would call energy and capacity cost and the cost of service of it.
Okay. Just some other follow-up questions, and I'm going to hop around a little bit because I was following questions that were being asked of you by the other questioners. Am I correct that you testified that no capacity credit should be provided for net metering energy when the company has no need for capacity?
Yes, I mean, that's the concept behind a lot of avoided cost or marginal cost concepts. When you have sufficient capacity, and it gets to the planning horizon, I think Mr. Chandler made an appropriate observation there, but during the period of sufficiency, there's no avoided capacity costs. There can't be, because you have sufficient capacity to meet the customer's needs. Therefore, any power that's supplied to the grid is not creating any current avoided cost. And it would create future avoided costs, but what we're looking at now with the current view on non-containment of environmental regulation or non-attainment of environmental regulations is that Mill Creek 1, 2, and Brown, the Brown unit would be retired by 2028, which creates the need for additional capacity. Now, if those units are pushed out, the retirement of the units are pushed out, pushed out, let's start with that, it would extend the period during which the company has sufficient capacity to meet the needs, and would extend the period when there would be no avoided cost. If it's moved forward, it would be the reverse, but I think that's unlikely that it would be moved forward. More likely to be moved back.
If net metering provides a capacity value at a cost lower than the company's existing capacity, should the company take advantage of that?
Could the companies take advantage of it? No, I don't see. I mean, I think the customers would benefit by creating avoided cost on the system if there are some. So no, I don't see. I don't think I understand your question, actually.
Okay, what I asked is if the net metering provides value in terms of capacity at a cost lower than the company's capacity costs for its own infrastructure, shouldn't the company take advantage of that lower cost?
I mean, it would, and the other customers would see that advantage. In other words, if the company were compensating the customer generators at a price that is less than the avoided cost, those benefits would be transferred to the other customers.
Okay. Are you aware that the large ISOs do assign capacity value to variable resources like wind and solar?
Well, let's break that down a little bit. The two that I'm most familiar with, and I can speak relatively on others, but not in detail. PJM does on both solar and wind for large scale facilities. They do not do it for behind the meter customers. And I think we got into that with Mr. Chandler a little bit. But MISO, which I'm actually even more familiar with because we actually represent a number of clients at MISO, is they do not do it for solar. They do it for wind, which is predominantly in the Northeast. It's up in Minnesota. And they do include wind, but they do not include solar of any form. So MISO does not. PJM does based upon an ELCC framework that they're currently implementing. So now those are for solar farms. And also I would point out, and I meant to say this earlier, in MISO, it's almost like a settlement. There are trade-offs. There are socializations that take place in the operation of the MISO, and it creates tension too, because the socialization of cost for the ones that end up providing the subsidies object to it, where the other ones receiving the subsidies like the subsidies. Therefore, that dynamic takes place in a ISO. In other words, there's all kinds of trade-offs and negotiations, and FERC gets into the negotiation. Therefore, it's a very complicated, almost like a social dynamic that doesn't exist outside of those frameworks. So it's hard to say what all went into any of those decisions and what trade-offs and impacts and socializations were considered.
Okay, and I just for the record, the ELCC, we're talking about the effective load carrying capacity?
Yes.
Okay, and that is used to assign a value to solar?
That is currently underway, and that's the plan. And I think it's subject to check. I think it's supposed to be implemented this year, but only in PJM, not in MISO.
Okay.
MISO is not doing that with solar.
Okay, we're down to the last page of questions, and I appreciate your patience. So if you want to take a break now, we can do it, or just.
It would be nice if I could. I would appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay.
Ms. Quinlan's co-counsel is here.
Yeah. I think she enjoys this more than the rest of us.
Yeah, 3:45, break to 3:45. Okay, we're back on the record. Mr. Crosby, Mr. Seeley. Mr. Seeley, this has been a marathon for you.
He's doing a great job.
Yeah.
All right, he's all yours, Mr. Fitzgerald and Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Fitzpatrick, Fitzgerald, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Seeley, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Wonderful. We are down to the last page, so.
Okay, excellent. But I thought you told me that a few minutes ago, so.
Well, I changed the font because my eyes are not what they used to be.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough.
It's 14 point now.
Oh, okay.
You use the term intermittent in your testimony at various times referring to solar. What's your definition of intermittent?
Intermittent, my definition of intermittent would be a variability in the energy that is produced by a generation technology. And I clearly, with solar and with wind, if the sun doesn't shine or if there's a cloud presence, the variability, there will be variability in those generation technologies that, or I don't know if I mentioned wind, but if the wind isn't blowing, there'll be variability in those technologies, generation technologies that do not exist with, say, a coal-fired unit, a combustion turbine, run-of-the-river hydro even, nuclear facilities, lots of other generation technology, combined cycle units. None of those, either they're on or they're off, essentially. There could be a forced outage, but for those technologies, the forced outages are very low. Run-of-the-river hydro would be more intermittent, but less intermittent than, say, wind or solar. So what you will get with solar is as clouds come through the system, all of a sudden the energy drops off precipitously. And then when the clouds leave the system, it comes back on. Therefore, you have a variability in the load that does not exist with those other technologies typically.
Okay, and have you heard the term availability?
Availability, yeah, I'm familiar with the term.
Okay, and does solar generally operate when we expect it to?
No, not necessarily. In the example I just gave, you can't predict clouds. And clouds can come through the system and disrupt expectations with respect to that technology. So no, I would not agree that it generates as expected. The same is true with wind. The wind, and I've been in Colorado in a control center when a storm comes through and they have to shut down the wind facilities. Okay, it's abrupt. Likewise, the wind can go up and down. It can go to zero when it's not generating power, and or when the wind's not blowing. Therefore, neither technology. I think there's probably more expectation in a lot of areas with solar, but nevertheless, expectations can be suddenly disrupted by cloud cover.
Okay,
that's just during the summer. In the winter, it's even more complicated.
Okay, let's go to the summer. Is it true that solar generation in the summer often coincides with or precedes air conditioning load peaks?
Not entirely, but the area that, or the time period covered by solar does cover the period in which air conditioners are used. But I will add that it typically precedes a residential peak as far as peak air conditioning usage. Residential peak will occur between 5 o'clock and 9 o'clock at night. At 5 o'clock, that's when solar is beginning to come down. Now, actually, if I could share a graph with you, I could sort of illustrate this. And if you don't mind, I'll show my screen. And can you, let's see, can you see that graph?
Yes.
Okay. This shows two things. One, these are net metering customers, and the dotted line that you see in the middle is the solar generation that's supplied to the grid, and the solid line is the energy that net metering customers consume from the grid. And if you notice, typically at 5 o'clock, 17 hour is between hour 17 and hour 22 is when the residential customers peaks occur. The system peaks a little earlier than that, but from a distribution perspective, those are the hours. That's when people come home. Their air conditioning usage goes up. Therefore, the distribution peak occurs later in the day. And as you can see, for these net metering customers, they peak at around hour 19, which is 7 o'clock. 7, and it gets a little higher at 9 o'clock for these customers, but for this August 19th day, it peaked at hour 21. Typically, they'll peak between 18, 19, 20 hours. Okay, there's no savings due to that low. So what they are generating during the day, the peak tends to occur on LG&E system at present, LG&E and KU during the summer, during around hour 14, 15, around this. That's when the solar generation is coming down on a ideal condition. If there's clouds during that day coming through, it'll be much, much lower at that hour. And that's the summer peak. The KU is more predominantly a winter peak, and their situation is even worse because the peak on both on system and on distribution level is early in the morning, and between 6 and 8 o'clock in the morning, there's no generation at all, or no material generation from the solar panels. You can see that by this line right here. So there's no generation during the peaks during the summer. Therefore, it's inconceivable to me how on KU distribution system that serves them that there could be any avoided cost on the distribution system at all. And likewise, there would be no system generation cost, which the company has to plan for during the winter. And the growth rate on the winter demand is higher than on the summer demand for both utilities. So it's going to become more and more important for the winter. And solar doesn't provide any capacity during the winter, only during the summer.
Okay. I was asking actually about summer, and I appreciate those charts. Do organized markets take into account seasonal differences in capacity value and unit availability?
Say that again. I could barely hear you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm wondering if well, let me ask this first. Does solar, in your mind, have any capacity value in the summer?
Currently, I don't think it does because there's no avoided cost associated with it. Down the road, it could have a small capacity value, but that capacity value has to be looked at relative to solar. Therefore, like I explained earlier, any avoided cost that a solar facility behind the meter generation could avoid will almost certainly be solar capacity that is purchased by the company. Therefore, that's the value you have to look at. And we have a very good benchmark for what that value is. And it's roughly 2.6 to 2.9 cents a kilowatt hour down the road. Currently, there's no capacity value because the company has sufficient generation capacity to serve the load.
Okay. It does, going back to your summer chart, you show that the solar peak was little earlier in the day than the greatest customer load there. Is there any value to having that solar that precedes the higher residential load? Does it provide any sort of pre-cooling benefits?
I mean, it could down the road. I don't think it does right now because the company has sufficient capacity to serve that load.
Okay, but transformers and conductors, am I right that they are affected by heat and by loading?
Yeah, but again, the transformers used to supply residential customers, for example, are primarily loaded in the evening hours when the capacity is coming down. You can see this from this graph. And
okay,
therefore, during the evening, there is no reduction in the loading because there's no solar being generated. Therefore, these customers pop back on the system, and you have to have the transformer capacity, the line transformer capacity, service capacity, conductor capacity to serve this evening hours for these residential customers.
right. But can the free cooling benefit of having the solar precede that load in the evening extend the useful life of the infrastructure and reduce line sags on the transmission system?
I haven't seen any studies that show that, but it could. But I haven't seen any studies that it extends the life because of the loading. I think what extends the life is not overloading transformers. I think that has a larger impact than reducing it during the middle of the day. As a matter of fact, going up and down on the transformers, and I think Mr. Wolf addressed that a little bit yesterday, that variability on it that could be created by solar capacity could create more damage to the transformers. Because clearly, if the sun's not shining, the loading will change on the transformers. But I think the main stress on a transformer is overloading the transformer. But again, I haven't seen all the research on that.
Okay. And I think Mr. Wolf testified, if I'm not mistaken, that he was unaware of any situation in which the addition of a net metering customer required replacement of a transformer or upgrading of the system. Is that correct? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember him saying that.
Okay. All right. Last couple of questions. You mentioned in response to questioning by Vice Chair Chandler that in the future, combustion turbines are likely not to be the preferred default resource, and instead that renewables will be. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember that, but I want to elaborate on it a little bit.
Okay.
There's two different types of combustion turbines. I think that a lot of the research that I've seen, one example, Bloomberg did a study that indicated that simple cycle combustion turbines will likely be replaced, that combined cycle generators will be needed for grid support for periods when solar isn't battery backup. This assumes a full greater advancement in energy storage than is currently realized by current technology, but it's assumed that the technologies will improve with storage technologies. But the Bloomberg study suggested that there will be probably the need in certain areas in particular for combined cycle generation, that but simple cycle generation or large frame generators, combustion turbines could be displaced with the combination of solar technology enhanced by long-term and short-term storage technologies.
Okay, all right, appreciate that clarification. When you assist a company in looking at resource options, do they evaluate how those options will perform into the future?
Into the future, they do evaluate how the resources are planned in the future.
Okay.
I have lots of communication with the people who do that. I do not do that for them. So just a clarification.
Okay.
I'm very aware, and I'm as intimate as probably anybody outside of those departments are with what goes on, but they do the actual planning.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you any more questions about it then. When we talk about the avoided cost for LG&E and KU, what type of generation are we considering when we look at the avoided cost of generating that additional kilowatt?
This is the situation where I think the industry's changing so rapidly that the avoided cost that has traditionally been evaluated is completely different than it is today. And, we go through the various history of it. Back in the 90s, the avoided cost was delaying a coal-fired unit in the 80s and the 90s.
Yeah. Would you do me a favor? Could you go ahead and get that chart off there so I can see a little bit better?
I will if I can figure out how to do it. Does anybody have any guidance?
I'm in the same boat. Don't worry about it.
I don't want to leave.
I think it says if you hit stop share, where it says share screen, if you click that again.
Yeah, I stopped sharing. I would like to help you, but
Steve, I think we think the suggestion is it might be at the top of the screen. Is there a stop sharing option if you hover up top of your screen?
I don't see it. Stop.
Well, big what big?
Try at the bottom of your screen,
Bottom.
Steve. There should be a little icon, a little button that says mic, camera, screen, or leave.
Yeah.
I apologize. I'm not seeing. Oh, okay. Maybe you can point to, here's what I'm saying.
There you
Hey,
go.
there you go. Excellent work. All right. Just a couple other questions.
Okay, screen, I think. Okay.
You got it. Okay. So currently, the avoided cost number that LG&E and KU use, what is the generation that is assumed for currently?
As far as I know, the company does not have one because they have sufficient capacity. If it were to be determined, I would suggest it could be determined in the next IRP, and I suggested it would be probably based upon an avoided cost of solar for solar technologies. And that's the point I've been trying to make, is that in the future, avoided cost is a future analysis based upon the company's planning. Okay, the company's planning currently is somewhat in flux because of the environmental regulation. In the absence of the environmental regulations or economic considerations that would lead to the retirement of those 3 units, the avoided capacity cost for the foreseeable future would be 0. Okay, there would be no capacity cost or avoided capacity. Okay. But in the current environment is we're looking at a retirement in 2018, and a part of that portfolio, I would say, given the current environmental situation in our country, current the direction of the environmental laws in our country, the avoided cost will be renewables. It will be largely, not exclusively, but largely determined by, there will be a component of renewables in there anyway. And any avoided capacity costs would have to be tied to that those renewable resources. It would, for example, any kind of technology involving solar would involve a deferral of solar technologies into the future. In other words, if you get more net metering or more SQF, it would defer that solar need that we have. So that's how it would be based on the future. It's not the way it's been based traditionally 20, 30, 40 years ago, but it's the current reality in terms of evaluating avoided costs. It's more complex, it's more fluid than it was in the past.
Okay, just so I understand, you're proposing to compensate the excess generation from net metering customers at the utilities avoided cost, correct?
Yes, which is currently SQF energy only.
Okay, and the assumption is that the utility could generate that next kilowatt hour at that cost, is that right?
Yeah, because there's sufficient capacity.
Okay, and my question is, what capacity would they be using? Would it be their hydro capacity, their gas capacity, their coal capacity? What generation is this offsetting?
For solar, it would probably be either coal-fired generation or combined cycle generation on the margin. So
Which is natural
it
gas,
depends on the margin. Hydro, probably not. It would be probably base loaded. So I would anticipate, you'd have to look at the production cost modeling for that, but I would expect it would be the variable energy costs from current facilities that are already in place.
Coal or natural gas?
Yeah, probably combined cycle or coal, because it could be either one of those on a normal. During the peak, it could be on a peak day, it could be a large frame large frame combustion turbine. It could be on a peak. It depends on the day. So, and I'm speaking of day in, day out. It would be, when the solar is operating, it would be probably coal. On the peak days, large frame generators. It could be. It just depends on the load situation.
Last couple of questions. You testified, I think I heard you right, that in the future, utilities would have greater reliance on renewables because of regulatory issues. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the direction of the country. I think there's going to be a lot more reliance on renewables in the future than there has been in the past.
Okay, and in those regulatory issues, are we talking about emissions related, like PM 2.5 and SO2 and greenhouse gases, mercury and other toxics?
I mean, there are regulatory requirements that could affect what I'm speaking of in particular that could create capacity need on LG&E system, or regulatory requirements that could affect the retirement dates of the units that are scheduled to retire.
Okay.
Which is Mill Creek 1, Mill Creek 2, and Brown. In the absence of those retirements, or if those retirements were delayed for whatever reason, it would push out the need for capacity later. And I think that's probably the more likely scenario, that they're currently scheduled to be retired. The two that would create the capacity need is in 2008 or 2028.
Okay, and given that renewable solar has none of those issues regarding emissions, does adding solar to a utility's portfolio mix, is it a positive hedge against those regulatory uncertainties looking forward?
I don't think long term. I don't think it will be, because I think that there will be more introduction of renewables in the supply portfolio regardless. So, like I said, I think any avoided behind the meter solar generation will only avoid solar generation either through a PPA or otherwise in the future. Therefore, I think from a regulatory perspective, it's already baked in. Any of those savings are already baked into the renewable price that they could obtain in the marketplace for that portion of its supply portfolio that could be renewable.
Okay. Mr. Seeley, thank you for your patience. I have no further questions. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, Mr. Childers, any questions on behalf of Sierra Club?
Actually, I'm Miss Baxter. I'm here on behalf of the Sierra Club right now, and we have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Spinard, Kentucky Solar Industries Association, questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have a few questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Seeley.
Good afternoon.
With regard to your testimony on avoided line losses, what percentage of line losses are unavoidable?
The company would have to go through the loss study in order to determine the core losses that are unavoidable. And the core losses would be fundamentally unavoidable because you have to energize the core of a transformer, and there's a certain minimum losses even on conductor, but the core losses in transformers, either transmission, distribution substations, transformers, or line transformers, there's a portion of it that's related to core losses that are essentially fundamentally unavoidable, or they cannot be avoided. The line losses could be avoided if, depending on the circumstances, but all of the line losses cannot be avoided because if you're supplying power back through the grid, it has to go through a conductor and a transformer to get out onto the grid. So the service line, there are losses related to the service line. There will be losses related to the transformer. There will be losses related to the secondary to go down the street. And then losses through the transformer to deliver the power to another customer. And that's the best case scenario is what I'm describing.
Okay, with regard to the core losses that I believe you've identified in your testimony, by your education training experience, about what percentage of line losses fall into the category of core losses?
If you would have asked me 10 years ago, I'd have a better answer for that, but I would say 20% probably of the total 6% losses. The company's total losses is 6%. I think the core losses may be up to 2 percentage points of that. It's a smaller of the I2R losses are the larger component.
And with regard to your testimony on the I2R losses, and I will probably trip over there, so I'm going to apologize in advance. The square, does that mean that those losses they look like a curve because you're squaring the I? So are they proportion? Do you have higher losses with higher loads?
With higher current, yes. The I refers to current, and it's a parabolic function based upon the squaring of the current. So yes, the greater the current, it's parabolic, if that makes sense to you.
I think it makes sense to me, but I want to, and I apologize, just to be clear, is it your testimony that the greater the current, the loss percentage will increase with the higher load?
Yes.
Okay. In your rebuttal testimony, and I'm looking at page 7 of your rebuttal testimony, specifically at a portion that begins on line number 6. And I'm going to read it into the record. And if I don't read it into the record correctly, then you can note that and we'll work on that. But what I have in front of me is the companies can generate or purchase power in the energy market at a far lower cost than the price that is being paid to customers under NMS-1. Do you see that?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. So in terms of that particular testimony, are you arguing, is your advocacy on behalf of compensation at market prices?
Could you repeat the question?
Well, when I take a look at your testimony, and that it states that the companies can generate or purchase power in the energy market. But let's just focus on that for a moment. Is it your testimony that in terms of looking at the framework for how you're going to compensate your NMS-1 customers, that you want to do that by reference to, either in whole or in part, that you're going to do that by reference to market prices?
No. NMS-1, we're not proposing changing it. It will be the current net metering framework. NMS-2, we are proposing to compensate customers for the energy they supply to the grid at a price that's reflective of the company's avoided cost, which is based upon the power or the energy cost or the energy they could generate themselves primarily, or occasionally purchase from the marketplace. The company will purchase power in the marketplace if it's cheaper, therefore it does impact the calculation. But primarily the companies generate power from their own generation facilities to serve the load. And any power that is supplied to the grid under NMS-2 will be compensated at the avoided cost of what it takes for the companies to generate the power themselves.
Well, is it what it would take the company to generate the power itself? And I apologize for the difficulty with the pronoun. Self-generation or market price, whichever's lower?
Self-generation, I don't understand it, because what self-generation avoids is what the company would otherwise generate itself primarily, or perhaps purchase in the marketplace from, if it's cheaper to purchase it in the marketplace. So I'm not sure I understand the question, but what we are proposing to compensate the customer generators for the power they supply to the grid is the company's avoided cost, which represents what it would cost for the company to generate it with existing resources. In other words, the company has existing resources that it can use to generate that power. And it is, from a compensation perspective, it is uneconomical to pay a customer generator 9 cents for the power they supply to the grid when the company can generate that power for 2 cents. And currently, there's no need to add additional capacity. Therefore, there's no other component than the avoided energy cost.
Well, and I'm going to parse words for a moment, because this is a very important part of your testimony. Going back to line 6, the companies can generate, or the disjunctive, the companies can generate or purchase power in the energy market. And with regard to your testimony that you just provided in response to the prior question, did I misunderstand you? Is it your position that when the companies are talking about avoided cost, that avoided cost will not be by reference to purchases in the market, that avoided cost is going to be only by reference to the company's generated cost?
Okay, I'm going to answer it this way. It is primarily cost of generation. If the company can go out into the transaction market and buy power at a cheaper rate, it will at any time. The inclusion or purchase price is a qualifier because I didn't want to be misleading, because the company, most of the time, the avoided cost will be determined based upon what the company generates itself, not what it's purchasing in the marketplace. But if the company can find lower cost energy in the marketplace, it will buy that energy rather than generate its own power. So that's called economic dispatch. So the company, this is intended to describe, without using those words, what the company does with respect to its economic dispatch of its units and its purchases.
So in those instances where it's a market purchase, by your education and training experience, do you believe that the prices it pays for those market purchases will incorporate a capacity value?
No.
And why is that the case?
Because it's in the as available market. What I'm talking about here, the company has sufficient generation capacity to meet its load. Okay, right now, there's sufficient capacity there to meet its load 8,760 hours out of the year. The company may find it economic to purchase from another utility instead of generating that power itself, because the power in the marketplace could be less expensive than what it generates itself. But most of the time, what the company does is generates the power itself. Therefore, any purchases from a net metering customer, the avoided cost would simply be what it avoids in terms of fuel that it uses to generate that power. Fuel and variable O&M expenses.
With regard to time horizons for planning, to your understanding, for IRP planning in Kentucky, is it correct that the IRP takes a 15-year look past the base period?
At least, I think they may go beyond that in some of their analysis, but I think it's a minimum 15 years.
Okay. Do you believe, in terms of your testimony, that the SQF and the LQF do not need to have the same terms?
No, they do not. They do not need to have the same term.
Okay. And the basis for that position?
And they could have an LQF, probably any of them could have any number of terms. The point that I was making earlier today was the value would, to receive any kind of value for any kind of future avoided costs that could take place beyond 2018 would have to involve a term of at least 7 years. That doesn't mean the term has to be 7 years. It just means that to extract a value from avoided cost value, a 5-year term would not create a value in terms of any kind of solar capacity costs that would be included in the company's portfolio. Supply
And I realize it's late in the day and you've answered a lot of questions. I just want to cover a point. I think in your response, and the record will speak for itself, you said 2018. Did you mean 2028?
Yes.
Okay.
That just shows history, because I'm still thinking, and I may have said 2008 today, but what I meant was 2028.
Certainly. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you for correcting that, because I'm prone to do that.
Hypothetically, a hypothetical question. If LG&E and KU were able to, for a net metered system that included storage, and LG&E and KU were able to control that storage, would KU and LG&E, if you have an opinion, would KU and LG&E have had a basis to suggest a different export rate?
I would characterize it a little different. I think this is what you're getting at. If the combination of solar plus managed storage would result almost certainly in a higher avoided cost than just solar alone. So I had a graph or a graphic that sort of depicts that. Is storage, in order to have more than just a solar value of avoided cost, and currently you can buy solar any day of the week for a long-term period for like 2.6 to 2.8 cents per kilowatt hour. Okay, therefore the avoided cost associated with distributed generation on as far as capacity cannot exceed 2.8, and that's down the road because the companies don't even need it. They have sufficient capacity right now to supply all of its needs with its current resources. So beginning in 2018, assuming these units are retired, the companies will have a capacity need. I think they mentioned like 247 megawatts. To the extent that a portion that 247, whatever it is, megawatts of capacity is met with some component of solar, all that solar on the system could avoid is that solar facilities. And you can buy that any day of the week at 2.8 cents a kilowatt hour, 2.6 for a long-term contract. The company entered into a contract with IBV for 2.8 cents for all the solar capacity from a solar farm for a 20-year deal. Commission ultimately approved it for the green power tariff. So it's a renewable purchase power agreement. And but the point is, other than for that tariff, the companies won't need additional capacity until 2018. So the 2.8 cents a kilowatt hour is only relevant down the road. So the avoided cost now is only $2 or 2.15 cents or 2.17 cents. 2.17 cents, which is the avoided cost the companies can that they can generate it themselves.
With regard to battery storage, and if this is if you know and if you have an opinion, are batteries typically rated and sold for capabilities of between 2 or 4 hours?
Yes.
Okay.
And let me elaborate on that. 2 to 4 hours is a lithium-ion battery. Okay, there are certain other battery technologies that could extend it beyond 8 hours, like bromine, zinc bromine, bromine, I think it is, flow battery can operate longer than 4 hours. Other flow batteries, vanadium flow batteries can operate longer than 4 hours, but a lithium-ion battery will typically have a discharge level of about 4 hours. So I agree with that. But that's only a lithium-ion battery. There's other storage technologies that can take you into the days, but they're not battery technologies. They're air storage, they're water storage, they're mechanical storage devices, but those are different types of technologies than a battery.
is it possible with regard to a battery that you could run it for more than 4 hours straight?
Not typically, no. Not a lithium ion battery. That's the issue with a lithium ion battery. And there are other battery technologies like a lithium metal battery that may extend it. But currently, with current technology, at full discharge, you're talking about 4 hours and then you're spent. You can't go beyond that. You need lithium metal, and these are just research at this point. There's companies that are developing them, what's it, quantum scape or quantum scope. They're developing them, but they're not going to be on the market for another 5 years. So 4 years at the earliest. So current technology, it's 4 hours. Future technology may be extended with lithium metal, but you have to get into things like zinc bromine and vanadium flow batteries to get a longer discharge. To even get a longer discharge than like 8 hours, you have to go to mechanical storage, air storage, water storage.
With regard, one other follow-up point then with regard to the battery, I could run the battery for 2 hours at night and then take a break from the battery storage and run the battery for 2 hours the next morning. Is that correct?
Yeah, you could do that, but there would not be any distribution savings. You may be able to realize capacity savings on the generation system, but not on the distribution level. So because the distribution level, you run your air conditioner through the night. You don't just do it for 2 hours here and 2 hours there. So, I think that logic applies to some extent on generation capacity, but I think it is of greater value than just solar by itself. And that's a problem, I think, with the current compensation frame. There's no incentive at all for customers to install battery storage of any sort because they get the same compensation at the retail rate, whether they do or not, even though the one provides much more capacity value. In other words, PV plus storage provides much more capacity value than solar ever could.
With regard to you were present virtually in the hearing when the company's witness Wolf testified. Is that correct?
Yeah, I listened in on almost all of the testimony, but yes.
And his testimony will speak for itself, but it was something to the effect, and I think that you may have referenced this previously, that there's been an exponential increase in applications. Is that sounding familiar?
Yeah, and based on what I've seen, I agree with that for the past 3 years. And as a matter of fact, in one of the data requests, I supplied information very much to that effect because the increase in distributed generation has been, the last 3 years in particular, has been dramatic.
So there's an upward trend in applications.
Not just applications, but number of customers as well. So he was looking at applications. I've looked at number of distributed generation customers, and it was the past 3 years, it's been like 50%. So that's approaching and increasing every year. So 50% per year, it begins to look like an exponential curve.
And with regard to the trends, if you know, the trends for the applications and the systems that are being proposed, has there been any change in terms of the systems that are being proposed with battery storage versus the systems that are proposed without battery storage over that period?
Yeah, the company doesn't have information as far as what technologies they have behind their meter. So I don't think, and I'm subject to check with Mr. Wolf on the applications, I don't think they have to discuss that. All they have to discuss is the interconnection of their generation resources to the grid. So I don't think there's knowledge about battery backup, but based upon the sales of batteries and the implementation of batteries in the United States are primarily used for sort of like a diesel generator for backup service. They're not managed in that way. People are using them for backup power.
With regard to your discussion of market rates, and and please provide the comprehensive response, but I have in my notes that it's, you've given a range of market rates for solar that you all could go out and purchase now. In terms of identifying the marketplace, what are the places that the companies would go to price the current market price of solar?
What they would do is issue an IRP in order to purchase it, and then companies would bid on constructing those solar facilities to supply the energy to the grid. And that's exactly what the companies did with the IBV contract they entered into, which was a 20-year contract at 2.8 cents a kilowatt hour. So the Big Rivers also recently entered into agreements with 3 solar farms, and they were looking at prices a little lower on average than what LG&E's is, but in the ballpark, 2.6 to 2.9. So they entered into 3 contracts, which the commission approved in that ballpark. And those are, I don't know the terms of those contracts. I do know the terms of the IBV contract that LG&E entered into. It is a 20-year fixed price contract at about 2.8 cents a kilowatt hour.
And please bear with me for a moment, because you've already previously answered some of the questions, and I'm in the process of eliminating some of my questions based on those answers. With regard to behind the meter solar in PJM, to your knowledge, does PJM ascribe a capacity value to behind the meter solar?
Not explicitly, no.
Okay. Implicitly?
Implicitly, to the extent that it could, in the valuation of period, affect the load, maybe there could be. But it's not, they are not identified as a resource in their effective load carrying capability analysis that they're currently doing. I've verified that explicitly with PJM, and that's what they confirmed. In MISO, which LG&E was a former MISO customer, Midwest ISO, they do not ascribe any solar value of any form, only wind, no solar. So behind the meter or otherwise, there's no explicit identification of that at this point. That could change in the future. I know that they're looking at it, debating it, considering it, but at this point, MISO does not include solar, only wind.
From your training, education experience, will the customer necessarily pass electricity back through a secondary line transformer when that customer exports electricity?
Not, they will, in most cases, they will. There are examples where they could bypass it to their next door neighbor, but on KU system, there was a lot of single transformers that serve single customers, because when they're spread out more, you have more of that. Rural electric cooperatives, it's almost all of it that way. KU has more of it than LG&E would. But if there's a single transformer serving a single customer, it will go through, that transformer will go through the secondary, through the through another customer's transformer, through another customer's service. So again, it's location dependent, and it will vary to some extent between the two utilities.
With regard to energy storage systems, have you or have the companies made any projections pertaining to the possibility of customer grid defection?
Customer grid defection, not that I'm aware of. I'm not a company employee. I have not done this for the company. That occasionally occurs when people want completely off the grid and want to be isolated in grid defection. But I personally haven't heard of a lot of that in the Midwest. It's more of a Montana thing out west. And I think there are probably other motivating factors for that, not all driven by cost considerations. It's, they want to be off the grid and not subject to anybody's services. So.
And that may have been an unfair question to you. I think from your response, I will need to ask Mr. Conroy that question tomorrow. So I appreciate your answer, but I'll direct that. I'll save that for him. With regard to how customer generators can potentially enhance value to the grid, did you or the companies give any consideration to incenting or incorporating features in rate design through which customer generators could enhance value to the grid?
I mean, that would be down the road, and it would also require the implementation before you could even consider that of a DERMS system, where you could literally control those capabilities. And the example I gave earlier is like supplying more VARs by controlling the inverter on the system. That's an example. There are others. You would have to have the systems in place to do it. Currently, very few utilities, if any, have a full system in place to do that. The companies are currently studying and working with other utilities to identify the cost and benefits of a DERMS system. So I think that any kind of potential for that, and I think your suggestion or your comment would require some compensation or they wouldn't do it. In other words, using DERMS to control distributed generation facilities involves the customer relinquishing a degree of control. And before they do it, I think they would have to see a benefit to it. And I think that's something that could be considered down the road, but currently the DERMS isn't in place in order to do that.
With regard to the company's proposals, and this is something that I want to clear up, the company currently bills, let's just use LG&E, and to the extent that you need to explain a nuance or a difference as applied to Kentucky utilities, please go ahead and do so in the answer. But for right now, let's just use LG&E as the example, okay?
Okay.
LG&E bills residential customers on a monthly basis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in terms of the proposal for the customers who take residential customers taking service under the proposed NMS2 net metering rider, the future net metering rider that the company wants to see approved, is it monthly netting? Is it a view of looking at the customer's total usage during the month, basically the customer is going to have a total amount used during the month, and that you would subtract out, here are the two alternatives. The customer has total usage during the month, LG&E is going to track, and it will subtract out some amount based upon the generation and then bill the customer for the difference? Or is it that the customer is going to have some amount of usage during the month, all of the customer's generation will net out the customer's usage, then after that there's a consideration about if there's excess amount of energy produced, that's what's at play with NMS2. I'm trying to, what I couldn't understand from the answer, and I apologize for not understanding, is I'm just trying to understand on the monthly, is there any part of the customer's generation that will not have a value in reducing the customer's bill for energy that the customer uses, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I think it does, and I think I spoke incorrectly earlier about instantaneous netting because I think the company's proposal does involve it. But to answer your question, the energy that the customer, their solar facilities and generation facilities, to the extent that it reduces their load at a particular time, they will receive the full benefit of that, okay? To the extent that they're supplying energy to the grid with the bidirectional meters, as that I'm standing to correct, they would be compensated at the avoided cost rate. Therefore, at any given time, as I understand it right now, the power that they supply at the grid will be compensated at the avoided cost rate as it should be. Therefore, there's no using the company as a battery for this. But the customer still has the advantage or the potential to reduce its usage requirement and realize those savings. If they're over supplying their capacity, if they're putting in basically a mini solar farm in their backyard and is supplying large amounts to the grid, they will be compensated for the power they supply to the grid at the avoided cost rate. And they will continue to, under the current proposal, to, during the periods when they're using it, to avoid all energy costs during those periods. I hope that helps.
That's helpful. And tomorrow, as a preview, we'll ask Mr. Conroy, and if we're still confused, we may make a post-hearing data request. But in any event, I appreciate your answer. It is helpful. If you'll just
Mr. Conroy ultimately is the better one to answer the language specifics of the tariffs. I primarily focused on the avoided cost, the cost, and the numbers. So the tariff provisions, the individual tariff provisions, he's more familiar with.
Yes, sir. And that's fine. And if the commission and the witness will bear with me just for a second, I just want to go through and make sure I've caught everything that I need to ask. And with that, Mr. Seeley, I don't have any further questions. Thank you for your answers. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I'm finished with my examination.
Mr. Crosby, any redirect?
Mr. Chairman, I don't want, I think Commissioner Matthews has rejoined us. I don't know if she has any questions she wants to ask or not. I don't want to cut her off in any way.
I'll ask her. I think she told me originally she did not, but she may have changed her mind. She has the ability to do that.
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
I don't think
Thank
there are any left.
You just tore up the room, Commissioner Matthews. Mr. Chairman, I hate to do this at this way. May I have 5 minutes to confer with my client, because I think we might be able to pare down redirect significantly if we can have a quick consultation and come right back. If we can do 5 minutes, that'd be wonderful.
Well, let's do that. Let's just give you about 8 minutes. Come back at 5 o'clock, and when we complete Mr. Seeley, I think we need to start Mr. Conroy and see how far we can go. We have 7 witnesses left, and I mean that includes, because I understand that a request has been made for Mr. Beller to return, and we're going to finish tomorrow if we have to go to 8:30 or 9 o'clock. So we'll just go. We'll be in recess until 5 p.m. Okay, I think maybe everyone has returned. Mr. Seeley is back. He ought to get a medal. I don't know, the applicants here you ought to find some way to reward Mr. Seeley with, you need more money, Mr. Seeley, or something here. You've had to go all day.
Are you kidding me? He loves to do this, Mr. Chairman. He can't get enough
Yeah,
of it.
well, if the Senate ever basically requires them to go back the old days where you had to stand and talk all day, I'd be for Mr. Seeley. He's qualified there to go. Anyway, Mr. Crosby, you have a redirect examination.
Yeah,
I do,
this
Mr.
is not
Chair.
my record, as far as being on the stand, so.
Oh, well, I think we're not going to set that record today, praise the Lord. Mr. Chairman, I'll let you know the 8-minute break is paying significant dividends. We have I promise you, a few questions to go through with Mr. Seeley. Mr. Conroy can't wait to get on the stand, so we're not going to keep him away too long. Mr. Seeley, I have just a few questions for you. Do you recall some questioning, I believe it was from staff counsel earlier in the day, concerning the rate design for LG&E rates TODS and TODP?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have your rebuttal testimony available to you, sir?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. Could you turn to pages 79 and 80 of that testimony, please? Let me make sure I'm there. All right.
Yes. You said 79.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. And let's look first at page 79, please.
Okay.
I'm sorry, let's make that page 80, the top, table 5 at top of page 80. Do you see that?
For LG&E, yes.
Yes. Okay, and with respect to TODS, time of day secondary service, is it correct that the 6CP analysis shows that it has a system average or better rate of return?
For TODS, yes.
Okay. And with respect to TODP, does the LOP analysis indicate that it has a better, an system average or better rate of return for TODP on the LOLP?
It does.
Okay. Can we look up at page 79 now on KU rates? And for rate FLS, again, under the 6CP column there, does that indicate that rate FLS has a system average or better return?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And Mr. Seeley, if I can ask, and I believe you might find some of this discussed in your rebuttal testimony at pages 107 to 109, is there a reason, to the extent that industrial rates in particular, which rates under which industrial customers take service, is there a reason why it might make sense to try to eliminate subsidies that those rate classes provide, to try to pare down those subsidies first as opposed to other customer classes?
Yes, that was a point raised by Mr. Barron. It is also addressed in my rebuttal testimony. And my view, working for decades with attracting and keeping large industrial loads, is that large industrial loads have a much bigger choice as far as where they locate their operations than, say, a commercial operation or any type of customer that would typically take service under TODS, which would be a box store. A box store, for example, like don't need to point them out precisely, but a box store, they locate their operation around people. They don't locate their operation around input resources. Industrials locate large industrials locate largely for input resources. labor resources. And what I mean by input resources, things like electric energy, like supply, availability of rail to bring in materials. A good example of that would be NAS and others that I've negotiated with over the years for steel mills is that they typically will operate in states with highly reliable energy sources. Number one. Number two, low cost energy resources and availability of rail to deliver, say, scrap metal into the facility in order to melt it. And also availability of barge and various ways to deliver it. But energy is a very important resource, much more important to industrials than, say, a commercial customer who will locate their operations around people. Therefore, for the state economy and for LG&E's customers, both, large industrial customers bring jobs to the state. Therefore, it's very important for the economy and for the utility customers, and that's primarily what the utility should be looking at, is that they bringing in these customers will do several things, but they will bring in high load factor load typically that can spread resources over or fixed cost over a larger resource base. But also there's a economic multiplier associated with large industrial load. In other words, large industrial load brings jobs, which also brings more commerce to a region. Therefore, there's multiplicative advantages that are realized through industrial load that other types of load don't bring. Therefore, I think it is a consideration to monitor the subsidies for large industrial customers. And I expressed that view in my rebuttal testimony, but, this is obviously was a settlement agreed to by all parties representing all rate schedules in the case. There's not a single rate schedule that the parties to the settlement weren't included in, so that aren't served under. So I think it was broadly represented, and I think in my view, it's a reasonable outcome. It's not what we proposed, but it is a reasonable outcome, and I think I would encourage the commission to approve the allocation that was agreed to by the parties.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Seeley. Do you also recall there was some discussion with staff counsel about the allocation of inside rate design, allocation of the increase in each rate class or several rate classes that you discussed between the demand charges and some discussion about why maybe that increase wasn't instead allocated to the energy costs? You recall that conversation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Seeley, is your understanding that the energy rates that are in the stipulation across the board collect at least the marginal cost associated with generating energy, with providing that energy, that cost of producing energy is fully recovered through those energy rates? There's nothing we propose that changes that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was absolutely, that's correct. And I think it's economically appropriate not to go below the marginal cost to serve the customer. So it does provide a contribution in all cases, and I think I think that element is reasonable as well and should be approved.
Okay. With respect to CSR, I believe you had some discussion with the vice chairman about that. Do you recall that?
Yeah, there was a discussion with both me and I think Mr. Bellar or somebody else. But yes.
Okay. And to your understanding, Mr. Seeley, is CSR designed to be, especially as far as physical curtailments are concerned, is it designed to be a regular use resource or more of an emergency use resource?
How the tariff is written and how the rate is designed, it's a emergency capacity resource for the company. And obviously, there's a buy-through provision, but ultimately, the company can curtail these customers during the peak conditions, during emergencies, during these events which do not occur all the time.
And can you recall, or are you aware of an instance when the companies did request physical curtailments to meet a system emergency?
Yes,
Maybe not in the past 5 years, but recently?
Oh, the 5 years, I'm not aware of it, nor am I the best person to ask about the most recent 5 year period, but I think testimony was given that it probably did not occur during too often in the last 5 years. And I remember periods when it was a regular occurrence, and a lot of that depends on the capacity resources at a given time.
And I'm sorry, I phrased that question poorly. Are you aware of any type, if you don't know, it's fine, but subject to check, would you accept that the companies did indeed call on physical curtailments during the 2014 polar vortex?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I'm aware of that. Is that within the 5 year? That's a little longer, but yes, absolutely. And prior to that, it was a frequent occurrence, but yes.
Okay, sorry, we're having mic issues. Let me ask this as well. Finally, is it your understanding that the companies do derive, in addition to the emergency resource value associated with CSR, that the companies do request economic curtailments, buy-through curtailments that then customers can buy through, that those revenues then can offset costs for customers?
Yes, they can buy through, they can interrupt, and the customer can choose to buy through. And those additional incremental savings to customers go through the fuel adjustment cost. So other customers benefit from that.
Okay, thank you. Genuinely, just two more. With respect to, do you have available to you the company's response to Kentucky Solar Industry Association first set of requests number 17?
Okay, just a second, I can locate it. Is KU or LG&E?
I believe it's the same on both.
Okay, it's okay. I'll go to KU then, and it's which data response?
Number 17.
Number DR1.
Yes, sorry, DR1 number 17.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and you are, is it correct that you're a co-sponsor of this response?
Yes.
Okay, I know you're just looking at it again, maybe it's the first time in a bit, but is it your understanding that this would help address the question about the netting approach that the companies are proposing under Rider NMS2?
Yes. It's been a while since I've reviewed this, but now that I see it, I remember.
Okay. Last question or topic, just a couple of questions. Do you recall a discussion about what exactly, I think it might have been Mr. Spinar who asked you this, about what person, and maybe Mr. Fitzgerald more, I think about what is contained in the avoided cost rate that is SQF, which the companies are proposing to use for Rider and NMS. Do you remember some discussion about what is wrapped up, how that rate was calculated?
Yes.
Okay. And let's see if you have this. One moment. Mr. Seeley, do you have available to you the company's response to the AG KIUC's first set of requests?
Yes, I've got, and I think the numbers are the same for both utilities, but yes, I've got KU.
I believe that's correct. Do you have access to number 172, the response to 172?
No, I do not. Is my name on it?
Well, I was just going to see if you were familiar with it. So we'll let that go. That's it. I have no more questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else of Mr. Seeley? If not, may Mr. Seeley be excused? Mr. Seeley, you may step down and you're excused. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Before we call Mr. Conroy, let me ask we have all counsel for the parties on the line. Just so we'll know, I guess on the first day or first morning, Attorney General's office and KIUC asked if Lane Collin and Stephen Barron could testify on Wednesday. And I thought it's probably best to ask, do any of the parties have questions for Mr. Collin or Mr. Barron? If you do not, then we could go ahead and excuse them. So I don't know if there's contemplated examination or cross-examination of Lane Collin and Stephen Barron.
We do not anticipate having any questions for them. Your Honor, we're okay with their being excused.
Okay, well, I'll just go down the list and ask. Ms. Medlin, do you anticipate any examination of Lane Collin and Stephen Barron?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Moore for Kroger? Mr. Moore? We'll check back. Ms. Grunman?
No, Your Honor, no questions for Mr. Barron or
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Collin.
Good to see your co-counsel. I missed him at the break, so.
Oh, yes, well, he's not as happy as he was at the break, but he doesn't have any cross out.
Okay. Mr. Spinard, do you have any, anticipate any questions for either Mr. Collin or Mr. Barron?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fitzgerald, you anticipate questions for Collin or Barron?
No, Your Honor, I don't.
Mr. Gardner, Mr. Osterloh, questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And I know staff has indicated they do not. I think, Ms. Baxter, are you here on behalf of Sierra Club? Sierra, anyone on behalf of Sierra Club? Okay, one more call
Yes,
for.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Joe Childers for Sierra Club, I'm here.
Okay, well, Mr. Childers, do you anticipate, does Sierra Club anticipate having any questions for Lane Collin or Stephen Barron?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Moore on behalf of Kroger, are you with us? I guess not. Well, I expect that, I mean, we've conducted a roll call and no one who has answered has any questions for Mr. Barron. And I guess Mr. Moore chose to leave or maybe couldn't stay on any longer. So is there any objection if we excuse Mr. Collin and Mr. Barron so that they can be notified they don't have to be here tomorrow? Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
If there is none, then counsel for KIUC and Mr. Kurtz and Mr. Horn and Mr. West on behalf of Attorney General's office, you may notify Lane Collin and Stephen Barron that they will not be required to testify tomorrow. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, that being the quest, the case, Mr. Conroy, we've been waiting for you all day, so I know you're. Mr. Crosby said you just couldn't wait. So please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Crosby?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Conroy.
Good evening, I think.
Good evening. Will you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Robert M. Conroy.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity, please?
I am Vice President of State Regulation and Rates for LG&E and KU Services.
And what is your business address, please?
220 West Main Street, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202.
Did you cause to be filed in the record of these proceedings direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to various data requests?
I did.
If I asked you those same questions again today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, witness is available for questions.
Okay, Mr. Nguyen, cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Conroy. Can you hear me okay?
No, it cannot.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was on mute. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. There were some questions that I asked of Mr. Seeley, I believe, this morning, and he deferred it to you. One of those questions was related to certain recommendations that were made by the Kentucky Solar Energy or Industry Association regarding the company's SQF and LQF tariffs. Do you recall those line of questions?
I do recall you asking questions about them.
Okay. One of the recommendations that was made was for the companies to modify the voided energy rate in tariff LQF to match tariff SQF. What's the company's position with respect to that recommendation?
I believe that the current form of LQF is appropriate for the services that we get from large qualifying facilities and ensures that all of the customers aren't paying more for energy and potentially capacity from a large qualifying facility that the companies may or may not need to serve load. So we believe the current structure of LQF does not need to be identical to SQF.
Okay. With respect to the proposed NMS2 tariff, are customers that have PV and behind-the-meter storage permitted to take service under the proposed NMS2 tariff?
Just to be clear, I mean, those customers would still be taking service under standard rate schedules. NMS2 is to outline the compensation for energy that flows back to the grid. To be a net metering customer per the statute, you've got to generate from solar. There's certain criteria. Battery storage is not outlined in net metering, but it doesn't mean that the customer couldn't still have battery storage on their system. The solar facility would be the portion that would be under net metering.
Okay. So let me just clarify. A customer who has both PV and storage is eligible to receive compensation under the NMS2 proposed rate based upon the PV facility's output.
Can you repeat that?
Sure.
It cut out a little bit.
I'm sorry. A customer that has both PV and behind-the-meter storage would be eligible to receive compensation under the company's proposed NMS2 schedule, but it would be based upon the output of the PV facility. Is that correct?
Well, their ability to take service under net metering would be based on having a solar facility. It had to be under 45 kW to take service for that. As far as when they put power back onto the grid, I'm not sure there's a way to distinguish whether it is from the solar facility or whether it's from the battery. So they could still utilize both the solar system or the battery to offset their own consumption and still get the value of the retail rate for any of that offset consumption. Anything that flows back onto the grid would be compensated by all of the customers at the voided cost rate SQF.
Okay. Same response, I guess, you would have for a customer with PV and electric vehicles in terms of...
Yes, they'd still be served under a standard rate schedule for any of the load that they consume, they would be under net metering too for any of the energy that flows back to the grid.
Okay. And to confirm, are customers that take service under NMS2 also permitted to make energy efficiency investments?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Do you recall this morning where Mr. Seeley referenced TOD rates and the ability of customers with solar plus storage or just solar could take service under the company's TOD rates? Do you recall that?
Not specifically. I know there are a lot of questions this morning, Mr. Seeley.
Okay.
I know there were questions about TOD and battery.
Well, let me ask you this. Can residential customers with solar take service under the TOD rates that Mr. Seeley referenced this morning?
If it's a residential customer, they have the option to take service under RTOD demand or RTOD energy. They could also be under rider NMS too as well.
Okay.
For any solar facility.
So under rider NMS2, are there rates that's set out similar to what the TOD rates are?
I'm not sure I understand. Are you the rates under NMS2, rider NMS2 is only the compensation for energy that flows back to the grid at SQF. The customer would, under that scenario, would be taking the standard rate schedule RS for RF TOD for any consumption that they receive from the company.
Okay. And did you watch any of the testimony that Ms. Saunders had yesterday when the vice chair had questions regarding the residential customers and the waiver of a late payment fee?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is it your understanding that a customer can only request such a waiver under the relevant tariff language if they are in good standing, meaning that they have not been assessed the late fee payment fee in any of the previous 11 months?
Yeah, for existing residential customers, we had that provision.
11 months have the option of waiving one late payment charge upon request. This option may only be used once every 12 months as long as the customer remains in good standing. Is that the language of the tariff?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to walk through a hypothetical with you. Let's say a customer is charged a late payment fee in January, and for whatever reason decides not to request that the late payment fee be waived. And let's say that same customer is then charged a late payment fee in May of that same year. So under this scenario, the customer would not be able to request that a late payment fee be waived until at least May of the next year. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And would the companies consider, well, let me ask you this. Does the customer receive any notice with respect to his or her right under the tariff to request a waiver of that late payment charge?
I believe Ms. Saunders responded to that yesterday, I thought. I don't know the specifics of what's all on the bills and the information that goes in the billing toward the customers.
Okay.
If that information is specifically spelled out there.
Okay, but you don't have any such knowledge, but it would be whatever Ms. Saunders said yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Can you refer to your direct testimony on page 54?
Okay.
You discussed the proposed revisions to the LG&E's gas supply clause for the recovery of costs associated with vaporized liquefied petroleum gas and air and liquefied natural gas. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you explain how supplementing the supply of natural gas with vaporized liquefied petroleum gas and air and liquefied natural gas could be beneficial to customers?
I think there were a number of data responses from the commission on this, but in general, to the extent that we could actually buy the gas cheaper than natural gas to supplement the system, that'd be beneficial to customers. To the extent that we have constraints on the system with natural gas and we can supplement it with this product, it could be beneficial to customers as well. We're adding the language to give us the flexibility to the extent that it can be beneficial and we could utilize it, then it would be able to be utilized.
Okay, if the revisions to the gas supply clause are approved, would you agree that the commission will still have the authority to review the reasonableness of gas costs related to vaporized liquefied petroleum gas and air and liquefied natural gas, and could disallow any costs that it deemed those costs to be unreasonable?
Yes, the commission would have full authority to review any of the costs that we include in the GSC.
Okay. Refer to LG&E's response to commission staff's 6 requests for information, item 33.
Oh, I'm sorry, LG&E?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was in KUs. 33, okay.
So this is regarding the revisions to the firm transportation tariff, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your response seems to address an existing customer's eligibility for gas transportation service for its load other than the generation facility. Can you explain whether, and if so how, this revision could impact the eligibility for gas transportation service for a new customer's additional load if they install a generation facility that's served under either rate CGS, IGS, or DGGS?
I'm reading the response here real quick.
Sure, take your time.
And can you repeat your question for me?
Sure. Can you explain whether, and if so how, this revision could impact the eligibility for gas transportation service for a new customer's additional load if they install a generation facility that's served under rate CGS, IGS, or DGGS?
I couldn't specifically sitting here, but we could do a post-hearing data request on that.
Okay. And if you know, are there any circumstances in which a customer's generation load could qualify for gas transportation service without an underlying cell service?
I I don't believe so, but we'd had to look back through the tariffs on that.
Okay, so I can ask that as a post-hearing data request as well for you to
Yeah.
confirm?
Yes.
And then with respect to the stipulation, and its exhibits 8 and 9, which are the proposed retired asset recovery rider tariffs, just a general question. If the commission approves the proposed tariffs, can you explain whether the companies will make regular filings with the commission to update the amounts billed under this rider, like they do with the environmental surcharge and the fuel adjustment clause?
If the commission approves this within this proceeding, I would expect when we get to the point where we actually retire a unit and utilize this rider, we will file spreadsheets and calculations in detail and work with the commission on corresponding filings associated with that when that time comes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Those are all the questions, Chairman. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Chandler, questions?
Chairman, good evening, Mr. Conroy.
Good evening.
So I understand NMS 1, Tariff NMS 1 currently basically has a provision in it that says that when you terminate service, your credits go away. Is that fair?
Under NMS 1?
Yeah.
If you terminate service under existing NMS, I believe that the credits do go away, yes.
Yeah, okay. So with the change in law for net metering, right? What is your understanding of, let's just make up a hypothetical, right? Somebody put in net metering on their home 3 years ago, and under what was net metering at the time, right? And then let's just say your net metering service 1 and 2 go into effect as proposed. That nothing has changed, right? So that'd be the easiest place to work from. Under today's scenario, if that person leaves and terminates service, sells the home, the credits go away, that new person gets to take service and has those rooftop, the solar panels attached. Is that accurate?
I believe so, yes.
And they start building up their own credits. Okay. So let's move forward. One, is anything going to change from that perspective for homes that were already taking under net metering and will continue to take under net metering for NMS 1?
I believe in statute 278-466, section 6, under the provisions, the grandfathering provisions remain in effect for 25 years, regardless of whether the premises are sold or conveyed during the 25-year period. So that grandfathering provision would carry forward.
So
for that facility.
Yeah, so no different for NMS 1 customers. So for NMS 2 customers, you all are proposing, and certainly the conversation today is that you're not giving a customer a kilowatt hour credit anymore. It's a dollar denominated credit based off, as proposed by the company, the purported value of the export. Is that fair?
Well, I mean, that's what's in the statute for net metering that was passed for. It is a dollar denominated bill credit.
Yeah, I'm not arguing anything. I'm trying to get to the question I'm trying to ask, make sure we're on the same page.
Okay.
So the proposal is to credit people on a dollar denominated value for net exports, right? And I'm sure Mr. Fitzgerald will probably ask you to clarify the other thing about how it's netted, but that isn't important to this question. So if that person is being provided by the company's own proposal, the actual value, a thing of value, the amount of that value per kilowatt hour, is it the company's proposal for those NMS 2 customers to also terminate those credits when a customer's service is terminated?
In accordance with the statute, that is the provisions. If, as long as the customer is a customer, and they have more bill credits than they consume in a given month, that will carry forward. If at the time that, in accordance with 278-466, Section 4, if an eligible customer generated closes his or her account, no cash refund or accumulated credits shall be paid.
Right.
So we follow the statute on that provision.
So that would, by the crux of my question, leading to the second question is, that applies then, as I read that provision, to apply to the customer that was previously taking service under NMS 2. Does the statute preclude the credit from continuing with the system?
I'm not sure I understand which system are you talking about.
So if the home is sold under NMS, the credits just go away today once the home is sold, service is terminated, and then put it in the next person's name. Is that correct?
As of today, under NMS, yes.
Okay.
Under the new provisions, if they're a grandfather customer and they sell their house, that stays with them.
Okay. Under NMS 2, you just read the statute where it would seem to say that once the person terminates their service, they don't get credit for the accumulation of any net kilowatt hours or net dollar credits. Is that right?
Yes.
Does it necessarily preclude the new customer coming in on that exact same premises from being able to use those credits?
I believe so, yes.
The statute does, or the tariff would?
Well, I believe the statute, the way I read it, would preclude that to be carried forward.
Okay. So the other question is if, and I'm going to make this a hypothetical, but it's something that happens, I think, quite often. If a customer, say it's a married couple, are taking under net metering service 2, right, as proposed, and the bill is in one of the customer, one of the couple's names, but not the other, right? That's fairly common across the system in my experience. And there's, let's say one who no longer lives there, right? So the person whose name on the bill passes, or the person's whose name on the bill, there's a divorce and they move out, but the other spouse stays in the home. And the name on the bill is changed. Is that a termination of service under the company's ordinary operating procedures, or is that something less than a termination of service as envisioned under this current wording?
I would have to look back at how we would treat that situation from our billing perspective. I can't, sitting here, I can't say how that specific hypothetical would occur.
Do you mind to look at
that? I'd have to go back to the Saunders group and talk to some of the billing folks on how we treat that.
Yeah, do you mind to look at that?
Look at that right now, or
no,
or
right
as a post hearing?
Something you're willing to do a post hearing data request.
Yeah, we could do that for a post hearing data request. No problem.
Okay. And do you? I want to make sure I don't need to ask it in a different way. That would apply both to the legacy provisions assumed for NMS 1 as well as moving forward with NMS 2. Is that change of name for somebody who already lived there a termination of service and a termination of bill credits as envisioned under the language?
Yeah, I would have to look. We'd have to do that in a post hearing data request. Both ways.
So the waiver of the late fee. So you're the primary witness for all the tariff proposals and the tariff languages. Did you hear my question yesterday to Ms. Saunders about making the waiver of the late fee a default if that person hasn't been late in the last 12 months?
I heard her. Yeah, that was asked of her yesterday. Yeah, I don't recall what her specific response was.
It was something about, if a customer may expect to be late later in the year, that they may want to keep that, they may want to go ahead and pay the late fee now and then save the opportunity to request the late fee at a later time. I think that was my memory of her response.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that's the assumption as well with the non-residential customers, or that's the presumption as to why that upon request language should continue in the tariff. Is that the company's position?
Yeah, I think Ms. Saunders responded to that. I mean, we want to give the customer the choice, and not force it on them.
So
the provision that we're proposing for non-residential is the same as what we proposed for residential.
right, and I'll just say, I suspect a lot of customers don't necessarily know that this provision is available. It's fairly new, right?
The residential may have been the last case of the previous case. I don't recall.
Right. I think it was in the 2018 cases. So it would have been implemented with billing starting on, I think, May the 1st of 2019. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So is there anything that the company can do with bill inserts, language on the bill, either monthly or quarterly, that can inform customers of their right to request a waiver of a late fee once a year?
Yeah, I think that's something Ms. Saunders could consider, and look at how we communicate with our customers. We constantly are communicating different aspects of the business through bill inserts, through quarterly newsletters.
Right. So, but I'm asking specifically, do I need to ask Mr. Beller? I'm asking specifically, will the company commit to either changing the language in the tariff to make it default, or let more people know about it some other way other than leaving it just in the tariff under the presumption that people will know about it, or that people will ask about it if they call?
I mean, I think that's something we can consider to include that in our newsletters, and I think it's something we'd be willing to do.
Okay. So, are you in charge of the filing of the annual report?
Well, it depends on what you mean by annual reports. There's a lot of things we file annually. A lot of the filings come through our department. I don't know if I can speak to every detail that's in the report, so if there's a specific annual report you're talking about.
Okay, so every year the commission requires utilities to file an annual report with them. Every utility under its jurisdiction. And it's just referred to as the annual report.
And I believe that is our 10K that we file annually.
So Mr. Blake, for instance, in this last year, files an affidavit that's due on, I don't know, March the 15th, something like that. And it has all the information for the company for the previous year, including a requirement that, sorry, I'll get to it here in a second, that the utility provide the name, title, and salary for each executive officer whose salary is $50,000 or more. Are you aware of that filing?
It sounds like it's the FERC Form 1 filing.
I think it pulls information from that FERC Form 1, yes.
Yeah.
So although there's that requirement, for the last few years, the company has only filed the name and title for each of the company's executives, but not the salary. Do you know why?
I'd have to defer to Mr. Blake for that. I'm not familiar with all the details that go into that filing.
Okay, so if we request that in a post-hearing data request, would be best?
Yes.
Okay. Working through them here. Team expenses, this is one that I asked Mr. Beller about and that he pushed to you, so you can blame him. That I think the companies have identified in the case the costs of SEAM that are in the test year. Is that your understanding?
Yes. No, I think it was PSC question 2. 33.
And it's less than $10,000 a company, is that right?
Let me get to that real quick here.
Okay. Take your time.
Yeah. Yes, for LG&E, it was less than 10,000 AU. It was a little over 13,000.
Okay, sorry, I'll have to admit, I only looked at the LG&E amount. So about $25,000 in the test year. But Mr. Bellar testified that there's an expectation there will be additional costs, maybe hardware costs, software costs. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so specifically, how does the company intend to account for those insofar as your job is implicated with the cost recovered in the commission or the regulatory filings of them?
I mean, as we stated here, any future costs associated with SEAM membership will be included as part of normal generation and transmission operating expense. So those type of system costs to set up and ongoing costs associated with membership in it would be normal costs for transmission and generation. Any transactional costs associated with making sales or purchases within SEAM would be part of the off-system sales tracker.
Okay, and so they'll be netted against revenues just like fuel costs or similar to fuel costs?
Yes, in the monthly FAC for the OSS tracker, we provide details on the expenses associated with making off-system sales, any transactional related costs associated with SEAM, making a transaction in SEAM, whether it's a sale or purchase, would go through that portion of the mechanism.
Okay, so is it your expectation that other than those administrative costs that may vary with particular sales, economic sales into or economic purchases from SEAM or out of SEAM, other than that, it won't be until the next rate case that the commission will see or that customers will be requested to recover those ordinary transmission expenses you were talking about?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. I want to ask for a minute, and I think I have a reference, but give me a minute, I'll find it. That I think you had a response. Do you mind to go to your testimony? I may just LG&E, well, I guess it's the same. So if you go to your testimony, and I'll go there at the same time, it's in the 40s, page 40 in your direct testimony.
Okay.
Or you're faster than me. I think it's the first question. Let me get there, excuse me. So my first question is the change. Let's see here. The change in, and I think you were asked data requests about this, and I'll just be frank, I didn't understand the responses necessarily. The change starting at 16, going on to 23, talking about the change in the way you all refer to, and I guess it's really line 22, that actual variable fuel expenses, you all proposed to revise that definition to be, or revise that term to be actual fuel expenses, excluding those that are fixed and non-variable.
In 5 minutes, we will begin our monthly elevator test.
Sorry about this.
Attention. In 5 minutes, we will begin our monthly elevator test. Thank you.
If I worked that high up, I would want a monthly elevator test as well. I'll just say that.
Yeah. I think you're in a different area than I am.
All right, so I'm in your direct testimony on page 45 under the section
45, okay, I was on 40, sorry.
No,
I
it's
know
right.
yeah.
It's fine.
Okay, you're talking about the modification for rider LQF,
Yep.
okay?
And you discussed that you're changing actual variable fuel expenses to actual fuel expenses, excluding those that are fixed and non-variable.
Yes.
So I think I understood what the word said in the response, but I don't understand the need for the actual revision to the tariff. It would seem to be the same thing, that if they are variable and actual and fuel expenses, that they mean the same thing.
Well, it has to do with how certain costs are accounted for in FERC accounts that go through that. There are some fixed costs for gas transportation that are actually included in the same accounts that are considered variable fuel expenses. So therefore, they would flow through that calculation, but yet they aren't truly a avoided variable cost. That's the point we're trying to make, and I had to look back at the DR that we did explain it in a data request, but that's the concept there. There were some accounting there. This provision and language has been there since mid-95. Things have changed on the accounting system on how we've entered into different transactions for gas, to where we had actually fixed costs, and they were accounted for through the accounts where other fuel expense, and they're expensed on a monthly basis as if they were a variable expense.
Right.
But they are truly a fixed cost.
Well, I think that may be subject to some disagreement, because I think, do you have the data request there in front of you that discussed, I think the coal train that, is that the data request that you're talking about? Or something, I think it's a fuel car, maybe is what it references. Is that the data request that you're discussing?
I'm trying to find it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it's LG&E question 2-102.
The staff?
Staff, yes.
You said which one is it? 2-102
for LG&E.
We'll get on the same page here, because I'm going from memory. That's worrying. So you talk about the currently, due to the USOA, certain fixed and non-variable costs, such as long-term lease contracts for rail cars used to transport coal, are consumed as expense based on unit performance during the month, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you use less coal in the aggregate over time, do you incur less lease expense for rail cars?
No, those lease contracts are kind of fixed. Now, in the long term, if we don't need them and then we reduce the lease, then yes, they would be reduced costs, but then going forward, they'd be fixed.
Right, but I know what Mr. Seeley has done, so he doesn't give us the in the long term, all costs are variable, and then he responds in the long term, we all die, right? I appreciate that. I'm sort of talking about, is there how variable are you all trying to be with this definition, is what I'm trying to understand. Are you talking about on a per unit basis? Is that your definition of variable?
Well, when you say per unit, are you mean per kilowatt hour,
per ton,
per BTU, or per unit generated?
Yeah, whatever it may be. I'm sorry, a per unit of measure, whatever it may be, a ton, 1,000 times, whatever it is that we're talking about here, is that what you all mean by variable? By BTU?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And these, if this is an issue, these costs are very minimal. And we can go either way with the language. We were just trying to sync it up to what in our accounting system was considered fixed costs, but they are very small dollar amounts.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's an issue. I'm trying to understand what we're trying to call variable and what we're trying to call costs or fixed costs for the purpose of these types of things. So that was my question. On page 47 of your, trying to go in order here, Mr. Conroy, on page 47 of your direct testimony, you discussed the changes to the EDR in accordance with, I think, admin 327, which again is one of those, another admin case today that I think was from the 1980s. That you all are talking about, or you're talking about in this portion of your testimony, about maybe making things more clear about what has to happen to adhere to admin 327. And one of them is the retention, the provision for retention EDRs. Is that right?
You're talking about on line 10 through 14? Or
10 through the end of the, yes, 10 through 14, the end of the, or I guess really 7 through 14.
Okay.
And on 7, starting at 7, it talks about that affidavit with the rate discount for retaining load. And I'm just curious if you all had a draft affidavit that you already have available that you can provide us as to what they're swearing.
I believe we do, because I think we file those when we file the EDR contracts.
Okay. No, I guess have you proposed it? Have you provided that draft in this case?
No, I don't. That's a proposal we're making in this case, but that is something we could provide.
And I'm just looking for the retention EDR affidavit but for this EDR XYZ.
Yes.
Okay, great. What the CSR, available service riders, does the company update those rates that are paid between cases to ensure that, and sorry, I'll take a step back. For CSR, there's the physical curtailment and then there's the opportunity to buy through. Right?
Yes.
Does the company update those buy-through rates periodically, between cases, during cases? How often do you all update those to ensure that they are adequately covering the costs incurred for not curtailing and that they're contributing to other customers?
You mean, are you referring to the buy-through price?
That's right.
Being updated? The buy-through price, I believe, is a formula that is tied to gas markets pricing.
And heat rates and other things, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And I'll be the first to say that it's too complicated for me. But I'm just asking explicitly, do you all ever review those to ensure that they're appropriately covering the cost incurred for not curtailing and contributing and effectively offsetting costs for other customers?
When we do call it, typically that the buy-through price is significantly higher than our variable cost of generation, and that benefit goes back to all other customers through the FAC. So it is a real-time review when we do call buy-through. That's the reason we call economic buy-throughs, is that it is a benefit to all other customers based upon that formula at that time.
And you're saying the formula effectively just calculates the cost that the companies would be running their CTs? Is that the idea? And as long as they pay more than that?
Well, I mean, this is the buy-through price that CSR customers pay for the energy that they choose to buy through as opposed to curtailing.
Right.
And in those instances where buy-through is called, it's because this formula would show that it is a higher price than what it costs to serve those customers, and therefore it provides benefit to all other customers.
And that's what I guess what I don't understand is that it would seem to me that the cost in those hours to serve customers varies depending on a number of factors. And what you're saying is all of those factors are accounted for in the buy-through formula, and that those are already accounted for in the price that those customers pay to buy through, in addition to the price of the energy that they're purchasing.
I believe so. I mean, Mr. Sinclair functionalizes this whenever they call it from a dispatch perspective.
Okay.
And they'll go through that formula, and if it is economic for all their customers, based on that formula, based on what we have online, they would call it a buy-through.
Okay. So I asked Mr. Sinclair about it, and I thought he told me to ask you to make sure that it was cost justified and was recovering all the costs and then contributing to other customers. So I'm kind of in between a rock and a hard place. I promise I won't say chicken and egg again. I guess I'm wanting to make sure that somebody can sit here and say that is affirmatively the case, and that's what you're saying. That
I would say yeah.
It covers the cost of the buy-through and contributes to other customers.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, the buy-through price that CSR customers pay above retail rate goes through the FAC to the benefit of all other customers.
Okay. Going back just for a second, your response to staff 3-15 on the SIM costs, one of the portions said that there has not been consideration for handling of other SIM system and non-transaction costs, such as startup costs, including software and ongoing administration in the OSS mechanism. Is it your anticipation that, and I don't know if you need to go through, but is your anticipation if that's the case, and there are going to be changes to the OSS mechanism, you all would just file a tariff filing requesting the changes in that form, that off-system sales form?
Well, I think the current OSS adjustment clause would accommodate any transactional costs associated with sync.
No, that would have been a more artful question to ask. So you don't think that the OSS current form needs to be amended necessarily to accommodate the costs you all expect to incur?
Not the transactional costs, no. Any transactional costs for making a transaction would be included in the accounts that are part of the OSS adjustment clause.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it, Mr. Comer. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
I'm getting there. I just have one line of questioning. You could probably guess what it is. We've spent a lot of time today and yesterday going, okay, that's on LG&E staff 2. Oh, that's on KU. And this duplication of the rate cases and the paper, even it's not paper, it's the preparation and the attention to detail that both the company and staff have to adhere to when you're reading two sets of data requests and answering two sets of data requests. Any movement on that? I saw your analysis that was in with regard to rate parity, but I don't recall any benefits being discussed about having, doing a rate case as one company.
I would say we try to keep everything between the two companies as consistent and joint as we possibly can. But as the analysis that we've recently done continues to show that we've garnered all the benefits that we possibly can over the 20 years of the merger. And then there would still be additional costs and impacts to customers to do a legal, quote, legal merger. We've got all of our joint testimony. Testimony is typically done as a combined company basis. We could obviously look at whether it makes sense to do data requests as a joint basis. And throughout the case, we've done fairly well making them consistent. Don't know if that answers everything, or.
I guess you didn't address that word benefits at all. How many additional hours are spent on yes, you do. There is more joint testimony than there was perhaps in the past. But you really didn't discuss the benefits in terms of, additional legal, regulatory, filing notices, etc. So could you just address that in general?
Yeah, I'd say in general, there's not that much benefit. You're answering the same type of questions in the same data. You're still going to be pulling it, whether it's in one data response for LG&E or two data response, one for LG&E KU. We still have the accounting records and everything that are separate. In reviewing them and drafting them, there's not that much extra work to draft and copy over another set of responses.
Well, I want to go back into that response and say we still have accounting records that are separate. I mean, if they weren't separate, I think you're missing, when I talk about benefits, I think maybe you're not thinking about the benefits of not running them, not running the data runs twice. It's not just physically typing out the answer on the computer, but literally having one set of records that you go harvest from.
Yeah, and I think as part of the merger study that is filed each year, that is one of the biggest hurdles, is the IT cost to actually combine databases and systems.
When are you going to be replacing some of that IT infrastructure, or how recently have you replaced that IT infrastructure?
That I don't know. I'd have to get with Mr. Garrett on that.
Well, at least this time there was no talk of branding, and I didn't have to remind you that you're regulated, and there's no branding when people have no choice but who to ask. Let's talk about SEAM for just 1 second. And you kept referring to transactional costs would be run through the FAC, and that all other costs would be in the next rate case. What is the order of magnitude of those costs? I'm sure you did an analysis before you joined the effort.
Yeah, and I believe that was part of the data response. I don't know them off the top of my head. Millions, billions.
tens of
No,
millions?
it was.
100,000?
Again, it was in the data response. Pulling it up here.
Okay, while you're looking, I'll ask you another question. There has been some concern about the transparency of the process of the bulletin board and the transactions within SEAM, and some discussion in other venues about the governance. Have you, do you think there is a sufficient level of transparency that the commission would feel comfortable with SEAM in general? I know there's some that haven't been. Some other states have asked some pretty pointed questions.
Yeah, I'll preface this that I'm not engaged in all the SEAM discussion. Mr. Beller would be more engaged in that. However, from transparency between the company and the Public Service Commission, we will be as transparent as we possibly can in any discussions. I've not followed all the details associated with SEAMs and other transparency issues that you're referring to, so I really can't comment on that portion of it. But from the company's relationship with the commission, we're open to any discussions and transparency as would be needed.
Okay. I suspect the vice chairman may take you up on that.
That would be perfectly fine.
I think that's all that I have today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, I don't have anything else.
Mr. Chairman, we don't hear you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on mute, I apologize. Mr. Horn, on behalf of the Attorney General, any questions?
We have no questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Medlin, on behalf of Department of Defense and all other federal executive agencies, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Kurtz, questions?
No, sir.
Mr. Moore, I think Mr. Moore is not with us. We'll give him a chance tomorrow, if he's Ms. Grunman, questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Childers, questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Gardner, Mr. Osterloh, any questions?
Your Honor, do I understand that Lonnie Beller will be testifying again tomorrow? Or?
Yes, he will.
Okay, then I don't have any questions for Mr. Conroy.
I'm assuming, I think I probably know that Mr. Fitzgerald and Mr. Spinard have questions, so I thought this would be a good time to go through and then save your two's cross for in the morning. And so we'll recess if there's no real objection until 9 a.m. in the morning, and then try to finish up tomorrow, okay?
That's fine.
All right, thank you. We'll be at recess until 9 a.m.
Thank you.